the fantasy journey that began with Game of Thrones. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. You are mine. We will all die, but you will live. The old man lowered his head and answered in a hoarse voice. His voice was weak and trembling, like the rustling sound of leaves blown by the wind. When Robin heard this, his heart suddenly tightened. He was sure that this old man was the Green Prophet Brynden. When he came out of the basement of the Red Castle, Eamon told him that the Duke of Bloodraven, the Three-Eyed Raven, the Green Prophet, Brynden, had come to the Shoemaker Square. So there was this scene where Robin met the Three-Eyed Raven in the Shoemaker Square. Quack. A strange black crow suddenly flew to the old man's shoulder, tilted its head, and looked at Robin curiously. Robin glanced at the third eye on the crow's head, smiled and asked tentatively, "Why can I live?" The Green Prophet has the ability to travel in the long river of time in Westeros, explore and reveal the secrets hidden in the torrent of time. Robin wanted to test whether the Three-Eyed Raven knew that he was a time traveler. "Because your true spirit is not in your soul, but in your flesh and blood brain," the Three-Eyed Raven replied. Robin's eyes flickered slightly. He recalled the modern people in his previous life. It seemed that no one had discovered the existence of the soul, and humans still survived well. Is this the difference between me and the humans in this universe? Robin said to himself. Why is my true soul not in the soul? Robin pretended to frown and asked the Three-Eyed Crow. If the Three-Eyed Crow knew that I was a time traveler, should I kill him? The Three-Eyed Crow was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Robin to keep asking questions. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "I don't know. Maybe you are like the limb transplanted boy under your command, a mutated species as you say." Robin heard his reply, speechlessly pulled the corner of his mouth, turned sideways and raised his hand to invite, "Sir, please come back to the Red Castle with me first. It's an honor for you to join the Empire. I'm not joining you unconditionally. Family bloodline and other things are irrelevant to me." The Three-Eyed Crow raised his head and said indifferently. Only then did Robin notice that the face of the Three-Eyed Raven covered by his hair was actually a wooden face with tears of blood. "This is your clone?" he asked hesitantly. The Three-Eyed Raven nodded and said calmly, "The god of cold in the land of eternal winter has revived, and now the Lord of Light has been killed by the Prince of Darkness. I will only die if I stay outside the wall." "What did you say? Lord of Light is dead?" Robin shouted in disbelief. "I have some authority over the world and can sense some of the situation in the chaos near the world," the Three-Eyed Raven said sadly, calculating the time. "R'hllor has been eaten by the Prince of Darkness for more than 6 years. More than 6 years ago, in 292, it was a time when Robin traveled to the Game of Thrones world. He couldn't help but have a premonition in his heart. Could it be that, because of his arrival, he attracted the attention of Slaanesh, which led to the killing of Lord of Light R'hllor? "If you want me to work for you, send troops out of the wall immediately and bring back my heart tree from the land of eternal winter." The Three-Eyed Raven turned his head to look at Robin, waiting for his answer. "These are all minor problems. In the past 2 years, I have asked the Empire to build a lot of dragon glass weapons. The warehouses are almost full. The Empire is not afraid of those White Walkers." Robin replied. "The key is that I'm facing a life and death crisis now." Robin told him that his soul was about to be dug out by the great demon of Slaanesh, hoping that the Three-Eyed Raven would find a way to help. "Fuck. You said that the great demon was brought here by you?" The Three-Eyed Raven stopped and cursed angrily. Robin spread his hands and put on an innocent look. "I don't want to, but they stick to me and have to turn me into a demon. Then you won't live for 2 days. The great demon is now drilling into the shell of the heart of the world, and your soul will soon fall into the hands of the great demon." The Three-Eyed Raven shook his head. "Didn't you say that I can live without a soul?" Robin asked back. "From what I heard from you just now, the Dark Prince has taken a fancy to you and wants to force you to become a demon. That kind of corruption is a complete fall from the inside out," the Three-Eyed Raven explained. "The soul and the body are connected. The corruption of the soul will affect the body, and your true spirit will also be affected and shifted. That means that after the fall from the devil, I will no longer be myself. Robin murmured. He thought of the last time he completely ascended to the devil. He completely transformed into another personality. That's right. The three-eyed raven confirmed. As the two of them walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at Ahang Bao. Let Eamon take over the reception of the three-eyed raven, and Robin arranged for Eamon and the army to cooperate with the three-eyed raven to find his original body and bring back the special heart tree that merged with his original body. Robin returned to the basement and reviewed and thought alone. After the last time he completely fell into the devil, Amumu killed himself, and he was able to use the mechanism of subhuman resurrection to restore his personality. It may be related to the true spirit mentioned by the three-eyed raven. That is to say, as long as someone kills me after I fall into the devil, I can restore my human body. Robin rubbed his chin, raised his head, and analyzed in his mind. Well, he has to be killed in the material world. It's useless to be killed in the warp, because the power of the demi-humans is the law of physics. I don't have any strong people under my command. Amumu barely killed that poor demon last time. Now that the demon tide has returned to Slanesh, his power is no longer limited. He might directly upgrade himself to a Chaos Champion. With the bug level combat power of the Chaos Champion, who can kill me in the material world, unless the Chaos Champion goes to confront the Emperor and the Primarch. These warp demons can almost walk sideways in the material universe. The other personality after the fall has its own memory, knowing the weakness, that it will be resurrected. If it is killed in the material world, it will definitely be cautious in the material world. Robin lowered his head and rubbed his eyebrows with his hand and began to brainstorm. After thinking hard for a while, he finally found a way to solve the problem. As long as I can avoid the corruption, when I upgrade to a demon, I should be able to avoid my personality being changed. And the place that can best isolate the influence of the warp is the latitude gap. Robin finally smiled with satisfaction. The latitude gap has a characteristic of repelling and imprisoning psychic energy. Robin has always suspected that the ban on magic in Game of Thrones is related to the latitude gap. After thinking of a solution, Robin left the underground laboratory. He urgently convened a royal meeting and ordered the Empire to notify all cities through the Heart Tree to immediately hold a grand ceremony to worship the Black Emperor's ascension to the gods. Robin wanted to turn the legend of the Black Emperor into reality and make everyone believe in this legend. Provide an anchor point for resurrection for the subsequent return to the material world. July 15th. 298 Conquest Calendar. This day is a day worth remembering forever for Westeros. The comet predicted by the Emperor streaked across the sky, the magic tide returned to this world, and the Empire hatched dozens of dragons. This is also a day that makes people feel deeply sad. Many coastal cities in Westeros were submerged by turbulent tsunamis, and many offshore areas were devastated by major earthquakes. What is even more impressive is that on this day, the Emperor of the Targaryen Empire, as described in the epic poem The Black Emperor sung by the Bard, led a large-scale sacrificial ceremony across the country. All the fiefdoms in the entire empire received the sacrificial notice of the contact heart tree. On this day, the lords led their people to recite the Black Emperor prayer devoutly. Transcend the twisted shadow of this era. You are the master who rules the country of disorder. You are the king who creates the order of the world. I pray for your blessing, and pray that you will give my people redemption and salvation in this doomsday catastrophe. Emperor Robin led his ministers to the pyramid outside King's Landing in the evening of this day. Everyone's eyes followed his figure, watching him step onto the top of the pyramid alone, which was more than 200 meters high, and finally sit on the throne at the top of the pyramid. Robin wore a solemn and noble black and gold royal robe, a black crown inlaid with rubies, and held the Valyrian steel scepter in his hand. At this moment, he seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of the Emperor's subjects knelt neatly in front of the pyramid, devoutly performing the Emperor's ascension ceremony. Their prayers were loud and sacred, resounding through the night sky, praying for salvation and protection from the Black Emperor on the top of the tower. The moonlight was bright, like a galaxy pouring down, illuminating Robin's figure. He stood up and stepped towards the entrance at the top of the pyramid. At that moment, it seemed as if time had frozen, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. As he stepped into the pyramid step by step, his figure gradually disappeared in the dark portal. Inside the pyramid, in the middle of a dark secret room, was a black obsidian coffin. Aunt May quietly waited for Robin's arrival in the secret room. Next to her sat a little boy who was more than 4 years old. He had a unique face without facial features, only an abstract crescent-shaped giant eye on his face that rotated slowly and irregularly. Tap tap. The crisp footsteps echoed in the pyramid, and Robin walked into the room with steady steps. The shadows under Nocturne's feet grew wildly, and sharp claws emerged from them. Each claw had a crescent-shaped smiling eye similar to the one on his face. These claws firmly grasped the obsidian coffin board and lifted the heavy stone board easily. Aunt May said to Robin, "Start sealing." Robin nodded slightly, stepped forward and gently touched his son's head, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, child." Sealing Robin would hurt Nocturne's essence. Although he would not die, he would inevitably suffer some injuries. "It's okay, father, I will recover soon." Nocturne's voice emerged in his mind. "Remember to have a dream when you get there, and I will be able to locate you." "Okay," Robin responded. He resolutely raised his legs and lay down in the black coffin. The light in his eyes completely disappeared as the coffin lid closed, as if he was swallowed up in endless darkness. The mortar in the secret room suddenly collapsed and turned into a pool of mercury-like liquid. On the dark water surface, there were crescent-shaped smiling eyes, which made people feel weird and mysterious. The mercury was creeping and gradually covered the ground where the sarcophagus was. The obsidian sarcophagus slowly sank down, like it was trapped in a swamp, and disappeared. The black mercury also sank into the gaps between the stones in the floor and disappeared. Aunt May looked at the completion of the seal, and her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a relieved smile. In just a few years, her son was strengthened to this point by Robin, and he didn't need her assistance to complete the binding seal. She couldn't help but sigh that the power of the mind of a continent is really terrifying. It can make the newly born Gap life get such a huge improvement in such a short time. Valyria Peninsula. Xylaxy has cleverly opened a hole in the shell of the heart of the world. She stretched her slender and flexible tongue like a giant eel into the hole and began to explore and search for Robin's soul in the heart of the world. After sensing the mark of the Dark Prince, Xylax's tongue grew rapidly. It crossed an infinite distance, accurately and quickly entangled Robin's soul, and fished him out like fishing. Little guy, you are mine." Xylaxy stared at the soul on the tip of her tongue and grinned. She raised her upper body from the huge abyss, and a blazing purple flame burned on her towering body. The firelight reflected on her huge demon body, making it look even more hideous and terrifying. The demon body gradually rose and floated in the air. The two sickle spears behind her emitted purple light blades several kilometers long, like two dazzling purple lightning. The sickle spear's secondary limbs randomly scratched in the air, tearing the space into pieces, forming a terrifying space black hole with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers in the sky. Although the light in the black hole was distorted, it was still possible to vaguely recognize that it was a black fortress towering into the clouds. The fortress was filled with screams and dying cries, men and women, monsters and beasts who were frantically mating, biting, and enjoying themselves together. Xylax's tongue was wrapped around Robin's soul, and she turned and stepped into the black hole of space. At the moment when her figure was about to disappear in the black hole, Xylaxy suddenly stretched out a palm from the black hole. She snapped her fingers crisply and made a heart shape, and then a purple-black light ball hundreds of meters in size was born at her fingertips, instantly illuminating the entire black hole. As the light ball descended, it quickly fell into the abyss of the Valyria Peninsula. Then, the arm retracted into the black hole and disappeared, and the purple energy at the edge of the space black hole also disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. The space repair rules of the universe quickly took effect and began to repair the wound caused by the black hole. Mosaic-like space fragments were constantly sewn onto the black hole, gradually filling the cracks in space. The purple-black light ball fell all the way into the abyss of the main island of Valyria, and the light ball accurately landed on the small hole drilled by Xylaxy. After a brief silence, the psychic bomb suddenly exploded in an instant, releasing astonishing energy and destructive power. Boom. The earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted from the abyss, as if the whole world was shaking. A huge hole was torn in the heart of the world, causing irreparable trauma. A light column with a diameter of several hundred meters gushed out from the abyss, rushing straight into the sky, penetrating the clouds, and forming a huge mushroom cloud. The continuously gushing light column was dazzling, illuminating the entire night sky, and the moon and stars were eclipsed in front of the light column. This is the outpouring of the origin of the world. The heart of the world is now like a punctured ball. When the origin and the heart of the world is exhausted, the world will collapse and be destroyed. Chapter 77. Defeat the false emperor. Above the kingdom of the Lord of Pleasure stands a huge and solid war fortress, the Fortress of Rampant. This is a magnificent city group composed of black and purple spires. The overall layout is circular, which is unique and mysterious. From the outside to the inside, the spires gradually increase in height, like a progressive scale, until the Tower of Rampant in the center. The Tower of Rampant towers into the sky, like a huge sharp thorn, giving people the illusion of piercing the chaotic starry sky. The ship berthing port on the Chaos Interstellar Orbit is located around the Tower of Rampant. The style of the berthing port is also very Slanesh's style. The shape is like a black and purple blooming flower, and each petal is a sharp spike. The fleets of the major sects of Slanesh are anchored here. Xylax's demon body walked out of the black hole next to the Tower of Rampant, completing the hunting mission issued by Slanesh, and her face was filled with excitement and joy. Robin's soul was like a rag doll rolled on her tongue. The moment he stepped into the Tower of Rampant, Xylax's demon body kept shrinking and shrinking, and finally became a form about 5 meters tall. The decorations inside the fortress are all the most exquisite and delicate art, and the silk cushions everywhere are filled with various snacks and drinks. The sickle spear casually slapped away a few cheering fallen ones, and Xylaxi brought Robin's soul to an energy mirror more than 10 meters high. After injecting magic power into the energy mirror, she knelt on one knee, and waited quietly for the Dark Prince to meet her. Xylaxi. A male and female overlapping voice came out leisurely in the mirror. God Lord. Xylaxi immediately bowed his head respectfully after hearing the voice, with a pious and awe-inspiring expression on his face, not daring to be disrespectful. I'm very happy that you can complete the task so quickly, but this little guy seems to have no true spirit in his soul. The mysterious male and female overlapping voices were somewhat dissatisfied. Forget it. Try to see if the ascended demon can pull the true spirit over. Xylaxi was stunned when he heard the words, feeling a little confused. The task was completed, but it seemed that it was not completely completed. In the purple energy mirror, a delicate and tender finger slowly stretched out, with perfect and elegant lines. Just one glance would reveal that the owner of the finger was a top-notch beauty. The finger gently and softly touched Robin's soul, and instantly Robin's translucent soul was dyed purple by the rich purple spiritual energy injected. The appearance of the soul human changed dramatically, turning into a spherical cataract eyeball. The outside of the eyeball was wrapped in a thick exoskeleton to protect the soft tissue inside. Behind the eyeball, 3 flexible tentacles grew, and the tips of the tentacles were purple and translucent. After the corruption was completed, he stretched out his palm completely and gently picked up the cataract eyeball monster that Robin's soul had ascended to a demon with 2 fingers and put it on the mirror surface, as if observing it carefully. Still no, where is the true soul? The man and woman murmured in confusion. Then he closed his 2 fingers, and the eyeball was squeezed and burst, splashing with pulp. Seeing that Slanesh seemed a little unhappy, Xylaxi immediately became more respectful, lowering her posture even lower, with her forehead touching the ground. Don't worry about this little thing for now. The overlapping voices of men and women did not mean to blame Xylaxi. Perhaps it was just a whim to capture Robin's soul, and now, this interest seemed to have been exhausted. A powerful evil god has recently arisen in the material world, the false emperor. Xylaxi knew that Slanesh was going to arrange a new task, and she listened attentively to the will of the Lord God. His power is beyond words. Even Korn, who represents strength, feels powerless in front of him. He is extremely cunning. Tsinch, who represents wisdom, has set countless clever traps, but he has seen through them one by one. He is extremely cruel. He leads his followers, the human race, to launch one dark invasion after another. He has 20 great demons with demon blood flowing in their hands. They are equally powerful. They lead the Death Legion composed of humans and draw swords to kill in the warp. The homes of the countless races I created were set on fire. The races were exterminated, and the world was reduced to dust. One race after another was exterminated, one planet after another was destroyed, and one territory after another was occupied. But despair and hope are relative. As long as we don't give up, as long as we are united in the warp, there must be hope. After the man and woman narrated the cause and effect in overlapping voices, they began to arrange specific tasks. Zalacy. What you have to do is Horu, awaken the goodness and beauty in his heart. Influence. My lord. Zalacy bowed to the leader and gave him a new task. The fortress of Rampage is surrounded by an endless dark forest full of depravity and blasphemy. Skulls and rotten bones hang on dead branches, and corpses are pierced in the complex and varied tree roots. This forest is a relic of a great war long ago. Corpses, rusty armor, weapons, and garbage are scattered all over the land, mixed with tattered flags of Slanesh and Kon. Under a withered skeleton tree, there is a shallow puddle. Suddenly, a slight sound came from the puddle. Pop. With this sound, a cataract eyeball with 3 tentacles appeared out of thin air from the water, floating on the water, motionless. The eyeball demon has no pupils. It stares up at the sky motionlessly and keeps sending mental waves to the surroundings. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The demons in Warhammer are a powerful entity. They are neither real nor illusory. They do not need to obey the laws of physics in the material world. Their existence itself is a distortion of reality. When a chaos god separates a small part of his essence and power, a demon is born. Demons are generally immortal. Even if their physical form is destroyed, their essence will be in the warp, and they will be reborn as heroes after reuniting their bodies. The eyeball demon that Robin's soul transformed into just completed a cycle of death and rebirth. Because it was raised by Slanesh himself, the eyeball demon's essence is very high. When it calls for its true spirit, this call and desire for knowledge are constantly affecting its essence. A power of desire for knowledge gradually condenses in its body. The small eye of knowledge keeps calling and emitting mental fluctuations. A flying wrath demon that built a nest on the skeleton tree sensed the mental fluctuations. It flapped its wings and flew down the branch and stood by the small pond. The eye of knowledge seemed to react to the creatures approaching. It slowly floated up from the pond, and the mental fluctuations of the eye of knowledge were instilled into the wrath demon's brain. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The 3 soul questions that suddenly popped up in his mind scared the angry demon, and he flapped his wings and took a few steps back. This eyeball is a bit weird. The angry demon sensed the powerful spiritual energy in the eyeball and calculated his own strength. He couldn't afford to offend. He was ready to flap his wings and move. The eye of knowledge became a little impatient. The tips of its 3 tentacles flashed a faint purple light, and the 3 tentacles bent in front of the eyeball and closed together. A white and purple electromagnetic beam burst out between the 3 tentacles, and the angry demon was burnt to ashes before he could scream. From then on, a terrifying white-eyed monster appeared in the Temptation Forest. It asked people the 3 soul questions and hissed when it disagreed with them. Latitude gap. This piece of illusory time and space did not come out of thin air, but was finally bred by the subconscious convergence and fusion of countless lives. In this space and time, the power of the subconscious is omnipresent, creating all kinds of fantastic scenes and existences. Every life that enters this space and time will feel their close connection with this wonderful world, as if this space and time was created by the power in their hearts. In the endless grey fog, colorful lights flashed in the fog. Robin, wearing a black royal robe, carefully roamed in the gap between dimensions. There was no ground, no sky, but Robin could move his feet and walk in the air. This was the first time he experienced this magical feeling, as if he had become a part of this twisted and absurd world. He felt that there was no stable up and down, left and right in the latitude gap, and there was no clear gravity. If it were not a gap creature, it would only be lost in this space forever. After a slight turnaround and exploration, Robin planned to lie down in the air and take a nap. As long as he had a dream, his son Mordekaiser, who had the relevant authority, would be able to find him. He lay flat in the air with the scepter in his arms, closed his eyes, and began to count sheep. 1, 2, 3, 10,000. Robin's face showed a trace of peace and relaxation, and he had fallen asleep. However, what Robin did not expect was that the gravity rules of this space had been distorted and changed. While he was lying flat and sleeping, his body kept falling into the depths of the fog. The fall was getting deeper and deeper, faster and faster. As Robin went deeper into the latitudinal gap, his body was constantly changing. The original 4-dimensional body gradually deformed and became a 3-dimensional block. The soft muscle lines were replaced by 3-dimensional cubes or triangles. It became harder and more geometric. The fall continued. Robin's 3-dimensional pixel body and clothes continued to change. The 3-dimensional body seemed to have been stripped of its supporting lines by some mysterious force. His body and clothes became flat, and the whole person and the items on his body were compressed into a 2-dimensional painting. In a dream, Robin came to a pure white dream space, which was the home of his son Mordekaiser. In this empty and silent environment, there is nothing but a huge double door suspended in the air. The door looks extremely solemn and mysterious, as if guarding some important secret. The 2 doors are carved with an exquisite caballatry of life with intricate patterns. A white figure with a black aura sat under the door. When he saw Robin appear, he opened a large crescent-shaped eye on his face and looked over. "Father," the white figure shouted happily. "Morton." Robin responded with a smile. When Robin wanted to go over and hug his son, he suddenly found that his body was constantly changing. He was deformed as he walked, first turning into a pixelated doll, and then his body was compressed into a flat piece of paper. A human-shaped piece of paper walking with a step looked a little weird and scary. "What's going on?" Robin spoke with his flat mouth, and he could actually make a sound. "Oh no, you've fallen into the deep illusion." Mordecai looked a little anxious. "I'll get you out of the dream first. Don't run around. I'll come find you right away." Mordecai waved his hand, and the dream space broke. Robin opened his eyes and found himself floating gently in the air like a piece of paper. He struggled to stand up his paper-like body. When he stretched out his hand and saw his paper hand, his heart was shrouded in deep shock, as if frozen at that moment. There was a sound of neat footsteps in the fog on the left. The sound was clear and powerful, as if a troop was marching towards this side. Robin quickly scanned the surroundings and found no place to hide. Unsure of the identity of these creatures as friends or enemies, he decided to adopt an evasive strategy. He chose a direction and ran quickly, trying to avoid these unknown creatures. Before Robin could run away, the creatures in the fog rushed out. Their steps were neat and uniform, as if they had undergone rigorous training. Robin turned his head and saw that these creatures were actually an army of playing cards with hands and feet. "This is the man who broke into the card kingdom. Catch him!" the leading Diamond J shouted. "Quick, quick, quick." Diamond J kept urging the poker soldiers. Robin was not familiar with the paper body. After flattening, the wind resistance was too great. He was pressed down by the poker soldiers before he ran far. "You still want to run? Now you are one of us. Why are you running?" Diamond J trotted over, and the face on the poker card laughed. Diamond J took out a huge paper roll from the pocket of the poker card and unfolded it. Robin saw that it was a new blank poker card, but there was no card picture in the square frame. "Fuck. What are you doing?" Robin screamed. The poker soldier gently lifted Robin's paper body and placed him on the huge blank poker card. As time went by, Robin's body gradually merged into the paper poker, as if he had merged with the poker card. In the center of the blank poker card, a K of spades with Robin's face evolved. The 4 corners of the Spade King poker stretched out black stick-like hands and feet again, and he climbed up from the ground and walked to the front of the Diamond King. The Spade King raised his left hand and saluted in a standard military salute. "Sir, Spade King returns to the army and reports to you." The Diamond King showed a sly smile on his face and was about to show off his power. A series of black blades with eyes chopped down from the sky. Hundreds of poker soldiers were chopped into pieces, and more than a dozen cards were torn in an instant. "Where is my father?" Morton shouted anxiously in the sky. In the gap between latitudes, Morton's power seemed to be greatly enhanced. He stretched his body and almost formed a sky curtain, covering the entire space nearby. The poker soldiers bent their cards backwards and looked up. Above was a dark sky curtain, as if shrouded in endless darkness. And on this black curtain, there were crescent-shaped giant eyes, which flashed cold light. "What, father? Where did you come from? You dare to act violently in front of me?" The Jack of Diamonds roared, and he waved his hand at the poker soldiers and shouted, "Fortwas. Come on. It's the commander. Asterisk 4. The 4 poker cards combined together in response, forming a huge fan-shaped overlapping life form. The overlapping cards began to rotate, flying towards the black curtain of the sky, and hitting Mordecai's outstretched body. The sound of cloth being torn continued to sound, and the Fortwas kept rotating and cutting Mordecai's body. The moon-shaped eyes that were cut also turned into black gas and dissipated. "Ah!" Mordecai screamed, all his eyes half closed, and roared at the poker soldiers, "You all will die." In an instant, all the eyes rushed down from the black sky, and countless black blades with eyes rotated and stirred in this space. Mordecai wrapped all the poker cards in his body, and countless eye blades slaughtered the poker soldiers like a blender, with paper scraps flying everywhere, which was horrible to watch. The Spade King that Robin possessed didn't last long before being killed by Morting. Outside King's Landing, a large number of black particles suddenly emerged from the dark chamber in the pyramid, and the particles formed a small tornado that violently rolled. A beautiful leg stretched out from the black tornado, and then a body as perfect as a mythical statue appeared. Robin spread his hands in the black fog and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm back again, Badgie." A cataract eyeball flashed from the void and fell into the palm of his open hand. Robin looked at this strange thing speechlessly. At the moment of looking at the cataract eyeball, countless memories were synchronized from the eyeball into Robin's mind. The eyeball also condensed into a vertical purple pupil at the moment of looking at Robin. Robin closed his eyes to digest these memories and controlled the eyeball demon to cut a hole in his hand with its tentacles, and the eyeball drilled in. He looked at the purple pupils that opened on his thumb and murmured softly, "My soul has returned. Now I'm finally complete." Chapter 78 All Men Must Die. When the soul returned to the body, Robin immediately sensed the existence of the psychic energy in the subspace. After the magic tide returned, even though Robin had excellent mental power, he could not sense the psychic energy in the subspace. This phenomenon shows that there is a close connection between the subspace and the soul. So far, the information I have come into contact with can be used to deduce the structure of the universe. The material world and the subspace are positive and negative sides, belonging to the two poles. The origin of the material world, organic flesh and blood, various basic element. It operates on the physical rules. The origin of the subspace, spiritual soul, various basic psychic energy. It operates on the energy law. The most evil thing is the dimensional gap. Exclamation mark. This piece of time and space is in the gap between the material world and the subspace. The origin of the dimensional gap, the subconscious of life. It operates on the absurd law. In the dimensional gap, it seems that neither the physical rules nor the energy laws can work, and you must abide by the absurd laws. It is easy for creatures that do not live in the dimensional gap for a long time to fall into the deep illusion and be forced to reduce their dimensions. The most terrifying thing is that everything exists in disorder. Robin glanced at the floor of the secret room, which was covered with a thick layer of dust. This meant that many years had passed in the material world, but in Robin's self-perception, he had only taken a stroll in the latitude gap, which took no more than an hour in total. Even the flow of time is disordered. Robin sighed with lingering fear. "I will never go there again." The shadow under Robin's feet suddenly squirmed and twisted, and a black shadow child over 2 years old crawled up from the ground. Only one crescent-shaped eye opened on the child's face. "Father, woo!" After Nocturne appeared, he hugged Robin's thigh and cried loudly. Robin bent down and picked him up, stroking his son's head and comforting him. "Okay, I'm fine. What happened after I disappeared? How did you become so much smaller?" Robin remembered that in his dream, Nocturne was a boy of more than 4 years old, but now he has become a little pudding. Nocturne crossed his fingers with both hands, his one eye curved further, and whispered, "I didn't beat them." A large number of reinforcement came behind those cards, and they shouted something like "King Bomb," and my stretched body was torn into several pieces. Hearing little Nocturne's description, Robin's eyes twitched slightly. Okay, don't cry, don't cry. I'll go out and ask someone to send a group of prisoners to the Stone City so that you can eat enough. Robin smiled and patted little Nocturne on the back, then put Nocturne on his neck and let him play riding a big horse. He walked out of the pyramid while teasing Nocturne. AWW. A terrifying and huge dragon roar sounded, shaking the ceiling of the pyramid. Robin looked up at the ceiling and murmured, "Is the evil thought also outside the tower? King's Landing, the Royal Conference Hall." The Queen of Thorns, Rose, Inflatable Fish, Red Fox, Oak Shield, and 5 royal ministers were in a meeting. 2 years had passed since Robin stepped into the pyramid. Because the situation was too urgent at the time, Robin expected that he would not stay in the latitude gap for too long, so he did not make the handover of the royal power. But after the Emperor did not come out for more than half a year, a huge hidden danger appeared. The dignitaries in the Empire were divided into 2 factions. One faction, with Rose as the first, was waiting for Robin's return. The other faction, headed by the Queen of Thorns, demanded the immediate implementation of the exclusive power contract. Robin had left the Empire, and the Prime Minister should be the regent. The 2 sides pulled and played for another half a year, and finally the Prime Minister's faction won. The exclusive power contract was recognized by the Empire and the Imperial Conference, and began to be implemented. Rose had no choice but to use the connections related to the Umbrella organization to continue to fight against the Prime Minister's faction. Umbrella cannot operate normally without wealth, and it is inseparable from power to protect wealth. If Rose leaves the power center of the Empire, the Cornerstone Consortium may be split and disintegrated. In this way, the 2 women pulled in the Empire for another year. It is now the 300th year of the conquest calendar. The Imperial Conference Hall seems to be making a major resolution. The Queen of Thorns stood in the middle of the hall and said solemnly, "Now please vote. Those who support the dismissal of the Minister of Intelligence, Red Fox, please raise your hands." Rose's face was as cold as frost. In the Imperial Conference, she and Red Fox were in the same group. The Queen of Thorns and the Inflatable Fish were in the same group. Oak Shield had been pretending to be stupid and remained neutral. But at this moment, the Queen of Thorns, the Inflatable Fish, and Oak Shield all raised their hands. As the Regent Prime Minister, I declare that the Minister of Intelligence is dismissed at this moment. The Queen of Thorns said expressionlessly, and she spread her hands and pointed to the door of the conference hall. "Please leave the conference hall, Madam Red Fox." Red Fox glared at the Queen of Thorns fiercely, then slapped her hands heavily on the central conference table, gritted her teeth angrily, and stood up and left. The Queen of Thorns raised her head slightly, turning a blind eye to Red Fox's dissatisfaction. The Prime Minister is elected every 7 years. This year is her last year. She must place some of her own people in the Imperial Conference. Politics is not about right or wrong, but only about interests. When the Red Fox went out, she almost bumped into a huge man. She looked up and saw that it was Garland. Garland ignored her and pushed her away like a chicken, then walked straight into the hall. The Queen of Thorns and Garland's eyes met, and they both nodded slightly. "I propose that General Garland be the new Minister of Intelligence. Please raise your hands if you agree with me, the Minister of the Court." The Queen of Thorns shouted loudly. Garland ignored the people who were voting and moved the chair beside the conference table and sat on it. 3 votes in favor. I announce in my capacity as the Regent Prime Minister that Garland's appointment as the Minister of the Court will officially take effect. The Queen of Thorns smiled and hooked her lips. At this moment, she experienced the happiness of Robin's hooked lips. Rose slumped in the chair in despair. She was completely defeated by the Queen of Thorns on the battlefield of politics. Please raise your hands if you agree to reduce the funding for the evil thoughts. 4 votes passed. I'll. Please raise your hands if you agree to the state-owned Cornerstone Foundation. 4 votes. Please agree to the Research Institute. AWW. The rhythm of the Queen of Thorns passing the bill was interrupted by the roar of the evil thoughts. Garland stood up from his seat. With his strength as a senior knight, he instantly heard that the sound of the evil thoughts roaring came from the direction of the pyramid. The faces of the Queen of Thorns, Garland, and Oak Shield instantly lost their color. Rose stood up from her chair in joy, not caring that she was in a meeting. She left in a hurry, and when she came to the outside of the red castle, she found that her 2 sons were already waiting at the door on a giant dragon that was more than 10 meters long. Rose was pulled onto the dragon by her youngest son Raven, and the 2 dragons immediately flapped their wings and flew into the sky towards the direction of the pyramid. The Queen of Thorns and the other 2 also came out of the red castle. At this moment, the King's Landing was ignited at the moment when the evil thoughts roared. The extremely huge dragon of evil thoughts has never roared since Robin left. Now Xenion's abnormal behavior made everyone feel that the man was coming back. There were dragons crawling out of the dragon caves. They were called by their masters through mysterious links. After circling over King's Landing to find their masters, they carried their masters to the pyramids. For a while, various dragon roars rang in King's Landing. Roar, whoosh, kai, chis, clangly, lie. The Queen of Thorns looked at the scene of the dragons flying together, slightly opened her mouth, and panicked for a moment. Bang bang bang. 5 dragons landed beside them. The silver-haired boy in the lead shouted on the dragon's back, "Grandma, let's go over quickly too. If we neglect our father, it will be a serious crime." The silver-haired boy looked at Garland with disdain and was a little unhappy with this 5-limbed brother of the same clan. Garland always preached to them in the clan by relying on his status as a brother. The first generation of true dragons were all arrogant and proud. As the direct bloodline of Robin, they did not take their maternal family seriously. These princes had arrogance ingrained in their bones since birth. The 3 Queen of Thorns nodded and all boarded the dragons of their own children and flew towards the pyramid. Robin struggled to pile up the boulders at the top of the pyramid. Light shone in from the hole, and Robin squinted and continued to walk out. More than 20 mighty dragons were flying in the sky, and they were driven by Robin's children. The little dragon knight saw a burly and muscular man, naked, stepping out of the hole at the top of the pyramid. He knew that this was his father, King Robin. All the dragons glided down to the ground almost at the same moment, and the true dragon bloodline and the vassals brought here all knelt down respectfully and waited for the arrival of the Emperor of the Empire. Green and silver light flickered beside Robin, and the 5-year-old Ash appeared beside him holding a graceful black robe. "Father." Ash's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she happily hugged Robin. "Hey, what's on your neck?" Robin took the robe and put it on himself and couldn't help but sigh that the power of the ancient blood was really a bug. Ash brought a piece of clothing from the red castle in a short time. "He is your younger brother, Mordecai, who likes to play in other people's dreams." Robin smiled. AWW. Evil Thought's huge head, as big as a mountain, stretched out. It is now nearly 2,000 meters long. It was once unable to fly by flapping its wings when it was more than 800 meters. Now after the return of the magic tide, Evil Thought has regained the ability to fly. Robin stroked its scales a few times to comfort this supersized pet. Mordecai climbed down Robin's neck and stood in front of Ash curiously. The 2 seemed to be communicating something. Green light flickered beside him again, and Lysandra and Sejuani teleported over with Rose. Boss, Rose, with tears in her eyes and a wronged look, gave Robin a hug. Robin gently patted his lover's fragrant back to comfort her. He originally thought that Rose was just overwhelmed by her deep longing, but unexpectedly, Rose directly confided her grievances in his ear. The Queen of Thorns forcibly seized power. Garland made various small moves in the army and the war group. The Minister of Intelligence was dismissed for no reason, and Garland took the opportunity to take the position. Alas, the Empire should be reorganized. Robin let go of Rose and wiped her tears. "Let's go down first." The 3 sisters of Ash held their hands, and the bright silver and green light flashed again, and Robin was teleported to the front of the welcoming team. Kneeling on one knee in the front were the royal minister and several university scholars. Robin found that Garland was also kneeling among them, and his brows could not help but frowned. Behind the royal minister were his children. Except for the dragon knights who stayed outside the fiefdom, the true dragon blood in King's Landing was basically present. These silver-haired little guys would look up and peek at their father from time to time. Robin would go to see some of his children when they were born, but he had never seen the other descendants from birth to adolescence. After the true dragon descendants came Randall and some army generals and vassals, and behind them were more imperial officials and dignitaries rushing over. The golden cloaks of King's Landing had isolated a large circle in the surrounding area to ensure safety. Robin did not let the vassals get up, but whispered to Ash, "Go and bring my ice giant sword." "Okay, father." Ash smiled and flashed away. The Queen of Thorns closed her eyes in despair when she heard Robin's words. She bit the poison sac between her teeth and fell to the ground with convulsions a few seconds later. Black blood flowed from her facial features, and she died of poison. The inflatable fish hugged her mother's body in grief, crying loudly, tears streaming down her face, and she was very sad. Robin just glanced at the Queen of Thorns' body expressionlessly. Her expression did not waver, and the black ghost condensed and appeared beside him. Boom. Under Robin's command, the evil thoughts picked up the extra stones used to build the pyramid and built a 10-meter high stone pillar platform. As the silver-green light flashed, Ash came back with the Valyrian steel giant sword. Robin nodded to his daughter, and with the sound of metal, he pulled the ice out of the scabbard with both hands. Garland dug his hands into the ground, leaving deep finger pits. His whole body was shaking, and beads of cold sweat kept falling from his cheeks. Robin jumped onto the stone platform with a leap, wielding the ice giant sword to make a sword flower. The ghost flew behind Garland, who was kneeling, and with a light flap of its wings, it cleanly cut off the 3 extra limbs on Garland's back. It controlled Garland to fly to the stone platform and forced him to kneel in front of Robin. "Your Majesty, must we kill them?" Yalan said in a trembling voice. She looked at her son beside her. The children are less than 10 years old, and they are too young to watch the execution. They will not be children forever. Robin wiped the ice with his sleeve and said to the kneeling people, "You can stand up now." Everyone stood up and stared at the scene on the stone platform with full concentration. "Forgive me, father." Garland tried to beg for mercy, but the ghost took a stone from the stone platform and blocked his mouth tightly. "Garland, I gave you a chance." Robin shook his head slightly and said regretfully, "But you didn't cherish it well." Garland turned against his father many times after he became his father. The last time he remained neutral between himself and the family. This time he actually took advantage of my absence to betray the forces loyal to me. It can't be saved. Perhaps after being resurrected by Cobbin with necromancy, Garland can achieve absolute loyalty. Robin thought to himself. Robin held the ice in his hands, leaned the giant sword on the ground, and solemnly bowed his head to recite the judgment prayer, in the name of the rightful ruler of the Andals and the First Men, the protector of all Westeros, the king of the world, the emperor of the Targaryen Empire. I, Robin Targaryen I sentence you to death. Chapter 79 World Expedition. Robin raised his head, changed his hand to hold the ice giant sword tightly, and swung it backwards, drawing a perfect arc. He slashed at Garland's neck with all his strength, and with a crisp sound, Garland's head fell to the ground. Ash pursed his lips and tilted his head slightly. Draven pulled out a bloodthirsty smile and looked at his father on the platform with admiration. Darius curled his lips at Garland's head. The true dragon descendants watched the execution in different ways, but none of them had any objection to Robin's execution of Garland. "My vassals and children, please practice absolute loyalty. The Empire does not allow betrayal." Robin glanced at the people below and warned. "Be loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. Be loyal to the Empire." The ministers bowed their heads and shouted solemnly. "Loyalty is beyond words, and it is worthy of the Emperor's heart. Loyal to my father. A true dragon bloodline. Go back first. I want to understand the current situation of the Empire before appointing and removing the minister and prime minister." Robin waved his hand and jumped off the stone platform and sat on the Emperor's special carriage. "Ash and Rose, come to the carriage. I have something to ask you." Robin waved to them. In the carriage on the road. "Where is your mother? Why can't I see her?" Robin asked Ash. Ash's mother and the three-eyed raven went to Valyria to repair the heart of the world, Rose said. Ash nodded her head. Seeing Robin's puzzled face, Rose began to explain to him. The chaos demon destroyed the heart of the world, causing the material source in the core of the world to leak, which almost caused the world to collapse. The three-eyed raven originally had a little authority over the natural world, and he immediately discovered the leakage of the material source, but he had no good way to save it. Until he learned from Eben that Ciri had a very powerful teleportation ability. The three-eyed raven found Siri, discussed with her, and started the plan to save the world. Siri first teleported the three-eyed raven's body to the side of the Valyrian abyss, and then Siri used the ancient blood to control the space energy to block the cracks in the heart of the world, and then the three-eyed raven controlled its own body to plug the cracks and prevent the leakage of the material source. After listening to the whole story, Robin rubbed his swollen temples and couldn't help but sigh that every time Slaanesh came to the Game of Thrones world, he would cause a big mess and leave a mess for him to clean up. Ash, can you take me to your mother's place? He planned to go there in person to find out. The little girl shook her head. My sister and I can't teleport too far, and I don't know where my mother is. As she spoke, she gestured with her little hands. If you don't know the destination, you will enter the turbulence of space and run to a random world. Do you want to ask Grand Maester Eamon to come over and contact them in person? Rose suggested. Robin nodded slightly, stood up and stopped the moving convoy. Eamon was summoned to the front of the car for questioning. He told Robin that he had been unable to contact the two people on the Valyrian Peninsula since 2 months ago. The Empire has sent fleets and dragons to search, but they have not yet reached their destination. Robin frowned, feeling that things seemed a bit tricky. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the Valyrian Peninsula in person to take a look. With the current speed of Xenion, it should be able to reach there soon. He summoned the ministers in front of the Emperor and arranged new personnel appointments. Madwoman was appointed as the new Prime Minister, and Red Fox resumed his post as the Minister of Intelligence. After everything was ready, Robin took Eamon with him and asked Ash to teleport the two of them to the dragon head of Xenion. Then Robin had the opportunity to witness the shocking scene of the super beast with a wingspan of nearly 2 kilometers taking off into the sky. The flapping of the huge wings of Xenion that covered the sky and the sun directly triggered a violent hurricane with a force of 12. Its daily actions had become a disguised natural disaster, bringing devastating damage to the surrounding environment. Robin supported the towering dragon horns, stood on the dragon head, and overlooked the Imperial convoy not far away. In the hurricane caused by Xenion, the convoy was blown to pieces and in chaos. And those giant dragons with real dragon blood could only barely stabilize their dragon bodies and not be blown away by the strong wind. Your Majesty. Eamon pulled Robin's arm. Robin turned back and looked at him in confusion. Have you ever thought that my old bones might be blown to death? Eamon shouted with an ugly face. Robin was stunned. Robin thought about it for a while and felt that such a situation might happen. So he summoned the ghost and carried himself and Eamon into the huge mouth of the evil mind. When the evil mind spread its wings and took off, Robin personally experienced the extreme flying speed of the evil mind that matched its huge body. Boom. In the dragon kiss of the evil mind, Robin could clearly hear the sonic boom outside. And through the perspective of the ghost outside, Robin also found the huge sonic boom cloud formed near the dragon body of the evil mind. Exclamation mark. This cone-shaped thick fog like a white gauze skirt surrounded the wings of the evil mind, with a diameter of several kilometers. Not long after the ghost was glimpsed, it was torn apart and dissipated by the air. Boom. The huge roar beside the air continued to sound as the evil mind flapped its wings. Eamon, a centenarian, was already foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the gums of the evil mind. Robin, the Great Knight, also felt dizzy, tinnitus, chest tightness, and nausea. The voyage took less than an hour. When Evil Thought landed on the main island of the Valyrian Peninsula, Eamon was already unconscious. Robin took old Demon out of the dragon's mouth and gently placed him on the ground. Looking at the old man in front of him who was breathing in more than out, he was stunned and speechless for a long time. This alien who had devoted himself to the Empire would not die like this. Robin shook his head and exhaled a foul breath. He told Evil Thought to take care of Eamon and not let the beast eat him. Robin summoned a ghost to take him to the huge abyss pit in front. The pit was surrounded by steep cliffs and was bottomless. Robin kept controlling the ghost to descend. What was strange was that trees and green plants were growing tenaciously on these steep cliffs, and various ferns were extremely lush. The size of these plants was so large that Robin couldn't help but feel that he had become much smaller. As he went deeper, the light gradually disappeared, and only the faint blue light emitted by the ferns flickered in the darkness. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, giving people a mysterious and peaceful atmosphere. Robin seemed to have traveled to another strange and deep world. While a huge red and blue strange bat suddenly rushed out of the abyss and pounced on Robin. Robin looked calm, controlling the ghost calmly, holding him and flipping flexibly in the air, facing the red and blue strange bat on his back. The red and blue strange bird hit the ghost's wings head on, and in an instant, with a puff, it was accurately cut in half by the collapsed black light on the ghost's wings. The two pieces of the strange bird fell down with blood. Robin looked carefully and found that this bird actually looked a bit like a pterodactyl. He no longer descended slowly, but adjusted his body posture, folded the ghost's wings tightly beside him, and fell rapidly to the bottom of the abyss in a vertical manner. A few minutes later, Robin could already see the ground clearly, and at the bottom of the abyss, a huge heart tree with a trunk diameter of 100 meters and towering into the sky stood there. Its crimson leaves were lush like a canopy, and its branches and leaves were intertwined, swaying slightly even without the wind. The ghost flew close to the giant heart tree, and searched around the trunk carefully, but did not find the three-eyed crow and Siri. Siri. Robin called loudly, and the voice echoed in the abyss. The heart tree seemed to be disturbed, and the whole giant tree began to shake, and the leaves made bursts of rustling sounds. A colorful parrot suddenly flew out from the leaves and spread its wings towards Robin. It flew around Robin, and then flew to the bottom of the tree roots, as if guiding him to a certain place. Robin followed it to the bottom of the heart tree. He was surprised to find that the heart tree did not grow on the land, but was deeply rooted in a colorful lake. The sea of material origin, or the heart of the world. Robin whispered. His soul had been immersed in it, so he immediately recognized this magical place. Robin stared at the mist of the origin that was constantly steaming in the lake and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the crack left by the great demon tearing the heart of the world? It seems that this heart tree has filled most of it, but the origin is still flowing away. The colorful parrot was hovering on the surface of the lake, calling non-stop. Robin flew over and looked down at the lake. He found a female body floating in the lake. A look of joy appeared on his face instantly. It's Siri. Siri also found Robin. She struggled to ask for help, but like an ant trapped in a drop of water, all her efforts were in vain. Robin asked the ghost to put him on the shore of the lake, and then controlled the ghost to go deep into the origin lake and fish Siri out of the lake. The ghost put Siri on the shore, and colorful drops of water slid down her delicate skin and turned into mist before they fell to the ground. Cough cough, she coughed violently, trying to spit out the water drops in her throat, looking very painful. What happened to you? Robin patted her back, trying to ease her pain, and asked, where is the three-eyed raven? Where is he? Siri rubbed her throat and pointed to the giant heart tree next to her. This is the three-eyed raven. At that time, I was responsible for using space energy to block the outburst of the origin of the world, while the three-eyed raven was responsible for using the heart tree itself to fill the crack. However, the outer shell of the heart of the world is composed of the will of all life, and he was instantly washed away by the will of the world and turned into an idiot. Because the origin and the three-eyed raven's body lost control, the heart tree began to grow wildly, and I was directly drawn into the origin of the crack. The material origin repels the subspace psychic energy, causing my teleportation ability to fail. This parrot is a creature bred on the heart tree, and I usually use it to entertain me. If no one comes to save me, I may be trapped here for the rest of my life. After Siri finished her narration, an expression of surviving a disaster appeared on her face. Great hero, savior. Robin hugged Siri tightly, smiling and comforting her, but his hands were caressing her pretty and round place. I want to repay our great benefactor. Don't be in heat. I haven't eaten for several months, and I'm just swallowing these energy sources. I'm not in the mood to work. Siri gently pushed Robin away, pulled off his coat, and put it on herself. Then Siri held Robin's hand tightly, and a strong ice green light suddenly burst out from her body. In the blink of an eye, they had returned to the lovers' court in King's Landing. That night, after Robin and Siri had a warm and intimate time, he gathered all the lovers together again, using warm actions and considerate comfort to ease their love sickness. The next day, in the throne room of the Red Castle, Robin announced the mobilization of all military forces in the country, and the world expedition was about to begin. Valyria Peninsula. Eamon opened his eyes in a daze, staring at the blue sky in a trance. After a long time, he trembled and climbed up to look into the giant eyes of the evil mind. "Where is your master?" Eamon asked the evil mind. Chapter 80, Dark Gate. The evil mind tilted its head. It sensed that Robin had left Valyria, but it did not fly back with him. Because Robin asked it to keep an eye on Eamon and protect his safety. Eamon's teeth kept chattering. He had been lying on the ground all night. For his body over 100 years old, it was really unbearable. He barely supported his body and staggered to the side of the evil mind, trying to get warm from it. It was not until noon that a faint ice green light flashed in front of his eyes. Robin hugged Ciri, who had a ruddy complexion, and appeared in front of him leisurely. Eamon squatted beside the evil mind with his knees hugged. He looked at the smile on Robin's face that deserved a beating. At this moment, he regretted breaking the oath of the Night's Watch and running to revive the Targaryen family with Robin. "Uncle." Robin saw Eamon in a daze, walked up to him, leaned over and shook his palm in front of him. "Are you okay?" "No problem." Eamon opened the palm in front of him and said unhappily. Robin smiled awkwardly, then raised his head and ordered the evil mind to return in High Valyrian. He turned sideways and nodded slightly to Ciri. Ciri understood, took a step forward, held their hands tightly, and activated the ability to teleport. The three returned to King's Landing. Eamon, the liaison officer of the Heart Tree, returned to his post, and the Empire's full mobilization order was finally sent to major citizen fiefdoms. King's Landing, the Imperial Conference Hall. In the center of the hall was a strange sand table, which was a miniature model of the Witcher world, delicately depicting that vast and mysterious world. Robin and Ciri stood in the middle, and introduced the situation of the Witcher world to all the ministers and army generals. Ciri traveled to this world in 293, and now 7 years have passed. The time before she traveled to the Witcher world was 1268, plus 7 years, so the timeline of the Witcher world is 1275. At this point in time, the Third Northern War in the Witcher world has been fought. Nilfgaard vs the Northern Kingdoms. Nilfgaard has lost the Third Northern War. The Northern Kingdoms are being unified by the Kingdom of Redania. According to the intelligence gathered by our scouts, the Demon Hunter world is now in a situation of 2 strong and many weak. Landor continued. Robin nodded and asked him, "Where do you think we should choose as the first stronghold?" "Once the fixed portal is opened, it cannot be moved. My blood energy can only support 1 teleportation point." Ciri reminded Landor that he should be cautious in choosing a teleportation point. She pointed to the center of the sand table again. "How about descending to Sintra? This is my homeland. I can call on my people to overthrow the rule of Nilfgaard." Landor shook his head slightly and decisively denied it. "Sintra's location is too important. If we occupy it, it will be easy to be besieged by the northern countries and Nilfgaard. What if we form an alliance with the northern countries?" Ciri continued to suggest without giving up. The north is now led by King Radovid V of Redania. According to the existing intelligence, Radovid V is engaging in witch hunting, and we Targaryens are supporting the magician class. We and the northern countries have no trust in the foundation of the alliance. Landor made a careful analysis. Ciri sighed and said no more. Lando frowned, his eyes flashing with a calm light. His fingers moved gently on the sand table, as if looking for the best tactical layout. "Your Majesty, Princess, and Ministers." Lando thought for a moment and then spoke. "I think it would be most appropriate to establish a teleportation point in the Skellige Islands." "Tell me about it." Robin nodded and encouraged. The Skellige Islands are located in the west of the continent, outside the coast of Sintra. He drew a clear line on the sand table with his fingers, connecting Skellige and Sintra. "We can conquer the islands first, and then use the princess's claim to plan Sintra." Robin was quite in favor of Lando's idea. They were aliens going to the Demon Hunter world, and it was easy for them to be resisted by the local people. Teleporting overseas could occupy a base without anyone noticing. "Do you have any other ideas on strategy? Or do you have any additions to Marshal Lando's analysis?" Robin looked around at everyone present. "You can also raise any objections." "No." The Red Fox shook his head. "It's good to be teleported from Skellige. When we Targaryens came to Westeros, we also landed on Dragonstone first." Eamon agreed. Ciri also nodded. Skellige and her homeland Sintra are across the sea, which will definitely be of great help to the restoration of the country. Then the big strategy is determined. Robin nodded to Randall. During the period of time when the army is gathering, Randall and the generals of the army and navy must come up with a complete tactical plan to conquer the Skellige Islands. No problem. Randall bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes, your majesty. Oakenshield responded immediately. He thought he would be executed with Garland, but he didn't expect that Robin would let him go temporarily because he saw that the world expedition needed people. He actively participated in any opportunity to redeem himself. This is the end of the discussion on the strategic deployment of the army. Robin turned to look at Qyburn. Next we will discuss the plunder of extraordinary technology and resources. Teacher Qyburn, please talk about the needs of the institute first, and then we will make a plan. Qyburn nodded slightly, then turned and walked to the blackboard at the back. He picked up the chalk and neatly listed a table on the blackboard. He began to introduce in detail. After the return of the demon tide, the research and development of the seed of life has also made considerable breakthroughs. The research institute has also found the reason for the bottleneck you encountered in the Grand Knight stage. This is mainly because the early design of the seed of life did not take into account the combination of physical and spiritual energy. We are developing a reagent that can form spiritual energy patterns on the Grand Knight to help the Grand Knight break through the limits of the physical body. This level, named Legendary Knight by the Research Institute, can not only manipulate the fighting spirit that combines spiritual energy and physical body, but also is expected to have a punching force of more than 100,000 pounds. And the technology of the Demon Hunter mutant decoction in the Demon Hunter world has many similarities with the reagents of the Legendary Knight. Robin continued, so the first extraordinary technology we plundered is the Demon Hunter's mutant decoction. Yes, if the Legendary Knight reagent is completed, it will greatly improve the combat power of the Empire's high-level forces, and it will be much easier to conquer the Demon Hunter world. Qyburn smiled and nodded, and he returned to the battle table sandbox. Robin thought of a future scene, with a giant dragon bombing above, and a legendary knight killing with precision below. Qyburn scanned the map, and found the Cadamore Castle of the Wolf School. You should take advantage of the time before the army gathers, to attack this school of demon hunters. The Research Institute will be able to launch the legendary reagent when the teleport point is opened. When she saw that Qyburn was pointing to the school where her father, the White Wolf, was, Ciri's face changed immediately. The Wolf School had a special meaning to her. She had received combat training there and established deep friendships with many demon hunters of the Wolf School. No. Ciri objected directly. Qyburn and the ministers looked at her in surprise. Robin thought about it and understood. The Wolf School was her father-in-law's lair. Ciri would definitely not let the Empire steal it. This school once helped me when I was in trouble. We can't attack Cadamore Castle, Ciri explained in a tough tone. Qyburn hesitated and looked at Robin. Robin nodded slightly to Qyburn. Do you have the addresses of other schools? Qyburn asked Robin and Ciri. Let me think. Robin did not reply immediately, but rubbed his chin and thought. There are 6 schools known to witches: wolf, cat, bear, snake, griffin, and manticore. The wolf school is actually the best target, but considering Ciri's feelings, it is temporarily a backup. The cat school has no fixed place to settle down, and it is impossible to find it in a short time. The bear school's nest is the Hinkavech fortress, but they are very cold and lack the enthusiasm to protect the school. When the school encounters difficulties, the members go their separate ways, leaving an empty city. The headquarters of the Snake School, Guswood Fortress, was originally under the control of the Nilfgaard Empire. Later, due to political turmoil, they stood on the wrong side and Guswood Fortress was besieged by the Imperial Army, and the school died. The Griffin School is in the castle of Keel Siren. The warlock created an avalanche on the mountain behind the castle, and only a few people were left, hovering on the edge of extinction. Robin was not very clear about the Manticore School, as this school rarely appeared in the original worldview. In general, the demon hunters have withered to the brink of extinction. The demon hunter world does not seem to be very friendly to the extraordinary. Warlocks suffer ruthless persecution and hunting, while those demon hunters whose duty is to eradicate monsters are despised by the people they protect. The powerful regard them as tools and use them as guns. Let's try our luck at the headquarters of the Bear School and the Griffin School. Robin pointed to the Hainkovech Fortress of the Bear School and the Kiel Siren Castle, where the Griffin School is located. If we can't find their school leaders, we can only go to the Wolf School. Robin looked at Siri, who tilted her head and glared back at him. Robin spread his hands and smiled. Of course we will negotiate in a peaceful way. Killing is not necessarily the only way to solve the problem. The battle plan is determined. The teleportation point is set on the Great Skellige Island. The Sentinels of Light are responsible for guarding the teleportation gate, and the Nightbringers will follow me to carry out the plundering mission. Are you going in person? The crazy woman said worriedly. Is it too risky? After all, you are the Emperor. Qyburn also advised. Everyone looked at Robin and agreed with Qyburn's words. Robin smiled and said easily, don't forget, I'm the Black Emperor. Half a month later, in front of the pyramid outside King's Landing, with Robin's return, a new construction project started again. This time, it was not to continue building the towering pyramid, but to build a solid wall and a giant arch. Outside the wall, a huge army was stationed here. Their uninterrupted vigilance and patrols around the clock made the several kilometers long wall airtight and solid. In the center of the wall, towering into the sky, was a towering black stone arch of dozens of meters. The black stone arch is composed of huge stone pillars and solid arch structures. It is 50 meters high and more than 45 meters wide. It looks majestic and majestic. At the top of the black stone arch stands a small three-headed dragon sculpture, which is the glorious emblem of the Targaryen Empire, symbolizing the glory and power of the empire. On both sides of the arch, there are exquisite reliefs, which vividly depict the heroic battle scenes of the Imperial Army and the magnificent scenes of victory and triumph. Bang bang, with the deafening sound, dozens of dragons landed in front of the giant arch one after another. They were divided into two groups, and lay on the square in front of the arch. The young dragon knights on their backs tried to control the dragons to prevent fighting. At this time, neat footsteps came from the entrance of the wall. Robin and Siri walked in front, their expressions solemn. Qyburn and the Minister of the Court followed closely. Then came the Knights of the Sentinels of Light and the Nightbringers led by Randall and Bronn. They were dressed in armor, and had vigorous and powerful steps. Open this world gate, Robin said to Siri and Qyburn. Qyburn nodded seriously, and he walked forward, and told the Maester waiting beside the arch, to pour the prepared Philosopher's Stone into the groove under the arch. Siri walked to the arch and closed her eyes, devoting herself to her spatial ability. Suddenly, a fierce silver-green light emerged from her body, and these spatial energies surged, as if responding to her will. Siri opened her eyes and placed her hands vertically in front of her. These spatial energies quickly gathered between her hands, forming a dazzling ball of light. She pushed hard, turning this ball of light into a beam of light that shot at the three-headed dragon sculpture at the top of the arch. The silver-green spatial energy instantly enveloped the entire black stone arch. The huge amount of Philosopher's Stone covered by the spatial energy began to melt slowly, as if undergoing a magical transformation. As time passed, these stones gradually transformed into two huge, crystal-clear red crystals, emitting charming light. These two giant Philosopher's Stones stood on both sides of the portal, and were the energy source of the portal. Ah! Siri shouted loudly, and then suddenly pushed the energy beam in her hand. This powerful force made the silver-green space energy on the arch instantly active, and began to gather and link inside the arch. These energies quickly formed a rotating silver-green vortex in the arch, like a black hole in the universe. The vortex rotated at a high speed, constantly devouring the surrounding energy, so that the entire arch was shrouded in a brilliant silver-green glow. Siri was sweating and pale, so weak that she seemed to fall to the ground at any time. Seeing this, Robin immediately stepped forward and hugged her in his arms, supporting her carefully. Thank you for your hard work, Siri. Robin kissed her on the forehead. Siri just smiled. They looked up at this magnificent building together, and Robin murmured in a low voice, "The dark portal is open." Chapter 81 Griffin School. At the beginning of the establishment of Irennal School of Magic, Robin had shared with the dignitaries of the Empire the plans for the Empire's future world expedition. Therefore, the current mission was only to occupy the vicinity of the portal stronghold, and he did not feel the need for too much pre-war mobilization. Robin waited for a while, to let Ciri recover her mental strength, and they stepped into the teleportation archway newly named Dark Portal together. Opposite the door was a primeval forest. After Robin walked out of the portal and looked back, a mirrored dark portal stood in the forest. Behind him, the high-ranking officials of the Targaryen Empire walked out one after another, followed by a large group of well-equipped knights. The ones with the white right wing logo on their chest armor were the Lightbringers, and the ones with the black right wing were the Darkbringers. It's amazing. The crazy woman turned around and looked around the quiet forest. Rose leaned over and picked a wildflower from the grass and said with emotion, "A brand new world is waiting for us to pick." The knights who walked out of the portal seemed to be endless, so that the open space near the dark portal was occupied by the crowd, and it became crowded and crowded. Bronn ordered the knights to go on alert outside, and teams of patrol sentinels scanned the nearby areas vigilantly to ensure safety. Lando directed his men in an orderly manner, cutting down the trees that were in the way and clearing an open space to make enough space for the knights, soldiers, and craftsmen pouring out of the dark portal. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Robin put his arm around Ciri's waist and summoned a ghost. The ghost spread its wings and took the two of them up into the sky. As the altitude gradually increased, they overlooked the magnificent scenery of the forest and found a small village to the west. "That's the village of Limbian." Ciri hugged Robin and put her head on Robin's chest. "When I was a child, I often spent winter and summer in Skellige. My grandfather took me to this village to see the sea of purple flowers." Seeing that Ciri was somewhat moved by the scene, Robin smiled and comforted. "I will accompany you to see the sea of flowers in the future." He lowered his head and looked down. More than 1,000 knights of the Empire had all walked out of the dark portal and were guarding the portal in neat rows. Following closely behind were giant dragons ranging from 10 to 20 meters long. Under the restraint of the dragon riders, they carefully folded their wings and slowly crawled out of the portal. If the portal was destroyed by the dragons and collapsed, the closing space cracks would instantly cut the dragons in two. After nearly 40 dragons crawled out of the portal, the towering ancient trees nearby suffered. These dragons were incredibly powerful, and they quickly cleared a large area of open space by pulling out tall trees. Craftsmen, logistics, soldiers, maesters, teams of people participating in the expedition came to the new world. The vicinity of the dark portal presented a scene of bustling activity. Robin looked down from the sky, and the scene in front of him gave him a sense of déjà vu of playing a strategic game. The Empire's craftsmen were busy building fortifications around the dark portal, and the army began to cut down trees and set up tents. Pull. Fierce. Some dragons flew into the air and hovered near the dark portal, making room for the mortals on the ground. Some true dragon blood controlled dragons to fly near Robin and greeted him in childish voices. Robin smiled and nodded to the children, telling them not to fly too far, as there were still many humans and creatures in the world that could kill dragons. "The village of Limbian seems to have been alarmed by the dragon," Ciri said, looking at the village in the west. Robin nodded and then controlled the ghost to land on the ground. He summoned Randall and Bronn and told them to control the village of Limbian and make sure to block the news of the Empire's arrival. That night, Robin experienced the beauty of the world of demon hunters in the village of Limbian. The next morning, 15 dragons and their dragon riders gathered in front of the wooden building where Robin rested. They were about to embark on a journey to find the demon hunter's decoction technology. Robin dressed neatly and walked out of the wooden building leisurely. He nodded slightly to the children standing on the dragon's back, indicating that they were ready to set off. In Daenerys's joyful eyes, Robin climbed onto her dragon and sat behind her. He stretched out his strong arms and gently embraced Daenerys's slender waist. "Try the dragon shock in the air when you have a chance on the way," Robin whispered in Daenerys' ear. Daenerys suddenly felt an itch on her neck and shrank involuntarily. Robin's teasing made her blush. With the deafening roar of the dragon, the dragons took off into the air, circled in the air, and then flew towards the direction of the dark gate. In the open space near there were 5-6 meter long and wide carriages, with several chain hooks hanging on them. These carriages were carefully designed to cooperate with the dragons, and used to transport heavy objects or people. The dragons easily grabbed the carriages, hung them on the hooks, and then spread their wings and flew high. One carriage was filled with logistical supplies, and the other 4 carriages were carrying the Empire's high-end combat power, knights. 3 dragons in one box. The dragons will be transported alternately during the long journey. Robin took the dragon team, 5 great knights and 15 senior knights, to fly to the Demon Hunter continent. Their destination, the castle of the Griffin School, Keel Siren. Keel Siren is in the kingdom of Povis, which means that Keel Siren is located in one of the most remote corners of the world. The dragons first arrived at the coastline, and then went all the way north. Even at the flying speed of the dragons, this voyage took nearly half a month. If the Griffin School cannot find this technology, they will have to return to the south and explore the lair of the Bear School. Although it was a bit boring along the way, it was still pleasant to have Dina as accompany her. Robin and Danny occupied a carriage alone and began to teach Danny knowledge hand in hand to help her unlock more difficult postures. Time was in a hurry. During the time Robin and his team were on the road, the forces of Great Skellige Island had discovered the Empire's army. The island is occupied by 2 major families. The Clet family guards the Keldrone fortress and occupies the northern end of the island, while the Drummond family occupies the southern end. It is certain that these 2 families are no match for the Empire's army. In the Game of Thrones world, the Targaryen Empire spans 2 continents and has a population of tens of millions. The total population controlled by the 2 families is not as large as the Empire's army. The conquest war of Great Skellige Island began under the leadership of Randil. Ciri's grandmother married the royal family of the Skellige Islands. The current king of Skellige is named Kratzenklet, the Sea Boar. The Sea Boar is her grandfather's nephew. It is worth mentioning that this Sea Boar is also the old lover of the sorceress Yennefer. Ciri teleported to the Keldrone fortress and tried to persuade the Sea Boar to surrender to the Empire. However, the Sea Boar was very angry that Ciri brought the Targaryen Empire invasion. He roared fiercely. If Ciri was not his relative, he would have ordered Ciri to be surrounded and killed long ago. More than 10 years ago, when Ciri's parents visited the archipelago, the Sea Boar hosted them throughout the trip. However, Ciri's father went out to sea despite the Sea Boar's opposition, resulting in a shipwreck, and Ciri's parents sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone blamed all this on the Sea Boar Kratz, who wanted to die to apologize to Ciri's grandmother, but was rejected. From then on, the Sea Boar had a knot in his heart, the surviving daughter of Ciri's parents. He promised in the name of the family that he would do his best to help Ciri in this life. But the girl who once vowed to protect now acted as a guide for the invaders and stabbed him in the back. This contrast stimulated the Sea Boar to almost go crazy on the spot. But the Empire's conquest process will not be interrupted by some love affairs. In half a month, more than 200,000 troops have walked out of the Dark Portal one after another. Under the command of the army general, the Imperial Army began to divide its troops into several routes to push across the entire Great Skellige Island. The castle of Keel Siren was built by a wizard and has an excellent geographical location. It stands on the cliffs of the coastline of Povis, with the Flying Dragon Mountains behind it. It is as difficult to reach the castle by land as to ascend to heaven, while the defenders can continue to obtain supplies through the sea route. The geographical environment makes Keel Siren a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. After half a month of trekking, Robin's team finally arrived at this steep fortress. Old Kelder is an outstanding demon hunter of the Griffin School. He once shouldered the important task of teaching apprentices about monster knowledge. In this empty castle like a ruin, he is the only one guarding here. He is like a gravekeeper, guarding the grave of the Griffin School. More than a dozen dragons suddenly appeared in the sky, which immediately attracted the attention of Old Kelder. He walked to the wall of the castle and looked up at these dragons. The dragons also discovered the existence of Old Kelder, but they did not attack. Instead, they chose to land and gently put down the carriage under their claws in the castle. Robin opened the door of the carriage and stepped out with the ice giant sword. When he saw the vertical pupils in Old Kelder's eyes, a playful smile appeared on his face. Demon Hunter, you know, I'm not used to talking to people with my head up. Robin smiled at Old Kelder on the wall. Dina is pinned the buttons on her chest to cover her delicate and plump whiteness. She walked to Robin and looked at Old Kelder curiously. The other 3 boxes were opened at the same time, and more than 20 knights in armor stood neatly behind Robin. "Who are you?" Old Kelder frowned, stared at Robin with golden vertical pupils, and shouted in a deep voice, "Are you also here to find the secret of the griffin?" Robin raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly to him. Unexpectedly, the old demon hunter guessed their purpose at once. "All the magic documents and books are in that piece of ruins. You can take whatever you want. If you dig it up, it will be yours." Old Kelder sneered and mocked. Alan, the founder of the Griffin School, had a strong interest in magic. The use of magic naturally became an important part of the academy's education. The impact on Kelsiren was that the castle had a considerable collection of magic literature. This also became the fuse for the destruction of Kelsiren. The wizards from the outside world repeatedly asked the demon hunters to share these books and knowledge with them. Similarly, the Griffin School did not give a positive answer. The wizards who were unable to get what they wanted planned a disaster to retaliate against these demon hunters. The mountains that had been protecting the fortress were brought down by the wizards with an avalanche, engulfing the castle and killing all the demon hunters inside. Old Kelder had seen countless forces that came to Kelsiren to explore the secret arts. Whenever he encountered these forces and people who pursued mysterious powers, Old Kelder would tease them with a sarcastic tone. But today he obviously found the wrong person to tease. Robin raised the ice giant sword on his shoulder with one hand, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Old Kelder. With a bang, the giant sword instantly burst into flames, and the blazing firelight reflected on his knife-like face, making his expression look extremely cold. "You are looking for shit," Robin replied indifferently. "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 82. You are seeking death. Clang. Old Kelder pulled out the steel sword from his back, and he raised his head slightly to look down on Robin. In the past, there were also warlocks and other extraordinary warriors who wanted to kill him, the remnant of the Griffin School, but Old Kelder had lived for nearly 200 years, and was not a vegetarian. As a master demon hunter, not everyone could sneer at him. Even if these more than 10 dragons were difficult to match, as the Gravikeeper of the castle of Kelsiren, he knew every inch of the castle. "Just hide in the secret passage. Who can find his trace?" "Ha." Robin grinned. He was amused by this arrogant demon hunter, and what else could he say? He had long wanted to learn the weight of the demon hunter. He made a tactical gesture to the knight squad, and more than 20 knights immediately began to climb up the wall quickly, surrounding Kelder and forming an airtight encirclement. The knights did not act hastily, but held their swords, and solemnly made way for a large space. They looked at the old demon hunter with a cat and mouse look. Old Kelder sneered disdainfully, then took a bottle of mysterious black potion from his belt. He raised his head and drank the potion in one gulp. In an instant, Kelder's eyes turned completely black, and countless black blood vessels like spider webs appeared around his eyes, which made people shudder. He tilted his head to the left, staring at Robin with deep black eyes, and at the same time, stretched out his hand, bent his index finger, and hooked it at Robin. Fuck. Robin met this kind of person for the first time, and he was really a little angry in his heart, and couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Robin nimbly used several leaps to lightly flip onto the city wall, and then performed the classic slash of splitting Huashan Mountain, slashing fiercely at Kelder's head, with great momentum. Boom. In Kelder's eyes, a huge flaming sword fell from the sky, with endless fiery red, as if it was going to crush the entire city wall under its power. Although he despised Robin strategically, he also saw that this group of people were extraordinary, otherwise they would not have taken drugs to activate the second stage of temporary mutation at the first time. Kelder raised his left hand above his head, his palm was claw-shaped, and his little finger was slightly hooked. He shouted the spell, Quen. In an instant, a shimmering golden shield unfolded, protecting him tightly in it. Boom. The flaming giant sword collided violently with the shield, making a deafening sound, tearing the shield into a twisted shape, but it still stubbornly defended against this attack. Kelda had a blank expression on his face, as if he had already expected this result. He was about to swing the steel sword in his hand to fight back, but he saw Robin cleverly using the recoil force to swing the giant sword up and slash down again with brute force. The red streak, with its violent crushing force, hit the golden shield again. Bang! Exclamation mark. The golden shield was shattered directly, turning into golden energy fragments and dissipating. Kelda took advantage of the brief moment of Quen's shield blocking him and quickly rolled on the ground, dodging the impact of the remaining power of the sword move in a clumsy but flexible manner. While he was rolling on the ground, the steel sword in his hand slashed at Robin's left leg like lightning, intending to avoid the attack, while also causing some trouble to the opponent. Robin simply used the ice giant sword as support for his upper body, raised his legs, and kicked Kelda fiercely. With a bang, the steel boot hit Kelda's forehead, and he was kicked by Robin, and rolled on the ground for several rounds. Kelda shook his head, and stood up from the ground with the sword. He held the hilt of the sword tightly in his abdomen, and then launched a fierce stabbing attack on Robin. He saw that Robin's giant sword was opening and closing, and decided to use close combat to fight Robin. The demon hunter is quite resistant to blows. Robin saw that Kelda was kicked in the head, and acted as if nothing had happened. His movements did not slow down, because of his thoughts. The flaming giant sword had already swung a semicircle, and slashed at Kelda from bottom to top. This upward slash covered all directions, making Kelda's idea of close combat unrealistic and simply a pipe dream. Quen. Bang. The slash was blocked by the seal again. But Kelda did not stop. He put his foot on the ground and moved sideways quickly to Robin's side. Robin's flaming giant sword was shaken away by the reaction force at this time, but he did not panic. He squatted slightly to increase the stability of his lower body. He twisted his spine and tightened his waist and abdomen, trying his best to pull the flaming giant sword back to give Kelda a fatal horizontal slash. Seeing Robin's actions, Kelda showed a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his left hand again, aiming at the palm of Robin's dual-wielding sword handles, and chanted loudly, "Ard." A violent telekinetic shock wave burst out from Kelda's palm, directly hitting the handles of Robin's dual-wielding swords. With a thud, the key force point was hit by a huge external force, and the flaming giant sword flew out of his hand and rushed out of the battlefield. Robin watched his weapon fly away with a look of astonishment on his face. Kelda did not pause at all, and the tip of the steel sword in his right hand pierced Robin's throat with a fierce attack, intending to win in one fell swoop. His eyes were indifferent, and he didn't care about Robin's life. Daenerys stared at this thrilling scene with wide eyes and subconsciously covered her mouth. At this moment, no one could believe that the once invincible Black Emperor was about to be defeated. If Robin died here, the consequences for the Empire would be disastrous. Robin reacted in an instant and turned his head to face Kelda. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and his chest bulged high like an airbag. Kelda saw the red flames condensing in Robin's throat, and his smug smile instantly solidified on his face. A trace of astonishment and panic flashed in his eyes. "No!" Kelda roared. The surging red flames erupted from Robin's throat, forming a continuous burst of fire, and washed Kelda's face at close range. After spraying it all out in one breath, Robin's eyes revealed a look of pain, and he kept coughing with his hands on his knees. His throat and lungs felt a burning pain, and he was really burned by the flames for more than 10 seconds. Ding ding. The steel sword fell to the ground powerlessly, and Kelda fell in front of Robin with a head like a braised lion's head. The smoking head exuded bursts of barbecue aroma. "Your Majesty." Daenerys hurried over, supported Robin, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Water." Robin spit hoarsely. The knights immediately rushed to the supply car and quickly took out the water bag and handed it to Robin. The scene just now frightened them so much that the Emperor almost died. There was still a trace of fear on their faces. "See if this guy is still alive." Robin took a few gulps of water and breathed a sigh of relief. He kicked the demon hunter lying on the ground. The knight squatted down and sniffed Kelda's breath. "He is still alive." Hearing the report, Robin had to admire the demon hunter's tenacity. Lock him up and keep him under strict guard. This guy's definitely not an ordinary demon hunter. After returning, torture him severely. If he knows the formula for decoction, we can save the trouble of the best school to find the formula," Robin ordered. The power of this man's second mutation, after taking drugs, is only slightly inferior to that of me, the strongest Great Knight, and he is extremely skilled in the use of magic signs. I'm afraid no one will believe that he is an ordinary demon hunter. Yes, your majesty. The knight ordered to get the shackles. The gate of the castle of Kelsiren was suddenly pushed open from the outside. You're right. He's not an ordinary demon hunter. Kelder was once an instructor at the Griffin School. But he doesn't know the formula for the Griffin School's decoction. A heavy and majestic voice came from outside the door. Robin and others looked over and saw a strong knight with a mohawk and full steel armor stepping into the castle. His shoulder armor was decorated with griffin feathers. He held a silver steel giant sword that flashed with cold light. His demeanor was calm and elegant, like a gentleman on the battlefield. And the decoction formula is in my head. The steel-armored knight put the silver steel giant sword on the ground, raised his head slightly, and looked at Robin proudly. Who are you? Robin picked up the ice giant sword and asked lightly. His eyes collided with the steel-armored mohawk knight in the air. Boom. The ice giant sword turned into a flaming giant sword again. Robin walked to the edge of the city wall, stepped 1 foot on the battlement, and looked down at the luxuriously equipped knight. At this time, he suddenly discovered that this knight also had golden vertical pupils and was undoubtedly a demon hunter. My name is Aelan, he answered casually. Aelan held the silver steel giant sword horizontally in front of him with one hand and gently wiped the sword with one hand. The runes etched on the sword seemed to be summoned and activated one by one, emitting a faint golden glow. He was hunting monsters on the coastline of Povis and happened to find more than a dozen dragons flying towards the castle of Kelsiren, so he rushed back to his lair without stopping. Robin was shocked when he heard the name. He didn't expect to meet the leader and founder of the Griffin School. Aelan was one of the first demon hunters created by Alzu, and almost became the most perfect incarnation of the great wizard's ambition. The founder of the Griffin School deeply identified with the values that Alzu believed in. Like Alzu, he was also familiar with the Guide to Knightly Virtues and could recite any paragraph in the book at will. Haha, I didn't expect to meet a demon hunter master like you. Robin put away his legs on the wall and gave the other party the corresponding respect. He wanted to try to recruit him to serve the Empire. We came to the castle of Kelsiren, not for the purpose of killing or provoking, but for the desire to obtain the formula of the herbal decoction. If Lord Aelan is willing to trade with me, we will fully support you in rebuilding the Griffin School. Aelan frowned. He had heard this kind of rhetoric to help him rebuild the school countless times in the centuries after the school was destroyed. It was always like this. Those people used sweet words to trick him into being a thug, and then after using him, they would hide away. He had been deceived and betrayed too many times, and would not easily believe in other people's promises. Do you know? Aelan tilted his head and said to Robin. Robin looked at him puzzled and asked back, know what? I'm not used to talking to others with my head up. Aelan looked at Robin with a smile and teasing. Dare to imitate my speech? This person has been crouching in the castle for a long time. Robin's smile froze on his face in an instant. His expression became cold and serious, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, staring at the other person closely. He once again learned the mocking style of this silly bird school. It was not unfair for the warlock to bury him alive with an avalanche. You are looking for shit, Robin said with gritted teeth. You are looking for death. Aelan laughed playfully. The two shouted the declaration of war almost at the same time, and the atmosphere became extremely tense in an instant. The war was inevitable, as if a strong wind suddenly rose, shrouding the entire castle in a solemn atmosphere. Chapter 83 The First Demon Hunter. Robin did not rush forward rashly. He waved his hand, and more than 10 knights immediately jumped off the wall and formed a battle formation to surround Aelan. Swish, swish. 3 other knights had already bent their bows and shot a few arrows. This created opportunities for the other knights to attack. Aelan slashed a few arrows smoothly, and the knight's siege was imminent. When Robin thought that Aelan would stretch out his palm to cast a seal, Aelan stuck the silver steel giant sword in his hand into the ground, and he shouted loudly, Eden. A rune on the sword body emitted purple lightning, and 6 purple energy triangles appeared on the ground around him at the same time. Robin frowned. The hidden seal can be set on the surface or floor to form a magic trap. He didn't expect that Elon could use a sword to cast it instantly, but it was obviously not enough to deal with the siege of 5 great knights and a dozen senior knights. Elon did not let Robin wait for long. The other 2 etched runes on his silver steel sword also glowed purple after a moment. Zzzz 12 more purple energy opposing triangle runes appeared on the ground next to Elon. Don't go. Robin immediately shouted anxiously. However, the knights had no time to stop. The moment they crossed the runes, the opposing triangle runes suddenly burst into violent silver lightning, hissing. In a flash, a huge light pillar formed outside Elon's body, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at it. The 5 great knights struggled to break free from the electric wall and escaped, but the other senior knights did not have such strength. They were tightly stuck in the electric prison, shaking violently, and the electric current penetrated their bodies. After a moment, their bodies became charred and fell to the ground helplessly. Elon quickly took out a bottle of black potion in the electric light prison and swallowed it without hesitation. Then his eyes immediately turned pitch black, and black veins crawled up his cheeks, making his face look even more hideous. Multiple sigils are the secret of the Griffin School. It is this powerful secret that has attracted the warlocks to the school. The warlocks who were unable to obtain it finally triggered an avalanche and destroyed his school. He showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face, pulled up the silver steel giant sword on the ground, and prepared to start the long-lost killing. The moment the lightning prison disappeared, Elon's anger and rage were uncontrollable. He wanted to rush up the wall and give the leader a fatal attack. At this moment, more than a dozen childish commands came to his ears. Dracarys exclamation point quote asterisk 15. Rumble rumble rumble. The space around Elon instantly turned into a world of fire, with flames of various colors all around, rushing towards him violently, as if to burn everything. His face changed drastically, and he raised the silver steel giant sword in his hand above his head, shouting angrily, Quen. 3 golden triangular runes lit up one by one on the silver steel sword. 3 Quen shields merged into a reinforced version to block the flames, but the scorching flames made him feel unable to breathe, and the armor on his body became scorching hot. Robin's voice came from outside the flame world. Dragons are divided into 2 groups, and they take turns to spit dragon breath. Fuck. Elon gritted his teeth and cursed, holding up the silver steel sword and trying to support the Quen shield. In this endless sea of fire, the flames seemed endless, which made him fall into despair. Elon reached for his belt and took out a bottle of white potion from it. This bottle of potion is a secondary mutation potion specially developed for him by his recreator Arzu. Only as the most perfect work of Arzu, he is qualified to take it. This potion is unbearable for other 2nd generation demon hunters, and once taken, they will die immediately. In his life of more than 300 years, Elon had used it once, except for the avalanche. This was the 2nd time he was forced into such a desperate situation. After raising his head and swallowing the white potion, Elon's muscles suddenly bulged up. His skin turned pale like a corpse, which made people shudder. At the same time, his height kept rising, and he stopped when he was nearly 3 meters tall, turning into a small giant. The steel armor on his body could not withstand this powerful force, and his swollen body was instantly squeezed and exploded, and fragments flew everywhere. Roar. A beast-like roar sounded in the sea of fire. Robin heard the movement and stared at the center of the dragon's breath solemnly. A large amount of thick black particles began to emerge from his body, and the ghost form was condensed. With a pair of wings slightly flapped, he flew into the air. Roar. A deafening roar came from the raging sea of fire, and a grey-white humanoid monster suddenly jumped out. It held a silver steel giant sword shining with golden light, and the sword body shone with a sharp light, rushing towards a giant dragon that was spewing dragon breath. This monster was Elon. He rushed out too suddenly, and his speed was so fast that the green dragon had no time to react. A huge blade instantly chopped at the dragon's head, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. The dragon's right horn was cut off instantly, and the silver steel giant blade was deeply embedded in the dragon's forehead. The shrill dragon roar was deafening. The more than 10-meter long green dragon shook its head frantically, trying to get rid of Elan's attack. It flapped its wings and took a few steps back, but it was eventually unable to support itself and fell heavily to the ground. Elan grinned and pulled out the silver steel giant sword, just about to behead the dragon and end its life. Suddenly, a black wing with a sharp black light cut towards his waist. Bang! The golden Quen protective shield was propped up, blocking the ghost swing attack. Robin let go of the ghost and let a Mumu go to entangle Elan first. In the battle, after the dragon's breath lost its effect on Elan, more than 10 dragons went crazy and bit Elan madly. The 5 great knights did not step forward to participate in the battle, but protected the true dragon offspring beside the dragons. The huge destructive power of their battle made the ruined walls tremble slightly. Daenerys stood next to Robin and stretched out a hand to grab the sky. Her powerful and huge mental power, after merging with the psychic energy of the warp, condensed a huge magic fireball. The fireball shone brightly in the sky. Then Daenerys spread her arms parallel to her shoulders, raised her head slightly, and chanted the strongest spell taught to her by Ciri with her delicate lips. Her voice was melodious and mysterious, as if an invisible force was gathering with her chanting. The magic fireball slowly rotated and became bigger and bigger. Robin quickly glanced at the battlefield. Another great knight was cut into 2 by Elan, and his children were in danger. He stripped off his armor, revealing his full and clear chest muscles. Fire dragon breathing technique. Robin frowned and said in a low voice. He raised 2 fingers in front of his chest, and the intense spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips. Then Robin inserted the 2 fingers into the center of his chest and sank them in. Blood slowly flowed down from the center of his chest. Psychic breathing. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knelt on one knee in pain. The spiritual energy at his fingertips was constantly absorbed by the life seeds in his lungs. This method of forcibly stimulating the life seeds to break through to the legendary knight was a killer move that Robin had researched through repeated experiments and adventures. The chest muscles near the finger holes contracted reflexively and then loosened. This process was repeated continuously, as if a strange throat was swallowing liquid in large gulps. What changed was Robin's muscle groups all over his body. They were slightly squirming and twisting, like steel wire ropes constantly entangled and tied together. The muscles all over his body jumped, as if in coordination with the beating of the chest. Black spots gradually emerged near the finger holes. These spots spread on the chest muscles like ink, and finally formed a complete circle. The edge of this circle was as 110 years a burning flame. Boom. Daenerys cast the spell she had prepared for a long time, and a magic fireball with a diameter of 5 meters exploded instantly on the battlefield, with a shocking power! Exclamation mark. It was like a rocket detonating, raising huge flames and smoke. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and Elan was still standing, with the remains of 2 knights lying on the ground. Daenerys covered her lips. At this time, Robin completed his transformation, and his whole body was burning with raging flames. The hair on his body was burned clean in an instant. He grabbed the Valyrian steel sword beside him, jumped off the wall quickly, and rushed towards Elan like a flash of lightning. Clang! Exclamation mark. Light stars splashed, and the Valyrian steel sword and the rune sword bit together tightly. Robin and Elan were determined not to retreat. They held the hilt tightly, and went all out. The 2 leaned forward and put all their strength on the swords, causing the 2 swords to make a crackling sound under the terrifying force. Clang clang, the swords intertwined, and the harsh metal friction sound almost drove people crazy. The 2 faced each other, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Surprise at the other's strength. A sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Elan's mouth. Clang, the runes on the silver steel giant sword began to light up one by one. Ard, bang. Robin was pushed away by the huge mental impact of the giant sword, and his body flew into the air like a kite with a broken string. Elan's eyes were fierce, and he stepped up to catch up with Robin in an instant. The giant sword in his hand swept across, cutting the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Kai. Robin felt Elan's sword coming, and instantly cut into his body. As soon as the sword touched the muscle, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible energy, and could not move forward at all. This energy is the awakened fighting spirit of the legendary knight. It can be attached to weapons to attack, or it can be condensed on the body surface to form a solid defense. Robin attached the fighting spirit to his hand and grabbed Elon's left wrist. However, at this moment, the figure of a ghost appeared silently behind Elon. A Mumu spun rapidly like a gyroscope, and the black light on his wings flashed with cold light and cut towards Elon. When Elon was about to open his mouth to cast a seal, Robin had already opened his mouth and aimed at Elon's head. The blazing flames he had accumulated for a long time instantly erupted and poured directly into Elon's mouth. Puff puff puff. The ghost's wings cut Elon's right arm holding the sword, and the arm holding the silver steel giant sword fell to the ground. After Robin stabilized his body on the ground, he quickly pulled Elon's left hand to pull him closer to himself. Then Robin held the head of the Griffin leader tightly with both hands and performed the stunt of Flame Deep Throat again. A few seconds later, Elon lost consciousness. Robin threw him to the ground and then shouted to the remaining 2 knights, "Hurry up and save him, I need the knowledge in his head." He walked quickly towards the carriage outside the battlefield, and the originally deep black stripes on his chest gradually became lighter. This temporary promotion to a legendary knight, like the potion used by the demon hunter, has a certain time limit and side effects. The side effects of psychic breathing are particularly shocking, and the price is the exhaustion of vitality and death. Click. Robin closed the door of the carriage, grabbed the ice giant sword with his backhand, and wiped it on his neck. A moment later, click. The door of the carriage was opened, and Robin walked out with a normal face. Chapter 84 The First Wizard. Robin looked around the battlefield. This battle with Elon, the founder of the Griffin School, caused this temporary team to lose 7 senior knights, 3 great knight generals, and a dragon was hit on the head and lay on the ground with serious injuries. He is worthy of being the first batch of demon hunters in the demon hunter world. The legendary warlock Azu conducted demon hunter experiments 3 centuries ago. He collected 38 boys and girls from all over the country and brought them to Lisburg Castle for physical training and potion guidance. More than a year later, Azu's experiment was finally successful. Elon, the founder of the Griffin School, was one of the first 5 people to succeed in the experiment. Robin walked to Daenerys, who was treating Elon, and saw that she was carefully feeding some herbs to the demon hunter. "How is it?" Robin squatted down to observe and check the shackles on Elon. The injury is basically stable. His physique is quite unique. It is tougher and more vigorous than our knights. Daenerys turned her head and answered. Robin gently wiped the sweat off her forehead. "It's not necessary to let him fully recover, just keep him in a seriously injured state. Remember to give him sleeping pills regularly to make sure he doesn't wake up." "Understood." Daenerys nodded. Robin stood up and walked towards the seriously injured green dragon again. The dragon princesses basically surrounded it, their eyes full of anxiety. The owner of the green dragon even hugged the dragon's head tightly, crying in grief. They have always been proud of their true dragon bloodline, and they have been thinking they are superior since hatching the dragon. Now someone has chopped down their pride, and the blow to these true dragon heirs can be imagined. Robin did not alarm them. When they were born in the Empire and enjoyed these benefits, it was a necessary obligation to pay and sacrifice. If they did not have this awareness, it would be good to give up the dragon and become a civilian. One of the 2 remaining knights came over and whispered to Robin, "Because the dragon's skull armor is very thick, the blade did not hurt the dragon's brain, but now it can't move for a while. Can it recover?" Robin nodded slightly and asked. "Yes, it can recover," the knight affirmed. "How long do we need to wait in Kiel Sirens?" Robin said. "At least 3 days," the knight replied. Robin patted him on the shoulder. "Well, let the knights who died in the battle rest in peace first." "Yes, your majesty." The knight took the order and called his companions to collect the remains. Daenerys walked to Robin's side and watched the knights neatly collect the remains of their comrades and then put their clothes aside. The dragons then burned the remains, and the knights carefully packed the ashes in a small box made by themselves. She lowered her head and closed her eyes, and her hand drew the shape of a 7-pointed star representing the 7 gods on her chest. Robin heard Daenerys reciting words of repentance in a low voice, and suddenly remembered that the Dragon Queen had used magic to blow up one of her warriors. Robin patted her back gently, then put his arm around her waist and watched in silence as the bodies of these warriors were burned and collected. Let them clean up first, and let's go out and relax. Robin lowered his head and said softly. Daenerys nodded and called her dragon. Balerion. She called in the direction of the dragon group. This was a nearly 30-meter black dragon, and its huge body flashed a cold and hard luster in the sun. Many scales on its body were broken, and some places were even broken open, revealing bright red granulations. In the battle just now, this dragon was the main force attacking Aelan. Daenerys looked at the black dragon, her eyes full of concern and worry. She walked forward and gently stroked the black dragon's broken scales to comfort it. The black dragon lowered its head, as if responding to her comfort. When Robin received the 3 dragon eggs from Illyrio, he kept the largest black dragon egg and gave it to Daenerys. Now it seems that this black dragon has indeed shown extraordinary strength and characteristics. They climbed onto the dragon's back and flew into the air, soaring freely along the coast of Povis. As the dragon spread its wings and flew high, the sea breeze brushed across their cheeks, bringing a fresh breath. Admiring the sparkling sea below and the mountains in the distance, Robin hugged Daenerys and asked in her ear, "You cast the spell Lava Burst at that time, right?" "I didn't mean to, they were too close at the time," Daenerys said nervously. "I'm not blaming you." Robin picked her up and sat on the dragon's saddle facing him. "Look at this." Robin raised his right hand to the sky, and a strange purple eye opened in his palm. He chanted, "O Sun Spirit, mask of lava, element of the universe and the name of fire, passion and restraint, standing on the unpunished sky with just your palm." As Robin's chanting sounded, a magic fireball nearly 5 meters long condensed and formed above his raised palm. He waved his hand lightly, and the huge fireball fell to the beach below. With a loud bang, the magic fireball exploded on the beach, and immediately sand and dust flew, flames splashed, and a huge pit was blown out. AWW. The giant dragon Balerion was frightened by the sudden explosion and couldn't help but let out a deafening dragon cry. Daenerys watched in amazement as Robin successfully replicated her spell. She looked at him with admiration and said enviously, "You cast it really fast, chanting a few fewer spells, but the power is greater than the fireball I cast. Do you want to learn?" Robin smiled. "Yes." Daenerys nodded her little head vigorously. "Then you have to, me first." Robin grinned. Daenerys blushed, but she was still obedient. Balerion's voice was full of stubbornness and dissatisfaction. Then, it repeatedly performed several difficult somersaults in the sky. Daenerys lost her balance for a moment, and could only let her body sway up and down with the constantly changing gravity. On a flat reef on the seashore of Povis, Daenerys lay flat. The rising tide hit the reef and splashed waves, soaking her clothes and sticking to her skin. The black reef formed a sharp contrast with her fair and crystal skin, making her look particularly delicate and beautiful. "Close your eyes." Robin sat next to her and said softly. Daenerys closed her eyes obediently, but her eyelids were trembling slightly, revealing her inner restlessness. Pillar. Daenerys' clothes were torn open by Robin, revealing a large area of white and tender skin. Robin folded the torn piece of cloth repeatedly until it became thick enough. Then he carefully covered Daenerys' eyes with this strip of cloth to make sure it completely blocked her vision. Then he shook his palm left and right in front of Daenerys' eyes to make sure she really couldn't see anything. After making sure that her vision was completely blocked, Robin started the next step. He spread his left palm in front of him, and a purple eyeball opened the skin of his palm and opened his eye. This was the eyeball demon transformed by Robin's soul. Although Daenerys' mental power was stronger than Robin's, Robin cast spells faster than her, and the reason for this was the existence of the soul eyeball. The eyeball demon built an acquired magic source for Robin. Magic source refers to those who are born with wild and uncontrollable magic talents. In the world of demon hunters, these people are called source warlocks. For example, Ciri, Yennefer White Wolf and others are all born with magic source. Two specific differences: when ordinary warlocks cast spells, they must temporarily combine their mental power with the psychic energy of the subspace to form magic power, and then cast spells by chanting spells. This process is relatively cumbersome, and requires a certain amount of time to prepare, so it will be subject to certain restrictions. Because of the magic source contained in their bodies, source warlocks have ready-made magic energy reserves and do not need to temporarily combine magic power. This makes them much faster and more powerful than ordinary warlocks when casting spells. Robin frowned and gritted his teeth and used his right hand to claw at the eyeball in the palm of his left hand. With the tearing of flesh and blood, the purple eyeball was taken out, leaving a bloody pit in the palm of his left hand. After the eyeball left his body, the purple pupil in the center slowly disappeared and turned into a cataract again. Pop, the flesh in the pit of the left palm squirmed, and a purple eyeball grew out again. As a demon who was raised to a demon by Slaanesh himself, Robin's soul eyeball possessed the subtle origin of Slaanesh, which enabled it to control a weak extreme emotional authority. During the time when it was wandering in the forest of temptation, the eyeball kept asking and exploring. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? At that time, an emotional authority called curiosity condensed in the soul eyeball. To enhance the power of this subspace authority, the soul eyeball must absorb the curiosity emotion in the material world. However, the soul eyeball is just a demon, not an evil god with divine power, and cannot automatically collect emotions in the material world. As a part of oneself, the strength of the soul eyeball is directly related to the strength of the magic source in one's body. Moreover, the potential of the law authority of curiosity is very huge. Through continuous knowledge and exploration, it is expected to eventually reach the realm of prophecy or omniscience. The soul eyeball needs to find an effective way to obtain more emotions, to enhance its authority and power. Robin thought of a way, that is to corrupt various humans into his own followers. In this way, the power of the soul eyeball can be enhanced through the follower's desire for knowledge. The method of corruption is very simple. Just replace a human with Robin's demon eye. Once this human who is parasitic on Robin's flesh and blood is affected by the extreme desire for knowledge, he will continue to provide emotional value to Robin. At the same time, Robin's demon eye will also help this ordinary human condense an acquired magic source, allowing them to have stronger magic ability and potential. This parasitic relationship achieves a win-win situation, which not only enhances Robin's power, but also improves the level of human magic. Robin lifted the thick cloth covering Dinah's eyes and prepared to start the eye replacement operation. He stretched out his hand and covered Dinah's eyeball with a claw. Wait. Dinah looked at him and asked, will it hurt? Robin nodded affirmatively. I still have poppy milk essence. Can I drink some anesthetic first? She asked pitifully. Yes. Robin nodded again. The operation went very smoothly. After Robin's cataract eyeball was implanted in Dinah's left eye socket, it automatically connected to her optic nerve. As time went by, a pupil gradually emerged in the white of the eye, exactly the same as Dinah's right eye, as if this eye originally belonged to her. Now Dinah's can be regarded as her own demon family. While Dinah's was still asleep, Robin used his soul eyeball to sense the eyeball in her body. In an instant, he seemed to have entered a magical space, as if he had put on a pair of extremely realistic virtual reality glasses and entered Dinah's memory. As long as Robin had a thought, Dinah's memory would be easily searched out by him, clearly displayed in front of his eyes, allowing him to carefully check every detail. After exiting Dinah's memory space, Robin found that he could not only remotely check the memories of his family, but also observe things through the eyes of his family. At the same time, a faint and inaudible desire for knowledge continued to flow into the soul eyeball in the void, enhancing the power and authority of the soul eyeball. Dinah woke up with a moan. She rubbed her left eye and still felt some stinging there, but she soon showed a look of surprise. A magic source really appeared in her body. She climbed up and stretched her right hand diagonally to the sky. A huge magic fireball condensed and rotated above her right palm. The fireball emitted high temperature and its diameter increased rapidly, soon reaching 5 meters. Dinah pushed with her hand, and the magic fireball shot into the sky with a long tail flame. With a deafening roar, a gorgeous firework exploded in the clouds, bursting a huge hole. This is cast without a spell. Robin murmured in surprise. Chapter 85, The Falcon of Skellige. Woohoo. Dinah opened her arms and cheered loudly. She turned around and hugged Robin excitedly. I also have the source of magic, haha. Robin looked at her excited look and smiled, thinking that this was not bad. Her joy and excitement infected him, making him feel happy. From now on, the magicians who accept the Eye of Truth will be called wizards. Robin picked up Daenerys and turned around a few times. Wizard? Daenerys laughed. She looked at Robin curiously. Robin brushed her bangs away and looked into Daenerys' eyes. This was my old nickname. When I was in the Citadel, everyone called me Wizard Robin because I was obsessed with mystical knowledge. Now I give this name to you, future wizards. His eyes also flashed with a gleam of longing. We travel through endless worlds, plunder the resources of all worlds, use knowledge and magic as fuel, ignite the torch of the road of truth, and spread the glory of wizards throughout the heavens and the worlds. Give us endless knowledge, and we will use ourselves as a fulcrum to pry the entire universe. Well, I want to use knowledge to pry this universe. Daenerys shouted loudly on the reef. Robin looked at her with a smile, full of expectations. Under the erosion of the magic eye, these wizards' thirst for knowledge will become almost abnormal, and this strong desire for knowledge will drive them to continue to explore and make progress. In the future, these extraordinary people who suffer from knowledge addiction will surely be able to set off a shocking wave in the universe. The two were in a good mood. They played a hearty overtime game on the reef, and returned to Keel Siren with joy and sweat. The knight had prepared a restroom for them, and there was no conversation all night. 4 days later, the green dragon basically recovered its ability to move, but it was still a little uncomfortable. Whenever it flew, it would fly diagonally to the injured left direction if it was not careful. Robin arranged for the disabled dragon not to use the transport box to alleviate its discomfort. They set off to return to the Dark Gate. The boring journey began again, and Robin and Daenerys spent day and night on the road. Robin found that Daenerys' personality gradually became cold, as if she had lost interest in everything around her. Every day, she either practiced magic on the dragon's back, or sat in the carriage to meditate on her mental power and strive to expand her magic source. Robin did not disturb or remind her that, if you gain something, you will always lose something, and all gains come at a price. Half a month later, Great Skellig Island. The returning dragon team disbanded at the Dark Gate, and the true dragon blood returned to the Game of Thrones world to reunite with their families. The two captives captured by Robin were handed over to the Imperial Interrogator, and I believe that the results will come out soon. In the extraordinary world, it is not difficult to obtain the secrets in a person's mind. The interrogators have various means and methods to obtain the required intelligence from the captives. According to the information reported by the Madwoman, the Empire has conquered the two largest forces on the Great Skellig Island. The king of the Skellig Islands, the sea boar, was captured, but he refused to surrender to the Empire. Hold a royal meeting, Robin ordered. At the Keldra fortress of the Seaboar family, the core ministers of the Empire gathered again. As the marshal, Lando described the process of conquest and the difficulties encountered in detail in front of the sand table. The scene of the battle was vividly reproduced. So there are many natives sheltering the rebellious army, and there are still some forces lurking in the rainforest? Robin asked. Yes, your majesty. The natives hid their native warriors, making the clearing mission impossible to complete. Many local families hid in the mountains and swamps when they saw the powerful Imperial army. Even if there were aliens searching, it would be difficult to chase them. Lando pointed to a rugged mountain area, especially the Vilk people living near the village of Svalblo. These people are basically berserkers, and some of them can transform into giant bears, with strength comparable to that of great knights. These Vilk people also got into the jungle, which is a great threat to us. Your Majesty, I have some ideas about the World Expedition Officer. Ramon stepped forward and asked for instructions. Robin glanced at him and nodded slightly to indicate that he could talk. The first purpose of the World Expedition is definitely to improve the extraordinary technology of the Empire. There is no problem with this core purpose. Ramon analyzed and narrated, but for the mortals of our empire, the conquered lands have not brought much benefit. To rule these lands, high-level talents and permanent soldiers are needed to maintain order. This is undoubtedly a loss-making business. Robin and the ministers thought about Ramon's words, as if it was really the case. Just ruling is a big expense. If you want to develop, you must tilt resources to assist. Ramon continued, even if we capture a large number of prisoners of war, The research institute will not need so many consumables. My suggestion is, can we send these extra prisoners of war and civilians to Slava Bay? You mean to let the empire fully restore slavery? Lando said to him. Raman nodded. Even if the empire conquered Myrene, it did not abolish slavery there. Now that this alien world has so many human resources, why don't we implement slavery in its entirety? Although the population of our world is close to 100 million, it is still sparsely populated when distributed across the entire empire. If these people can be absorbed into the empire, the overall strength of the empire will surely increase several times. After these local civilians are immigrated, it will be much easier for the marshal to clear out the rebels. Robin gently rubbed his chin, and Raman's words made him very excited. What do you think? Robin asked the ministers in front of the emperor. It's feasible. Rose nodded. It's a good idea, the crazy woman replied. Rand remained silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. Redwine of Kingting Island is now the Minister of Law, and he also nodded gently. Okay, Raman will be fully responsible for the immigration plan. Robin decided, if this matter is done well, I will set up a ministerial seat specifically for you in the Imperial Council. Your Majesty, Raman replied excitedly. As soon as he finished replying, he took out a plan for implementation and handed it to Robin. Robin raised his eyebrows. This guy had been prepared for a long time. He took the plan and saw that it basically described a set of methods for assimilating slaves into the civilians of the empire, using slaves to control slaves, etc. Not bad. Robin encouraged him first, and then gave some of his own opinions. The classification system of slaves is not clear and detailed enough. When Raman heard that Robin still had the intention of guiding him, he immediately listened attentively. We can divide slaves into two types, expert sequence and manager sequence. The code names are P sequence and M sequence respectively. Slaves in the P sequence only need to do their own work well, which is enough. They do not participate in any management of the slave team, nor do they need to manage the team. And people in the M sequence are the ones who manage slaves. In order to give slaves a goal to strive for, we can also divide the P sequence into more than a dozen levels, and the same applies to the M sequence. When the slaves are upgraded to the end of the level, they can be converted into civilians and absorbed into the imperial system. Raman listened attentively. Robin's words simply opened a new door for him, and he admired him sincerely in his heart. His mind was strongly shocked. After the discussion of the slaves was over, Eamon told us surprising news that the White Walkers appeared outside the wall. Now these core ministers have encountered various supernatural creatures on the Great Skellige Island, so they are not surprised that the White Walkers appeared in their own world. It's just a matter of a few more cuts. Are these White Walkers a big threat? Oakenshield asked. There are two types of White Walkers, Whites and White Walkers. Eamon described the intelligence from the Night's Watch. The Whites are so weak that ordinary people can kill them with a dragon crystal weapon. The White Walkers are more troublesome. According to the news from our knights, stationed at the wall, they captured a White Walker and more than a dozen intermediate knights died. They caught a White Walker. Robin was stunned. The knights stationed at the wall heard that your majesty has a strong interest in supernatural things, so he spent a lot of effort to help you capture it. Now the White Walker should be on the way to King's Landing. Eamon replied. Robin was speechless for a moment, and then ordered, tell them to be careful, and not to cause a wave of whites in the country. When the legendary potion comes out, give a portion to the Great Knight as a reward. Yes, your majesty. Eamon bowed his head and replied. When Robin finished the royal meeting and returned to the room, it was already evening. He found a tightly tied beauty lying on the bed. After asking the maid Aaron, Robin learned that the woman turned out to be the daughter of the sea boar, named Carrison Clate. She had a great reputation in the Skellige Islands, with amazing military power, and was respected as the Falcon of Skellige. It was Sander Clegane, an army general of the Empire, who captured her when he broke through the fort of Kedril. He specifically applied to Aaron before sending the king's daughter to Robin's bed. Robin nodded to show that he understood, waved his hand to signal the maid to go out, and closed the door of the bedroom. As an emperor, managing power is an arduous task, with both gains and losses. In order to cultivate loyal ministers and balance the political forces in the country, he has devoted a lot of effort and energy. but when the power is stable, basically as long as the emperor has something to ask for or like, someone will automatically help to deliver it to him. Whether it is resources, technology, or beauty, they are all within easy reach. Robin lifted the goose down quilt covering Karis. Karis has a slim and well-proportioned figure, full of strength. Her muscle lines are smooth and powerful, making her look both strong and soft. She has an upright posture, a full chest, a slender waist, and a firm buttocks, showing a unique charm. You should enjoy it when you should, otherwise what's the point of being an emperor? Robin sighed. Chapter 86 Life Energy Levels. Although Karis was trapped in the bed, she still showed her tenacity, and looked at Robin with cold eyes. Her full chest rose and fell, as if she was accumulating strength, ready to break through the restraints, and give the man a fatal blow at any time. Robin ignored her tenacious appearance and, the next morning, Robin walked out of the bedroom with claw marks all over his body. He had to admit that this was the most difficult battle he had ever experienced. The physical fitness comparable to Ciri made Falcon Karis. Although he felt a little tired physically, his mental state was refreshed. He did not choose to revive and refresh his status. The scars on his body were all medals. After Robin finished washing up, he went to the research institute to set up a temporary research base in Calder's castle to look for Cobbin. On the way, he met Samuel. There was a werewolf corpse floating next to him, and he was taking it to the research base. "Father," Samuel greeted with a smile. Robin nodded slightly and waved forward. "I have something to ask Grand Maester Coburn. Take me there." "Okay." "The director is testing the levels of magic students in the training ground," he replied. Sam controlled the magic hand to put the werewolf corpse next to him, and called an assistant maester to help him send the werewolf corpse back to his exclusive laboratory. Robin watched Sam skillfully use the magic hand. This adopted son's initial mental power was not low. After a few years of training, he should be no worse than those students in the magic academy. When he came back yesterday, the crazy woman told him that Ciri had teleported to Kaer Morhen Castle of the Wolf School of the Witcher to find Robin's father-in-law, the White Wolf. Ciri had two purposes for this trip. One was to persuade the Wolf School to join the Empire. The second was to find her adopted mother, Yennefer, and invite this outstanding warlock to join the Empire and serve as the Dean of the Hirennal School of Magic. All the people who are studying magic in the Empire are now stuck in the basic stage of the magic road, unable to make further breakthroughs, and lack subsequent practice methods. Robin also faced the same dilemma. Whenever he encountered an enemy, he had no choice but to rush forward and fight. The Empire urgently needed to find a powerful and knowledgeable warlock to serve as a guide for all magic apprentices. Thinking of Ciri, Robin thought of the plan he discussed with Ramon at the Imperial meeting yesterday. The Empire started slavery and enslaved the population plundered from the Demon Hunter world. Such a move would definitely arouse Ciri's disgust. In order to avoid conflict with Ciri, a way must be found to appease her. It should be okay to allocate a piece of land in the Essos continent of the Game of Thrones world to Ciri, so that the people of Cintra can restore their country in Essos. Robin thought to himself. Ciri is now very important to Robin and the Empire, and there must be no problems. The ancient blood of the three sisters of Ash has not yet fully awakened, and the control of the World Gate is actually in Ciri's hands. He doesn't like his weaknesses to be held in the hands of others, even if they are close lovers. The research on the ancient blood that Coburn secretly arranged has not made any progress. Sigh. Robin felt a headache. They have now arrived at the training ground of the research base. At the edge of the field, rows of thick steel plates are neatly arranged with crosses on them. Boom boom. A group of magician students cast magic on the training ground, and 2-meter-long fireballs bombard the steel plate targets. Next to each student stood a bachelor to record the data. Most of them stretched out one hand and chanted the spell of lava burst. There was no way Ciri only knew 2 or 3 spells. After her stepmother Yennefer taught her the basics of magic, Ciri was unfortunately taken away by the wild hunt, causing her to become a squib. Ciri did not have the opportunity to continue to receive subsequent magic training. "Emperor brother," a clear voice shouted in the training ground. Robin looked in the direction of the voice and saw Little Rose jumping and waving at him with a happy smile on her face. Little Rose's call also made Robin the focus of everyone. The magic apprentices bowed their heads to Robin, and Robin nodded and waved to let them continue to contact. Robin smiled and nodded to her, watching the huge peaks on little Rose's chest tremble up and down as she jumped. He thought to himself that the little girl he had raised for several years was finally ripe, and it was time to try her out. At this time, Cobbin walked down from the training ground with a stack of paper notes under his arm. "Your Majesty, let's go to the data room next door. It's too noisy here." Cobbin walked up to him and said. As Robin's power grew day by day, Cobbin and Robin were no longer as casual as before when they got along, and they used honorifics when they chatted. "Yeah." Robin smiled and nodded. Before turning around and leaving with Cobbin, Robin called a maid and told her to let little Rose come to her dormitory tonight. Arriving at the data room, Cobbin warmly invited Robin to sit down and at the same time sorted out the notes he had recorded in the training ground. His movements were orderly and very professional. "Teacher, I came to you today to ask the institute to add a new project," Robin said. Upon hearing this, Cobbin immediately showed great interest. He asked curiously, "What project?" Robin took out a white meatball from his pocket and gently placed it on the table in the reference room. He introduced, "This is the eyeball of a creature. If it is transplanted into the body of an ordinary magician, it can help them condense the source of magic." Cobbin gently picked up the eyeball and carefully studied this magical biological organ. "Find a way to cultivate it into a renewable piece of meat, and then make it into a potion to help our magicians condense the source of magic." "Well, no problem," Cobbin responded. Robin took out 10 more eyeballs from his pocket, helped the most talented students in Irenal to transplant their eyes, and try to make them fight as soon as possible. "Originally, I planned to launch an attack on End Island as soon as I got the witch's decoction technology and plunder the magic technology of Veritouza Academy, which trains sorceresses." He shook his head and sighed, "But judging from the confrontation with Elan, the first generation of witches, our strength needs to be further improved. This transplant operation can be charged to them as a student loan." Cobbin carefully collected the eyeballs, put them in a glass container, and then poured a preservative nutrient solution to preserve them. "I have recently been formulating the levels of extraordinary creatures. By testing the attack power of magic apprentices, monsters, and the 2 witches you brought back, I have preliminarily compiled a set of energy level standards. This set of standards will help us more accurately evaluate the strength and capabilities of various extraordinary creatures. Provide important reference for the Empire's future strategy and response," Cobbin said. Cobbin found a folder in the data room and gently placed it in front of Robin. Robin saw the words biological energy level written on the folder, and he couldn't wait to open the folder and look through it carefully. Cobbin stood aside and explained to him, "At present, the research institute has divided several biological energy levels. It no longer uses the punching power of mortals as the measurement standard, but uses the energy unit degree for comparison. Level 0 organisms, attack degree 10 to 100 degrees. Level 1 organisms, 100 to 1000 degrees. Level 2 organisms, 1000 to 3000 degrees. Level 3 organisms, 3000 to 20,000 degrees." Robin combined the detailed content in the file, and it was much easier to understand when listening to Cobbin's explanation. The file recorded in detail which organisms were tested at each level, as well as the basis and method for obtaining the data. These contents gave Robin a clearer understanding of the division and evaluation of biological energy levels, and also made him more aware of the source and significance of these data. Cobbin continued, "Use the energy levels of organisms to classify the organisms we know. Level 0 organisms, ordinary humans, common wild beasts, crossbows, quasi-knights, junior knights, intermediate knights, warlock apprentices, low-level monsters. Level 1 organisms, senior knights, great knights, demon hunters, mutant forms of demon hunters, after drinking potions. Level 1 warlocks, werewolves, vampires, skull-age berserkers, dragons, under 50 meters. Level 2 organisms, legendary knights, second stage mutant forms of demon hunters, dragons, 50 to 200 meters. Level 2 warlocks, Svalblood the Merciless, the evil god apostle of Skull-age, high-level vampires, high-level high priests of various temples, Cirrus stepmother Yennefer. Level 3 organisms, none yet. Level 4 organisms, evil thoughts. The degree of attack cannot be calculated, so it is temporarily classified as level 4. Robin closed the folder and asked in surprise, have you encountered high level vampires? When we were burning the evil ghost cemetery, a vampire suddenly rushed out, bit one of our knights to death, and flew away. Cobbin shrugged and said helplessly. Robin heard a trace of regret and pity in Cobbin, and complained in his heart, he regretted not catching this experimental specimen. But if that thing holds a grudge and assassinates, it may cause the Empire's top leaders to be wiped out. What level of creature is my ghost? Robin asked curiously. The physical cutting ability of the ghost's wings is extremely good, but when facing the defense of psychic energy and magic, it seems a little weak, only touching the lower level of the second level creature. Cobbin replied. Robin speculated based on this standard, the strength of demon hunters in the current world is mostly at the middle and lower levels. Elon's strength should be considered the top among demon hunters. Even if his father-in-law Geralt explodes, he may only be at the middle level of the second level creature. What level of creature is the top demon in this world? The Mirror Master. It feels at least the top level of the third level. There are also those top warriors in the demon hunter world, the sorceress Vigo, Vigfords, the legendary sorceress Tishaia. These people must have touched the lower level of the third level creatures, or even reached the middle level of the third level creatures. The plan to attack the Warlock Academy should be carried out after the legendary potion comes out. Robin sighed. Cobbin nodded in approval. Our expansion and plundering are indeed safer. If there is a legendary warlock hidden in the island of Thanad, you may die if you go there. That's it for now. Let me know as soon as there is progress in the research. Robin stood up and prepared to leave. Okay, Cobbin replied. Although Robin's extraordinary offensive was temporarily suspended, Randall and his team's conquest process on the Great Skellige Island was accelerating. After Ammon, the slave master, proposed that trick, all the civilians on the Great Skellige Island were sent to the Dark Portal by the Imperial Army. The civilians were blindfolded and came to the Game of Thrones world through the Dark Portal. They knew nothing about the entire crossing process. They still thought they were in the Demon Hunter world, but were sent to another large island by the Empire. As more than 1 million local civilians were relocated one after another, the remaining Skellige warriors who were still resisting faced the dilemma of food shortage and lack of intelligence. The aliens serving as scouts in the Empire were everywhere, and they searched the entire island for all traces of rebels. More than 2 months later, only monsters and Imperial troops were left on the Great Skellige Island. This land has been completely conquered, and the Skellige people have lost their homes. The cruelty and destructiveness of the war were vividly demonstrated. At this time, the research base reported a good news to Robin, that the legendary Knight's potion had been successfully developed. This indicates that the Empire is about to have its first confrontation with the Warlock, and the conquest war of Thanad Island is about to begin. Chapter 87, The Sorceress Academy Collapse Plan. In the laboratory of the research base, the magic apprentices of Irenal lay quietly on the bed, taking turns to undergo the magic eye transplantation surgery. In the world of Game of Thrones, no matter how powerful their mental power is, there has never been a natural magic source. Even a powerful mental power like Daenerys, the mother of dragons, must rely on the magic eye to condense her own magic source. Sansa, Arya, Myrcella, Tyrion, Little Rose. These top major apprentices have all become wizards today. Qyburn and Robin stood in the corridor on the second floor of the research base, watching these apprentices undergo transplantation surgery. These acquired magic sources can continuously expand the storage of magic through their own meditation and hard work. Their achievements in the future may not be lower than those of natural magic sources. Qyburn couldn't help but sigh. These wizards will be the core combat power of the future empire. Their potential is much greater than that of knights. Robin also agreed. At present, Irenhil still has more than 700 first level wizard apprentices, more than 200 second level wizard apprentices, and more than 80 third level wizard apprentices. The 17 top apprentices who can be promoted to formal wizards are basically here. Cobbin said. Let the wizards who have successfully promoted practice with the legendary knights for a while, and then we will start to head to Thanad Island. Robin nodded and said, the basic meditation provided by Siri is useless for formal wizards. Her meditation has no effect after increasing mental power to 100 points. Coben continued. Some wizards who have successfully undergone eye transplant surgery downstairs have woken up. They excitedly ran to the training ground, eager to try the effect of the magic source. Siri still hasn't come back. She said she didn't find the white wolf in Kaer Morhen, so she ran to the mainland to search. Robin chatted. She has such a deep relationship with that witcher foster father? Coben said in surprise. This world has a kind of conventional law, the law of accident. Their feelings are bound together by this law. There is a sense of fatalism. Robin talked about Siri's past. Robin turned over and jumped down the corridor. I'll go test the spell power of those little guys. Coben smiled as he watched Robin go out and spread out his palm. A black ball of dead spirit energy floated in his palm. He flicked it casually, and the energy ball went out instantly. Then he walked to a hidden laboratory next to him, where a huge humanoid body was imprisoned with a steel bracket. This body was grafted with countless monster limbs, which looked hideous and terrifying, and it was chilling. Garland, it's your turn to play on the island of Thanad. Coben smiled at the limb-grafted monster. The monster seemed to be awakened by the sound, and its drooping head slowly raised up, and a tiny ruby between its eyebrows flickered slightly. Ah. Father. Ah. The monster roared to the sky. The training ground outside the base. Robin slowly took off his clothes, revealing a flawless upper body. The black corona pattern on his chest was particularly conspicuous. He had already injected the legendary potion a week ago and successfully advanced to become a legendary knight. His physical strength has reached a whole new level. Ordinary plate armor has lost its defensive effect for a legendary knight, and will only become a burden that affects his mobility. Robin took off his clothes and went into battle lightly to prevent his clothes from being burned by the spell attack. He walked to the center of the training ground with the ice giant sword in one hand. But a layer of red fighting spirit covered his body, forming a thin armor. The first level wizards who had just completed the surgery and advanced stood in the training ground, standing in a circle around Robin, their faces full of tension. Robin took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Come on." Little Rose and others raised their palms flat and began to chant the spell. They completed the spell in just 2 seconds. In an instant, nearly 20 huge fireballs attacked Robin. Robin frowned. The casting speed was still too slow. These 2 seconds were enough for him to get close to them and kill them. Boom, the steel giant sword instantly ignited flames. Robin silently chanted in his heart, "Fire dragon breathing technique, flame blade storm." Then he began to spin his body and swung the flaming giant sword like a whirlwind. The surrounding air was instantly ignited, forming a small firestorm tornado. More than 20 fireballs with a diameter of 4 meters hit the tornado one after another, but only set off thick fireworks, which could not shake the flame vortex created by Robin at all. In the flames, a figure wearing translucent red armor suddenly rushed out and pounced on one of the wizards at an astonishing speed. The flaming giant sword in his hand swept across with amazing power. This wizard was Sansa. She reacted instantly and held up a protective shield. This shield was exactly the same as the demon hunter's Quen shield, emitting blue light. Bang! Sansa showed amazing on the spot responsibility. At the moment when the giant sword attacked, she jumped up and the whole person flew into the air. The giant sword hit the protective shield fiercely, but it did not break it. Instead, it knocked the shield and the wizard out together. Lightning, thunder, tyrant scepter, electric bullet. Sansa dispersed her shield in the air, clasped her hands in front of her chest and pushed Robin, and a bright electric bullet shot towards Robin. Robin ignored this spell that was weaker than lava burst and directly blasted the lightning bullet with his fighting spirit. He casually pulled out his palm and slapped Sansa on the head. She fainted on the ground with her eyes rolled back. The next battle was as easy as beating a weakling for Robin. The spells and signs mastered by these first level wizards were really limited, and they were just some basic skills passed down from the Siri cult and the demon hunters. When facing a legendary knight like Robin, they were completely crushed by Robin. A few minutes later, the battle of lightning and flames ended, and those first level wizards all lay on the ground, unable to fight again. Robin shook his head and was about to call it a day and leave the training ground when suddenly the chanting of a spell came from outside the training ground. Looking up, Daenerys was suspended in the air, and 3 huge lava fireballs with a diameter of nearly 5 meters had condensed around her body. Carve 3 days on the lava wall, and the sea of fire will erupt in the distant sky. 3 days of lava burst. After she finished chanting, she folded her arms, which were stretched to her shoulders, and 3 fireballs emitting blazing light and heat flew towards Robin. Robin glanced at the wizards lying on the ground speechlessly. If he could dodge this, how many people would die? He raised his palm and chanted the spell, Quen. A huge red shield quickly propped up with Robin as the center and continued to expand until it enveloped the entire training ground. Rumble rumble. Half a month later, the Imperial Army on the Great Skellige Island has transported nearly 500,000 people, and the second step of the Empire's conquest plan has been formulated. The war against the entire Skellige Islands has officially begun. In the port of Heemsteen on the island, longships carrying the Imperial Army sailed to the small Skellige Island. In the open space in front of Keeldra Castle, a total of 30 dragons stopped on the flat ground in front of the castle, and the Empire's extraordinary forces were about to set off for Thanad Island. More than 21st level wizards and more than 10 legendary knights of the Empire entered the carriage held by the dragons one after another. These extraordinary people were divided into 3 teams, led by Qyburn, Robin and Daenerys respectively. The roar of the dragons rang out, and the dragons began to spread their wings and took off. After circling over the castle for half a circle, they flew towards the northern sky. Lando watched the dragons disappear into the sky, with mixed feelings in his heart. With the continuous growth of the Empire's extraordinary power, the power of him as a mortal marshal was inevitably weakened. He clearly realized that in a few decades, any second level wizard in Erenal might have more power than him. Fortunately, his eldest son Samuel had a good magical talent, and his innate mental power of 19 points was second only to Daenerys. Under his protection, the Tully family would not be marginalized in the Empire. The dragons first arrived at the mainland coastline, then headed north, galloping along the coast. This route was quite similar to the last trip to the Griffin School, and the dragons once again passed by the coastal area. Robin looked out from the carriage and found that some residents of the coastal fishing villages were standing on the ground, looking up at the dragons in the sky, with expressions of surprise and fear on their faces. Nilfgaard's intelligence work has always been excellent, and Robin felt that the dragons had exposed the whereabouts of the Targaryen Empire. Nilfgaard must have inferred from the direction of the dragons that the dragons flew from the Skellige Islands, and then began to gather intelligence. The war in the Skellige Islands may have attracted worldwide attention, and the news of this war is likely to spread quickly throughout the world. After a week's voyage, they arrived in the bay northwest of the Temeria city of Goswellan. The island of Thanad, built by the elves with magic, is located here. This island is a domain dedicated to warlocks. There is a sorceress academy on the island, connected to the city of Goswellan by a bridge. From above, Thanad looks like a huge stone pillar protruding from the waves, a huge ziggurat around a spiral road, winding ladders and platforms. Platforms submerged in green forests and gardens, green interspersed with tall white towers, clinging to swallow-like stones, and a dome surrounded by galleries. It looks like it was carved from this mountain rising from the sea. At the top of the island is a seagull tower. The huge momentum of the dragon group not only alarmed the warlocks on Thanad, but also the residents of the city of Gothwellan. The people of Gothwellan hurriedly sought cover to hide, while the soldiers in the city quickly gathered to prepare for the coming danger. Robin closed his eyes and sat on the back of the dragon Balerion. Qyburn and Daenerys watched over him to ensure his safety. He was negotiating with the warlocks in the School of Sorceresses with ghosts. After a moment, Robin opened his eyes and shook his head regretfully. The sorceresses refused to hand over the inheritance and used magic to disperse my ghost. Qyburn and Daenerys looked at each other. They both knew that this battle was inevitable. Let's start the battle. Robin shouted loudly and jumped off the dragon. Qyburn gestured to one of the carriages held by the dragon, and the door of the carriage opened in the air. A monster with more than a dozen limbs was airdropped by the Maesters, and it fell as fast as a grenade. As Golan roared, the monster hit the seagull tower on the top of the island, making a deafening noise. Father. Garland's roar resounded throughout the island of Thanad. Daenerys, the mother of dragons, controlled the dragon under her to dive towards the bridge connecting the city of Swilenri on Thanad Island. Dracarys. She gave orders to the dragon expressionlessly. Balerion opened his huge mouth, and a raging dragon breath gushed out, rushing straight to the 1,000-year-old bridge. The flames burned the bridge, instantly destroying it and turning it into ruins. The intention of this move was obvious: to prevent the city of Swilenri from sending reinforcement to support the Sorceress Academy, thereby blocking their reinforcement route. The three sisters Ash, Lysandra and Sijuani rode their dragons and flew to the three corners of the island of Thanad. They stimulated the ancient blood flowing in their bodies, releasing powerful spatial forces, disrupting the time and space around the island of Thanad. This time and space force was like an invisible barrier, preventing the sorceresses from escaping through teleportation, ensuring that they could not escape from this battle. The first level wizards, legendary knights and great knights have been accurately placed in the Aretusa Academy on the island. A long-planned, well-prepared and carefully planned Sorceress Academy collapse plan drama officially began. Chapter 88, Fighting the Sorceress. Balerion landed smoothly on the ground, and Qyburn and Daenerys jumped off the dragon's back with solemn expressions. Qyburn turned to the carriage in charge of the Meester and ordered loudly, "Sander, prepare the Duramital." Duramital is an anti-magic metal in the world of demon hunters, which can suppress magical energy. Shackles made of Duramital can imprison the magic power of warlocks. The Hound Sander raised his hand to confirm receipt, then picked up the box containing the Duramital shackles, followed closely behind the large army, and rushed to Garstang Palace. Several dragons have begun to destroy the ferry and roads of Thanad Island. Due to the Empire's demand for books in the Warlock Academy, the dragons cannot directly spit out dragon breath to demolish it, so as not to burn the precious materials, which would be a waste of this operation. More dragons hovered over Garstang Palace, like dozens of dark clouds covering the sky. They watched the movement below vigilantly. Once they found a warlock, they would swoop down without hesitation and attack with their fiery dragon breath. At the top of the Seagull Tower, electric flames had begun to move. Garland, the mindless monster, went all the way down from the top of the tower and started a crazy killing. In order to ensure the safety of the Imperial soldiers, Cobbin deliberately applied a special perfume on them. If Garland did not smell this perfume on any life form, he would regard it as an enemy and launch a crazy attack. Garland, who had more than a dozen monsters grafted onto his body and even his internal organs replaced, ranked number 1 in combat power among the Imperial soldiers, and his strength had reached the top of the second level creatures. Robin inspired his fighting spirit and resolutely rushed into the Gaston Palace. In the pool garden in the center of the palace, he met the female warlock who had just negotiated with him again, Margarita. Margarita led a dozen warlocks to stand at the other end of the pool garden. Her long golden hair was soft and shiny, often draped over her shoulders. She had a plump and curvy figure, and wore a low-cut green suspender dress, which made her look elegant and sexy. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, Robin decisively opened a Quen shield, and rushed forward without hesitation. The warlocks worked together to open a giant protective shield. Robin hit it head-on, and was directly ejected. At this time, the dragons also discovered the existence of these warlocks. With a roar, the dragon's breath poured down from the air, spraying on the protective shield, stirring up waves. The dragons swooped down alternately, spewing out hot flames, trying to break the translucent blue shield. At the same time, the knights also rushed to Robin's side, and the buzzing sound kept ringing. The legendary knights activated the battle spirit to protect themselves, and prepared to fight. Robin waved his sword at the warlocks and roared, "Fight." All the knights immediately rushed towards the shield, brandishing their steel swords with fighting spirit. The first level wizards also began to chant and prepare spells, determined to break through the enemy's shield in one fell swoop. The warlocks did not sit still and wait for death. During this time, Margarita, the dean of Aretusa College, had prepared a powerful spell. She clasped her hands in front of her, and dazzling lightning flashed between her palms, forming an electric ball compressed to the extreme. Seeing that another blue dragon was about to swoop down and spit fire, Margarita pushed her hands without hesitation and shot the strong electric ball at the dragon. The dragon had no time to dodge and was hit in the neck by the electric ball. With a loud bang, the dragon's neck was actually directly blown off, and the dragon head and body hit the warlock's shield heavily, causing the shield to shake violently. The spells in the hands of other warlocks were also ready, and streams of magic light shot at the knights attacking the shield. These magic attacks were so powerful that the high-level knights and great knights had no ability to resist at all. The moment they were hit, they either burst into pieces or burned to charcoal. The wizards had no casualties for the time being because of the Quen shield. A legendary knight next to Robin was hit directly by a mental bomb because his fighting spirit was exhausted and he failed to defend in time. The impact of the explosion tore his body into pieces and the broken flesh and limbs splashed in the air, which was a terrible sight. Fuck. Robin roared and frantically attacked the shield in front of him with the ice giant sword. If the ghost could be invisible to the warlock, then these warlocks could be assassinated silently at night. Unfortunately, the ghost's invisibility is ineffective against mages. The body of a subhuman ghost will emit a unique magnetic force. This magnetic force will react with the electric charge in the air on rainy days, making it difficult for the ghost to maintain its own body. For the warlocks with strong mental power, this magnetic force is like a constantly glowing light bulb, which is very obvious and difficult to ignore, making it difficult for them not to notice the existence of the ghost. Seeing the heavy losses on his side, Robin could not help but feel anxious. At this moment, the protective shield finally couldn't hold up under the continuous attacks of the dragon and the knights, and began to crumble. Cracks like broken glass appeared on this magic shield launched by many people. The cracks became more and more numerous and larger, as if it would collapse at any time. Robin chopped the protective shield violently, showing Margarita a grim smile, vowing to make her life worse than death. Margarita responded calmly, and a strong electric ball condensed again between her hands. This time, she did not throw the spell at the dragon in the sky, but pushed it towards Robin in front of the shield. The strong electric ball instantly cut through the air and flew towards Robin with dazzling electric light. Robin had been paying close attention to the senior warlock. When he saw the strong electric ball flying, he immediately stepped on the protective shield and jumped away. However, he did not expect that this electric ball actually had a tracking function and hit him directly in the air. At this thrilling moment, the ghost stood in front of Robin, opened his wings, and closed them to hold the strong electric ball tightly. With a hissing explosion, the ghost was instantly blown away, and Robin was also pushed more than 10 meters away by the shockwave and hit a stone pillar heavily. With a snap, the warlock's protective shield shattered at this moment! Exclamation mark. When Robin thought that the dawn of victory was finally in front of him, a green light suddenly shot out from the hand of a female warlock next to Margarita, hitting Robin's body lying on the ground. The green light instantly enveloped his whole body, emitting a dazzling light, and then collapsed and compressed inward. When the green light disappeared, Robin's original position was empty, replaced by a 20 centimeter high green jade statue. This statue was lifelike, like a smaller version of Robin himself. This change shocked everyone in the Empire, and the attacking movements of their hands paused at the same time. The female warlocks did not leave any breathing time for the Knights of the Empire. Margarita quickly squatted down, placed her two palms tightly on the ground, and began to chant a spell. As the spell in her mouth was completed, violent arcs of electricity burst out from her palms in an instant. These arcs jumped on the ground and swept towards all the Imperial Knights. One of the arcs was particularly accurate and shot directly at the green jade statue where Robin was, as if to destroy it in one fell swoop. No! The knights roared in fear. Robin! Cobbin shouted anxiously. Your Majesty the Emperor! Someone shouted desperately. Margarita raised her left eyebrow slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that this leader was actually the emperor of a country. What made her even more incredible was that this person actually rushed to the front line to fight, as if he was tired of living. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This large-scale spell instantly enveloped all the knights. Most people were worried that Robin's statue would be shattered, so they lost their minds for a moment, resulting in the condensed fighting spirit defense being not thick enough, and they were electrocuted and stuck to the ground, trembling and paralyzed on the spot. The electric arc that bounced towards the Robin statue did not hit the target, because the ghost had already condensed from the black particles emitted by the statue. The ghost hugged the Robin statue tightly and instantly jumped into the window of the garden next to it and disappeared. It was as if he was defeated and ran away. The legendary knights who were paralyzed on the spot were not so lucky. The spells of the sorceresses seemed to never stop, and rays of light kept shooting at their immobile bodies. Bang 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 bang. Human bodies exploded on the spot like flesh and blood fireworks, and the wizards behind the garden and the true dragon descendants in the sky were instantly confused. The legendary knights of the empire were wiped out. Before the sorceresses could cheer for the upcoming victory, Robin jumped back to the battlefield from the window again. His reappearance made the sorceresses a little stunned for a while. They looked at this emperor who came out of nowhere in surprise. He actually unlocked the transformation sealing technique by himself. They knew that this forbidden magic was powerful, but they didn't expect that Robin could easily crack it. Robin's solution was very simple. He just asked the ghost to crush the green jade statue he turned into. After the subhuman was reborn, he would naturally return to human form. Back on the battlefield, Robin saw that more than a dozen legendary knights he had trained with great effort had died, and his heart was broken. My high level consumables are wasted like this, damn it. Robin's heart was filled with regret and anger. Roar, Balerian's deafening roar sounded, and it swooped down, pouring dragon breath on the warlocks, who were not protected by giant shields. Boom boom boom. The female warlocks who were just complacent were instantly annihilated. The protective shield that the first level warlocks alone opened could not withstand the attack of Balerian, a giant dragon with a top level life. More than a dozen female warlocks were reduced by more than half in an instant. This was the first time they had suffered such serious casualties, and the situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. More dragons followed closely behind, swooping down and joining the battle. In the group of wizards in the back, the wizards were like artillery, constantly shooting out lava bursts, adding more chaos and danger to the battle. Daenerys was half floating in the air, and a huge magic fireball with a diameter of 10 meters condensed around her, as if ready to release destructive power at any time. The sorceresses fell into an unprecedented crisis, and their fate was already at stake. Margarita, retreat to the castle first. You will be attacked by dragon breath in the open space. The sorceress Kira said anxiously, while holding up the protective shield. Boom. The oversized magic fireball released by Daenerys hit Kira's protective shield, and the huge impact caused the protective shield to twist and deform instantly, but it never broke. With a trace of blood flowing from the corner of Kira's mouth, she shouted with difficulty, "The attack of that silver-haired woman is almost at the level of a high-level warlock." Margarita glanced at Robin, who was rushing towards them with a roar, bit her lip, and shouted with a ruthless heart, "Retreat to the academy first." At this moment, Robin swung the steel sword in his hand with a grim smile, slashing at Margarita's protective shield, cutting Margarita and the protective shield together, and the circular protective shield rolled dozens of meters away on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kira shouted anxiously, "Go, go." She resolutely expanded the protective shield and blocked the fireballs that the wizards kept shooting at her with her own strength, buying time for the warlocks to retreat. Robin and Margarita started a fierce one-on-one solo in the corner of the fountain. The flames and lightning kept flashing, and the dust was flying, and it was impossible to see their figures clearly. The roar and roar of the man, as well as the scream of the woman, kept coming out from the smoke. Kayla glanced at the battle on Margarita's side with concern. She bit her lip and finally decided to follow the sorceress back to the Gaston Palace. Without the frequent air raids of the dragon in the palace, the pressure on the sorceresses was greatly reduced. However, the ceiling above their heads would be destroyed by the dragon from time to time, and the dragon head would drill in and spit out dragon breath at them. The sorceresses could only fight and retreat. When they retreated to the corridor leading to the Aretusa Academy Tower, a 5-meter tall terrifying humanoid monster blocked their way. It had a deformed and morbid appearance, with terrible wounds and scars all over its body. There were more than 10 monster limbs stuck on its back, including the claws of Kikimo, the hind legs of the werewolf, the front claws of the howling monster, the forest spirit, the griffin beast. These limbs seemed abnormally twisted and disproportionate, and the skin showed a pale and morbid color. It was barely recognizable as a human head, and a tiny ruby on the forehead was flashing strangely. The chasing wizards blocked the sorceresses in this narrow passage. Ah, father. Garland, the irrational monster, let out a shrill roar and pounced fiercely on the sorceresses. His movements were swift and violent, as if he wanted to vent all his anger and pain on these sorceresses. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, City Destroying Attack. Kira Metz is petite, with long light blonde hair and hazel eyes. She once served as a royal advisor to King Foltest of Temeria, but was later forced to leave the Temeria royal court during the witch hunt. Kira is also a natural magic source sorcerer, and one of the founders of the Sorceresses Gathering. Kira stared at the limb-attached monster rushing towards her with a solemn look, her palms pressed against the ground, emitting waves of frost magic. With a cracking sound, dense ice crystals sprang up from the ground, undulating like waves. Crackling. These ice crystal particles quickly merged to form a thick ice wall, sealing the aisle facing Garland tightly. Bang! Garland hit the ice wall hard, and the huge impact force caused several cracks on the ice wall. Kira, who was maintaining the ice wall, turned pale and felt a little panic in her heart. If this terrifying monster broke through the ice wall and rushed into the crowd of sorceresses, it would cause a one-sided massacre. She had to continue to output magic power and try her best to repair the cracks in the ice wall. The only senior warlock in the group of sorceresses was pinned down, forcing the remaining 5 first-level warlocks to face the Imperial wizards led by Daenerys. What was worse was that the dome above their heads had been opened by the violent dragon, and the dragon's breath was ready to be released. The sorceresses had been forced into a desperate situation. Daenerys was suspended on the ground, with 3 huge lava fireballs floating behind her, ready to release a devastating attack at any time. Her spell attack had reached more than 1,000 degrees, and even the senior warlocks needed to defend with all their strength. These first-level warlocks could not withstand such a powerful attack at all, and the sorceresses were doomed. Daenerys did not launch a magic attack. She shouted with a solemn face, "The Targaryen Empire still accepts surrender, and your lives will be guaranteed. This is the last mercy of the Empire." The sorceresses looked at the dragons that landed on the nearby buildings in despair, and each dragon was roaring threateningly at them. At this time, Kira's body could no longer bear the excessive use of magic source, and several mouthfuls of blood spurted out of her mouth. Garland frantically danced his limbs and dug into the ice wall on the other side of the ice wall, trying to kill all the living lives on the other side. "Academician Kira, we." The sorceresses called Kira softly with tears in their eyes. This desperate atmosphere made their fighting spirit fall to the bottom. Kira looked at Daenerys in grief and anger, her face full of helplessness and pain. She nodded weakly, her voice full of bitterness and anger. "We surrender. Let the monster stop quickly. I can't hold on any longer." Daenerys nodded slightly to Qyburn, and Qyburn immediately understood. He turned to the hound next to him and calmly ordered, "Hound, help them put on the magic shackles." The hound became the only surviving knight, because he was assigned the task of protecting the bachelor. In the corner of the fountain garden, Robin and Margarita were fighting fiercely. Robin now had a personal experience of the power of a high-level warlock at the peak of level 2 life. If he had not been resurrected once in the battle, his fighting spirit would have been exhausted, his mental strength would have been exhausted, and he would not even be able to release a quench shield. Margarita's endless spell bombardment overwhelmed him, and he could not break the shield. That was as hard as a turtle shell before Margarita's magic power was exhausted. Robin deeply realized that the knight's attack method was too simple, and even with the magic seal of the demon hunter, it was just barely able to save the decline. At this time, Margarita released an electric shockwave, which instantly bounced Robin into the air. A complex magic circle appeared on the ground where Robin landed. The magic circle was running non-stop, and the arc jumped and died on the circle. Robin quickly adjusted his posture in the air, rotated his body, condensed a fire whirlwind formed by the flame blade storm, and fiercely pierced into the magic circle. With a loud bang, a lightning column shot up from the magic circle and collided with the flame blade storm, bursting out amazing energy. Robin was blown away by this force again, his body like a kite with a broken string. Before Robin could fully launch the flame blade storm move, magic circles suddenly appeared on the white clouds in the sky and instantly transformed into dark clouds. Lightning bolts quickly struck Robin's body, spinning in the air. Crackling, Robin had no time to react before he was struck by lightning, and his body was slammed into the ground. Magic circles appeared on the ground again, and thick lightning chains wrapped around Robin's limbs, making him unable to move. The dark clouds were controlled by magic and dropped to a low altitude, continuously striking with lightning, as if to cruelly punish Robin. Boom. Thunder kept falling, and Robin was trapped on the ground, unable to escape, and could only endure the continuous falling of thunder. These low and medium level spells have a short casting time, which is easy for a great warlock like Margarita. After getting rid of Robin's close entanglement, she smoothly released a set of combos, directly controlling the entire field, leaving Robin completely powerless to fight back. The spells were cast so smoothly that it was dazzling, almost making people mistake it for an art performance. Raw Dragon's breath gushed down from the sky, and Margarita quickly raised her left hand to open a protective shield. At the same time, her right hand was still maintaining the thunder spell that fell from the dark clouds, attacking Robin continuously. Margarita panted and walked out of the flames of Dragon's breath with difficulty. From the higher level spells that killed the dragon at the beginning to the many small spells that were cast continuously now, she had almost exhausted her powerful magic source. This emperor must not die. She was pale and her body trembled slightly as she walked towards the deep pit struck by thunder. If he can become a hostage, he may be able to threaten these dragons in the sky to stop attacking. Before Margarita approached the edge of the pit, a naked man with red fighting spirit all over his body jumped out of the pit and pounced on her with a grim smile on his face. This. Margarita looked at Robin, who was intact, in shock, and murmured in disbelief, "I have so many spells, but I didn't even damage a hair of his." Margarita was thrown to the ground by Robin like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and her low-cut long skirt was torn by the angry beast. With little magic power left in her body, Margarita closed her eyes in despair, completely gave up resistance, and let fate take its course. So far, the Aretusa school of sorceresses has been completely conquered. 2 senior warlocks, Din Margarita was defeated and captured alive by Robin. Academician Kira surrendered under the threat of Garland and Daenerys. 5 first-level sorceresses surrendered humiliatingly, and more than 20 sorceresses apprentices hiding in the school dormitory were not spared, and were all captured. Guided by the confessions of Kira and the first-level sorceress, Cobbin and the scholars found Aretusa's library, and swept away almost all the books related to sorceresses. The empire finally had its own magical heritage, including meditation diagrams for formal sorceresses, various spells, curses, potions, etc. These precious extraordinary knowledge will lay a solid foundation for the Empire's magic in the future. After the search, Robin and others prepared to leave Land Island. When counting the war damage, it was found that 2 dragons had unfortunately died, 13 legendary knights were heroically martyred, and another 20 great knights died. It was a little comforting that the wizards and scholars did not lose personnel in the rear of the battlefield. The roar of dragons continued to echo over Land Island, and the dead bodies were collectively incinerated. They must leave this place as soon as possible. Margarita and Kira are both the founding elders of the Sorcerers' Assembly. Once those powerful sorceresses on the continent find that their nests have been attacked, they will definitely teleport back to rescue them as soon as possible. Although the high-level warlocks in this world do not have the spatial ability of ancient blood like Suri, they can still perform spatial teleportation. It's just that the teleportation process is very unstable, and it is easy to fall into spatial turbulence. The sorceresses were put in anti-magic shackles, and then imprisoned in the carriage. The dragons spread their wings, and took off one after another. The three sisters of Ash lifted the spatial shielding barrier near the island of Thenard and drove the dragons back to the dragon group. Robin, Daenerys, and Qyburn stepped on the back of Balerion as the last dragon to take off. At this time, the space above the island of Thenard suddenly began to distort and deform, and portals appeared in the air. Then one by one, the great warlocks walked out of the portals, and they were suspended in the air like the Holy Spirit descending. It turned out that when Robin and Margarita were negotiating, Margarita had sent a message for help to all members of the sorceresses gathering on the continent. Those great warlocks who received the message wanted to teleport over immediately to investigate the situation, but the three sisters of Ash had blocked the space of the island of Thenard, making it impossible for them to enter. It was not until the end of the battle that the three Ash sisters lifted the space shield and the warlocks began to teleport. This created a spectacular scene of dozens of portals opening at the same time. The people who were teleported from the Sorceresses Guild included Triss, the legendary sorceress of Meribah, Yennefer of Vengerberg, Shir, the hermit of Kavir, Tishaya, the former dean of Aretusa Academy, Francesca, the daisy of the valley. Because of the importance and political sensitivity of the island of Thenard to all the countries on the continent, some warlocks who did not belong to the Sorceresses Guild also rushed over. The most eye-catching among them was Viggo Fords, the top combat power in the world of demon hunters. Robin stood on Balerion's back, with Qyburn standing on his left, and Daenerys quietly accompanying him on the right. As the dragon gradually rose into the air, their perspective changed to looking down at the warlocks below. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Robin looked calm and smiled at these warlocks, while Qyburn and Daenerys stood quietly beside him with blank expressions. A group of great warlocks had just teleported over and seemed a little overwhelmed. But when they found that the Gaston Palace was severely damaged, anger instantly surged in their hearts. They were a step too late, and the School of Sorceresses had been completely destroyed. A series of terrifying magic powers were quickly mobilized, and colorful magic circles lit up one by one around these great warlocks. They worked together to aim their spells at Robin on Balerion's back. At this moment, the magic attacks of most of the strongest warlocks in the world were about to overwhelm Robin. An ice green light flashed next to Robin, and the three Ash sisters teleported to his side. "Open it," Robin whispered to them. The three sisters nodded in unison, and then stretched out their hands to the group of great warlocks. The nearly 100-meter space between Robin and dozens of great warlocks suddenly began to break and collapse. Then, just when everyone thought that Robin was trying to use the space turbulence to block the attacks of the great warlocks, this space unexpectedly stabilized and formed a huge portal. Roar! A deafening roar of a dragon came out of the portal, making people tremble with fear. Then, the portal was blocked by a huge eyeball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The giant dragon eye swayed left and right, and it was spying on the world from the other side. Robin curled his lips and said with a smile, "Dracarys." The evil thoughts at the other end of the portal received the order and aimed his throat at the portal, and a huge and hot flame condensed in his mouth. At this time, the great warlocks had prepared spells, and dozens of colorful storms, lightning, and frost shot towards Robin rapidly. At the same time, the ultimate giant dragon breath spewed by the evil thoughts also met it. The dragon breath fire column with a diameter of nearly 100 meters instantly destroyed the spells cast by the great warlocks, and the powerful impact made the whole space tremble. Then the giant fire column fell to the island of Thenard without any pause, as if it was going to swallow up the entire island. The great warlocks were terrified and opened the portals one after another to try to escape to avoid this terrible disaster. However, most of the unlucky people did not have time to teleport and were submerged by the dragon's breath and turned into ashes. Boom boom boom. Gaston Palace melted quickly under the dragon's breath of the evil dragon, just like ice cream under the scorching sun. The huge flame impact instantly destroyed the stone walls of the palace, turning it into countless rubble and dust, splashing in the air. The residents of the nearby Goswell city witnessed this natural disaster-like scene and were stunned. They could not control their horrified expressions. They felt the endless power of the natural disaster dragon's breath and the fragility of life. After the dragon's breath swept through, a 100-meter wide abyss was formed. The scorching temperature had melted the rocks, and the lava flowed wherever the dragon's breath passed, like a river of fire. Finally, the lava fell off the cliff and fell into the sea, stirring up a boiling foam. The island of Thanid was combed into a middle part by the evil dragon's breath. Chapter 90 Dragon World. The dragon's breath of evil thoughts continued to surge toward the portal. A blazing white fire column with a diameter of nearly 100 meters pierced into the island of Thanid from the sky, like a hot knife cutting butter, and within a few breaths, it split the Gaston Palace into two. All this happened in just a dozen seconds. The dragon's breath of evil thoughts was so powerful that it annihilated the ice green space energy on the temporary portal during the spewing process, making the portal unable to maintain. Under the effect of the law of cosmic space repair, the portal was gradually filled with mosaic space fragments, and finally disappeared completely. The terrifying dragon's breath flame column cut across the island like a knife, and gradually became smaller as the portal became smaller, and finally disappeared. More than a dozen great warlocks who survived by chance all looked up at the figure standing on the dragon's back in awe. At the same time, a thought emerged in their hearts, that this was a demon king who was more terrifying than the king of the wild hunt. When Vigforts first arrived at Thanid Island, he was still full of enthusiasm. In his mental perception, Robin and others were not very strong. The sudden outbreak of evil thoughts forced him to stop. He had never seen such a terrifying monster. Even compared with the legendary saliva demon that could destroy the city, he felt that this alien dragon was far more terrifying. The thoughts of the great warlocks were almost the same as Vigfort's. They had lost the courage to cast a spell on Robin. Although they were lucky to survive the first dragon's breath, they might not be able to survive the next time. Yennefer, Ciri's stepmother. Robin noticed one of the sorceresses. Her black hair and the beauty spot under her mouth made her easy to identify. I wonder if Ciri is meeting her now. Robin thought to himself. The Garstang Palace, which was completely destroyed by evil thoughts, gradually became smaller in front of Robin's eyes, and finally turned into a black dot, and disappeared from his sight. The dragons flew away with their harvest, and disappeared into the sky. Only a huge abyss and rolling magma were left, still telling the horrible natural disaster caused by evil thoughts. In front of the ruins of Garstang Palace, the great sorcerers gathered together to discuss the culprit of the destruction of the Sorceresses Academy. I know this person. He is the Emperor of the Dragon World who rules the world. His name is Robin. Vigforts said in a deep voice to the sorceresses next to him. The Dragon World? Triss asked doubtfully. The news sent back by our Nilfgaard spies in the Skellige Islands. Vigforts smiled. Why is it related to the Skellige Islands again? Said the former head of the sorceresses, Tishaia, with a frown. The Sorceresses Academy and the Nilfgaard Empire had a deep hatred. If it weren't for the powerful and terrifying strength shown by Robin, these sorceresses would never have had any intersection with Vigforts. Now, in order to obtain relevant information about Robin, they reluctantly kept a friendly face and talked to Vigforts. Otherwise, they would have fought with vigor a long time ago. Vigforts explained. Last month, I received news that a great war broke out in the Skellige Islands. A huge army suddenly appeared on the Great Skellige Island. They quickly swept and conquered the entire Great Skellige Island with amazing military strength. And these dragons are the key force to assist these armies in fighting. Later, we obtained more detailed intelligence by interrogating the captured soldiers. It turns out that this army did not come from our world, but came from the Dragon World through a fixed portal called the Dark Gate, intending to launch a war of conquest against our world. The Great Warlocks were shocked to hear this amazing news. In their previous concept, the most aggressive was the Nilfgaard Empire. They launched 3 northern wars in the past 10 years, making the northern countries cry and wail. However, now there is a more perverted dragon world that intends to conquer the whole world! Exclamation mark. Yennefer stood quietly in the crowd, expressionless and silent. However, her heart was completely opposite to her calm appearance, like a surging wave. Before being teleported here, she had just reunited with her daughter Ciri, who told her about her experiences in another world, and naturally learned something about the so-called dragon world. But she didn't expect that this dragon world would have such a huge ambition. And if she agreed to her daughter Ciri's proposal to let her go to the dragon world to serve as the dean of the Imperial Warlock Academy, would she become a traitor who betrayed her homeland? It turns out that he is the Demon King who rules the entire world. No wonder he is so incredibly powerful. Just a light blow destroyed an island. Triss whispered to herself in a trance. You told us this important information so easily. It can't be a good deed. There is a purpose? Tissus said to Vilgefortz with sarcasm. Vilgefortz grinned. Of course he had his own purpose. The Skellige Islands are closest to Sintra on the mainland, and Sintra is currently controlled by Nilfgaard. Therefore, Nilfgaard has become the front line to resist the invasion of the Dragon World, which is naturally not good for the interests of the Nilfgaard Empire. He wanted to spread the ambition of the Dragon World to conquer the world, so as to gather the power of the northern countries to jointly resist the invasion of the Dragon World. I hope you can inform the kings of each country that Nilfgaard is willing to negotiate with the northern countries and jointly establish a world alliance to jointly fight against the threat of the Dragon World. Vigfortz said solemnly. I don't think the northern countries will easily let go of their hatred for you. Nilfgaard's past evil deeds are even worse than those of the Dragon World. Tishaia sneered sarcastically. Vigfortz was not angry, but smiled and replied, haven't we let go of our hatred now, and discussed together how to deal with the Demon King Robin? The situation is more critical than you think. The Dragon World has sent nearly 1 million troops, and the Skellige Islands will soon be completely occupied. When they cross the ocean and land on the mainland, it will not only be Nilfgaard that will suffer, but the first one to suffer must be Nilf. Tishaia was about to continue to ridicule, but was stopped by the Covey Hermedzia next to her. This is indeed a crisis that threatens the entire world. Our Warlock Academy was established to serve as an advisor to the various countries. In the face of such a major issue, we should not only care about personal grudges. Zia said to the sorceresses seriously. We have witnessed the terrifying power of the Demon King with our own eyes. Zia pointed to the huge lava abyss behind them, her voice low and trembling. The attack of dozens of great warlocks was instantly disintegrated, and most of our senior warlocks were killed. The Gaston Palace was reduced to ruins under a breath of dragon. The sorceress's eyes flashed with hatred. Okay, Vigfortz, we will help Nilfgaard contact various countries. One of the sorceresses agreed. Seeing this, Tishaia stopped mocking and remained silent. So, where is the location of the alliance of the various countries? Zia asked. Sintra. Vigfortz nodded and replied. Yennefer's eyes flickered, and her heart was tangled. She was thinking about whether to tell Ciri the news. Between the future coalition and the Targaryen Empire, which side should she stand on? During the journey of the dragons returning, Robin held a large book with a brown cover in the carriage transported by Balerion. There was a brain pattern embroidered with black silk thread above the cover, which almost occupied most of the cover, and it was extremely eye-catching. In the lower right corner of the cover, there was a line of tiny words clearly written by Arzu. This is the strongest meditation method recorded in the Sorcerer College. According to the confession of the captured sorcerer, this meditation method was written by Arzu, one of the greatest wizards, in his later years. The name of the meditation method is Meditation Method of Brain Devouring Dark Demon. The Empire collected many meditation guidance methods from the Sorcerer College, such as Deep Frost Meditation Method, Diamond Crystal 18-Sided Guidance Method, Light Point Concentration Meditation Method and so on. However, these meditation methods are far from those of Brain Devouring Dark Demon. This is not only because Brain Devouring Dark Demon was written by Arzu, but also because it is a special meditation method. Meditation is mainly to increase the number of spirit runes, and then use these spirit runes to form a meditation map. Mages use meditation maps to draw subspace psychic energy or their own magic source to cast spells. The main differences between special meditation and ordinary meditation are in 3 aspects. First, magic source. Special meditation has a series of techniques to cultivate and enhance magic source, while ordinary meditation does not. Secondly, spirit runes. Special meditation has exclusive techniques to increase the upper limit of spirit runes and accelerate the condensation of spirit runes, which is also not available in ordinary meditation. Finally, the spirit meditation map. Special meditation can construct a 3-dimensional and infinitely extendable meditation array map in the spirit space, while ordinary meditation can only construct a 2-dimensional plane meditation map, and it cannot be expanded after reaching the upper limit. These differences make special meditation have a pivotal position in the practice of mages, especially for those source warlocks who dream of owning a special meditation method. Arzu left countless legendary stories in the human history of the demon hunter world with his rebellious image. His magic skills were so strong that it was difficult for later generations to match him. Many spells were named after him and widely circulated. The key to his great achievements was the meditation method of the brain-devouring dark demon he practiced. The practice of this meditation method was so difficult that no one could practice it successfully again after Arzu. Robin took a deep breath, calmed his expectation and excitement, sat up straight, stretched out his hand, and gently turned the first page of the book. On the first page of the book, on the brown-yellow parchment, there was only one line of text in the middle: "I'm eating away." The handwriting was a little sloppy, and it seemed to be some kind of rune, written like a line of twisted worms, irregularly arranged in the middle of the page. Robin looked at the line of words, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He frowned and stared at the line of words for a long time without turning the page. Time passed, the sunlight outside the window of the carriage disappeared, and a little moonlight sprinkled in from the window, as if covering everything in the carriage with a light gauze. The dim light of the oil lamp on the wall of the carriage shone on Robin's face, and black shadows appeared under his eye sockets and nose wings. The sound of worms gnawing on food suddenly appeared in the silent carriage, rustling. Robin seemed to be controlled by some mysterious immobilization technique, and his brows were still furrowed. As time passed, his facial muscles began to tremble slightly, his expression began to twist hideously, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, showing that he was in extreme pain and struggle. After a while, Robin's head drooped weakly. He was dead. Thick black particles began to evaporate from his brain, and Robin was resurrected in an instant. Robin raised his head suddenly, with a faint smile on his face. It turned out that the text on the first page was the basic rune condensation method of meditation method of brain-devouring dark demon. Alzu left a magic circle on the book to actively guide learners into a meditative state. However, the meditation method of the brain-devouring dark demon was too dangerous. Every time a rune was condensed, a brain would be devoured by the mental worms that he condensed. The normal way to practice is to use a potion that can repair the brain and restore the damaged brain while meditating. The purpose of the group of sorceresses is obviously not simple. They may want Robin to die while practicing the brain-devouring dark magic meditation. However, they did not consider that Robin's brain has the ability to refresh infinitely. He immersed himself in the spiritual space, feeling the shining runes, and the first basic rune has been successfully condensed. As long as he can condense 89 runes and construct a 3-dimensional meditation map, he can be promoted to a second-level wizard. According to the description of those sorceresses, after successfully constructing a complete meditation map, the brain-devouring dark magic meditation will obtain an extremely powerful innate spell, Alzu's Reverse Cross. Chapter 91, Female Succubus. The most famous spell of the legendary warlock Alzu is Alzu's Double Cross. The monster demon that destroyed nearly half of Mirabeau was created by Alzu's Double Cross. The innate spell of the brain-devouring dark demon meditation, Alzu's Reverse Cross, has a unique effect. It can reversely swallow entities in the material world into the stomach of the demon. Robin suspected that this demon might be a follower of an evil god in the subspace, and there must be some mysterious connection between the brain-devouring dark demon meditation and the evil god who was a source of this demon. Based on this, if the special meditation method is really the masterpiece of the evil god of the subspace, then is it possible for my own magic eye soul to create a unique meditation method? If other wizards practice the meditation method derived from the magic eye, what changes will happen to them? What benefits will I get? Robin felt that the ideas in his mind were not enough, and there were too many problems that needed to be analyzed and deconstructed. Unlike other traversers, he did not have auxiliary tools such as the chip Deep Blue, and everything needed to be deduced step by step in reality. Without the support of the Empire's huge research institute, it would be almost impossible for him to solve these problems alone. Fortunately, the soul of the magic eye has a trace of the power of seeking knowledge, and seeking knowledge is a starting point of omniscience. Those wizards who have transplanted their own eyeballs, the knowledge they have learned and understood, as long as they want to know, they can remotely access their memories at any time. For example, Daenerys has developed the more powerful 3-day lava burst and super lava burst spells through unremitting efforts. The moment these spells were successfully invented by Daenerys, Robin was able to copy them in his mind and cast them smoothly, just like casting the spells he invented. This trace of power of seeking knowledge will provide him with an endless treasure trove of knowledge in the future, allowing him to move forward more smoothly on the road of exploring the extraordinary. This evil god's emotional power continues to grow stronger in the process of wizards exploring knowledge. As the magic eye becomes stronger, Robin's magic source will also increase synchronously. This means that Robin is becoming more powerful all the time. After careful consideration, Robin adjusted his emotional state before carefully turning to the second page. But his brows were still furrowed. The second page was a vivid color picture. The noble lady in the picture was wearing a black lace dress and her golden curly hair flowed like waves. She sat quietly in front of the dressing mirror with her back to the book, and her manners revealed an elegant charm. The fine brush strokes of the painting made the portrait seem to have life and lifelike. Robin's face changed slightly. He leaned closer to observe the picture carefully. Suddenly he found that the face of the noble lady reflected in the dressing mirror was actually an octopus with many tentacles. Robin was startled and moved his face away from the page. However, the tentacles on the face of the noble lady in the dressing mirror danced with their teeth and claws. She turned her head and looked at Robin suddenly. Only then did Robin see clearly that there was something wrapped in the tentacles of the noble lady, which made him tremble with fear. It was a human brain! Exclamation mark. I'm eating away. Robin suddenly remembered the words on the first page, and his scalp tingled slightly. This ghost thing is not gnawing at my disappeared brain. He felt a little scared. Robin had goosebumps all over his body and felt an inexplicable chill. In this strange scene, the soul of the magic eye in his palm became restless. Robin opened his right palm to release the magic eye. Following his instinct, he gently covered the magic eye on the page. 3 tentacles stretched out from the flesh around the magic eye. They drilled into the brown pages of the book and pierced the octopus-faced lady, sucking like 3 straws. When Robin felt the tentacles retracted into his palm, he moved his palm away, opened his palm, and looked at the magic eye. He found that there were many black blood threads on the eyeball. The black blood thread should be a new authority. Robin could not determine what it was, but he could guess that it should be related to the brain. When Robin looked at the painted part of the page again, the octopus lady had disappeared without a trace. In front of the dressing table, there was only a black lace dress hanging on the chair alone, and a human brain fell on the ground. Robin looked at the human brain and paused. Then he put down the yellow book, closed his eyes, and started the brain-eating dark magic meditation again. After a while, Robin's brain was devoured by the spirit worm again, and fell into a state of death. The black particles wrapped his brain for a moment, and Robin raised his head. This time Robin licked his dry lips, reached out with a trembling hand to pick up the yellow book, and looked into the picture. 2 human brains lay quietly on the ground in front of the dressing table. Robin, who didn't believe in evil, started the meditation again. After the brain was eaten and died, he was resurrected. He immediately grabbed the yellow book to look at it. The human brain in the picture has become 3! Exclamation mark. Brain storage. Robin murmured speechlessly. According to the resurrection rules of subhumans, the resurrected limbs will be devoured and recycled by black particles. Alzu's magical meditation book can actually magically avoid the resurrection rules of subhumans. What's the point of using so much of my own brain? Robin began to brainstorm, but couldn't think of any useful ideas. At this time, the scenery outside the carriage began to change, and tall bushes came into view. With a bang, the carriage was gently placed on the ground by the dragon. The dragons have arrived at the Great Skellige Island. Robin closed the yellow-covered book, tucked it under his armpit and stood up. He opened the door of the carriage and walked out, stepping on solid ground for the first time in a long time. Sitting in this air carriage, he was almost vomiting. Looking around, dense forests surrounded this place. This is an open-air dragon nest built by the Targaryen Empire, not far from the research base. The outer perimeter of the dragon nest is surrounded by huge tree trunks, with a solid and rough appearance. Many soldiers were busy carrying books and escorting the sorceress near the carriage. "Your Majesty," The crazy woman came up and bowed to greet him. Robin nodded slightly, put his arm around her waist, and asked softly, "How is the war going recently? There are 6 islands in the Skellige archipelago, and there are still 2 that have not been conquered." The crazy woman smiled and responded, "The idea that Raman came up with played a big role in the smooth progress of the war." Well. Robin nodded. Robin gently pinched the long-lost softness of the crazy woman, and felt that her figure was still very well maintained, and it was not distorted at all, because of giving birth. On the contrary, she exuded a mature woman's charm, which made people fall in love with her. The crazy woman is also a first-level peak wizard. Her initial mental power is as high as 19 points, close to the extreme of mortals. Add a seat for him in the Imperial meeting. Robin and the crazy woman talked while walking, and he planned to fulfill the promise he made to Raman before. What is the name of the department he is in charge of? It can't be called the slave training department. The crazy woman smiled and teased. Robin thought for a moment, then said, "Although it is to manage slaves, it is better to give it a nice name. Let's call it Human Resources Sharing Department." Raman's position in the Imperial Council in the future will be Minister of Personnel. "Okay, you go back to Calder's castle to rest first. I'm going to sort out the latest contribution point list." The crazy woman smiled and sent him to the carriage. Robin smiled and asked, "Won't you accompany me to be affectionate?" The crazy woman smiled and shook her head gently. "Someone will accompany you to be happy. My work is not finished yet." Robin kissed her forehead and said gently, "Okay, don't be too tired." He felt that the crazy woman was becoming a workaholic. After riding in the carriage for a few minutes, Robin returned to Calder's castle. After the trip, he washed up and made his body more stretched and relaxed. The whole person felt much fresher. On the way to the bedroom, Yalan told Robin that another army general had given him a gift. Robin grinned after hearing this. These guys are really getting smarter and smarter. This was their way of showing goodwill and respect to Robin, and Robin was happy to accept it. Opening the door, Robin wondered who would be tied to the bed this time. Suddenly, a plump body took the initiative to entangle him. This woman was so proactive that he was a little unprepared. He looked closely and found that the woman had a pair of slender and curved goat horns on her head, showing a mysterious and wild beauty. Robin pulled off the woman who kept teasing him and finally saw her full appearance: tall and plump breasts, slender and round legs, and perky buttocks. Several spiral white stripes appeared on her healthy wheat-colored skin. This beautiful creature has a pair of hooves, not legs. Robin was amused by his stupid subordinates. The army general actually sent a female succubus into his room. Aren't they afraid that the emperor would be sucked dry and die suddenly? The female succubus in the demon hunter world is also called female night demon. They don't kill people, don't want to drink human blood, and only absorb the life force of men. Although seduced by the succubus will become depressed, lose their appetite and interest in other things in the world. The only force driving the succubus is endless lust. They will have sex with any human-like race to try to satisfy this desire. "Master." The succubus bit her sexy lips and called him charmingly. "What are you waiting for?" Robin hesitated. The thing in front of him was a half human and half demon. He knew that if he accepted her now with peace of mind, it would be equivalent to crossing the bottom line of species. The next day, a skinny weirdo trembled out of Robin's dormitory. After looking around to make sure that no one was there, he let the ghost hold him and fly into the study. He broke his neck with a click, and black particles washed over his body. After resurrection, Robin once again returned to the appearance of a normal person. The taste of non-human species is really special. Robin blinked and muttered to himself, as if he was still savoring the ecstasy experience of last night. Half human, half monster creatures are so cool. What about full monster creatures? I heard that there are mermaids around the Skellige Islands. I have to ask those guys to help me catch a few. Your Majesty, where are you? Arlen called out from the courtyard outside the door. Your Majesty. Robin straightened his clothes, put away his greedy look, and solemnly opened the door of the study and walked out. What's the matter? Robin asked. Princess Ciri is back with her mother, and they are waiting to see you in the hall. Arlen bowed and saluted, while replying. Robin was slightly stunned, and then laughed in his heart. My mother-in-law is here. Apostrophe. Chapter 92. Dancing white flames on the enemy's grave. Compared with the throne rooms in King's Landing and Hill, the hall of Caldor Castle is quite small. The length and width of the hall are about 10 meters, and the height is less than 10 meters. The stone walls around it are very thick and solid, and the family emblem of the Clet family is carved on them. A huge chandelier hangs on the dome of the hall. The candlelight flickers. Although it does not have the domineering atmosphere of the throne room, it exudes a warm family atmosphere. Ciri, who is already a married woman, enthusiastically introduces her 3 lovely daughters to Yennefer. The 3 sisters of Ash call her mother-in-law very sweetly. Yennefer is a little embarrassed. On the one hand, she did not prepare gifts for the 3 sisters, and on the other hand, she is not used to being suddenly called a mother-in-law. She feels that she has not even given birth to a child, and she feels a little overwhelmed to play such a role. Although she is entangled in contradictions, Yennefer still happily teases the 3 cute granddaughters. "I didn't disturb you?" Robin smiled and walked into the hall. "No." Yennefer smiled generously at him. Yennefer has a pretty face, big and bright purple eyes, as if there are ripples in her eyes, and long hair like a flowing black stream, naturally falling, setting off her fair and delicate skin. She has a convex figure, a slender waist, and long legs. Her slender and round white legs are extremely eye-catching. She wears black boots on her feet, almost covering her entire calves. Robin nodded to her. This is their second meeting after the incident on the island of Thanedd. Ciri smiled and stepped forward to grab Robin's hand, pulled him in front of Yennefer, and introduced him. "This is my mother Yennefer." Then Ciri playfully pointed her finger at Robin, and said to Yennefer, "This is the bad guy who bullied me, mother. You can just call him Robin." "Mother-in-law," Robin said with a smile. "Your Excellency the Demon King, just call me by my name." Yennefer maintained a smile. "Haha, how did the name Demon King come from?" Robin couldn't help laughing. Yennefer sighed and told Robin the news that Vigfords had spread on the island of Thanedd, but she did not mention the Alliance of Nations. Ciri laughed out loud after hearing this. She felt that this title seemed to be quite suitable for Robin. To use the whole world's strength to attack another world, this behavior is no different from the devil. Isn't this what Robin did? But while laughing, Ciri suddenly stopped. She realized that she was also involved in the devil's plan, and helped Robin open the door to her own world. "By the way, what exactly does your immigration slavery policy in the Skellige Islands mean?" Ciri asked Robin with an angry look. Robin took a breath and said softly, "Let the children go down first." Robin comforted the 3 sisters of Ash and let them go out to play by themselves. Then he turned to Ciri and Yennefer, and prepared to explain it to them. First, tell them about the resistance encountered during the conquest, and explain that, if immigration is not carried out, the Empire will not be able to gain a foothold in this new world. Then Robin explained the benefits of immigration to the Empire from the perspective of interests, explaining that this decision was not only based on military needs, but also for the prosperity and development of the entire Empire. Finally, he promised to allocate land in the Game of Thrones world for Ciri to restore her country, in order to appease her dissatisfaction and worries. Robin was dry-mouthed, but Ciri and Yennefer's expressions did not ease at all. Obviously, his explanation did not completely impress them. "Robin, now you have obtained the inheritance of the Warlock, and control the Skellige Islands. Can you stop here?" Yennefer persuaded Robin instead. Ciri also nodded, looking at Robin with expectant eyes. Ciri, White Wolf and Yennefer's family, if divided according to a certain camp, are actually a lawful and good faction. They firmly resist aggression and enslavement. Ciri agreed to help Robin open the portal, because this man became the father of her child. The girl still had a little fantasy about Robin in her heart, thinking that he was just helping to restore the country and then dominate the demon hunter world in the gentle way of the kingdom of Sintra. However, what she didn't expect was that Robin was so ruthless as soon as he entered the world of demon hunters, and he directly played the slave operation, completely disregarding her feelings and interests. Robin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he stopped. He paused, then sat back in his seat with his chin in his hand. The process of conquest is no longer something that can be stopped by me alone. Once the war machine of the Empire starts to move, it cannot be stopped under orders, unless it is destroyed. The three of them knew that this sentence was perfunctory, and Robin was just euphemistically expressing his unwillingness to stop the war. I can guarantee that the civilians who immigrate will not be enslaved. What do you think? Robin raised his palms and continued to try to persuade them they enjoy the same treatment as the citizens of the Empire on the continent of Westeros. They can take the wizard qualification test to enter the Hirennal Wizarding Academy, and they can go to the public schools in the old city citadel to study and see the imperial officials. The Targaryen Empire treats humans from both worlds equally and absolutely does not discriminate, Robin said in a sincere tone. Nowadays, the dark portal in the Demon Hunter world has been guarded by many first level wizards, legendary knights and dragons. Any first or second level life that dares to approach is courting death. Even if the third level life can break through the defense line, it must always worry about the attack of the evil dragon's breath. The dark portal is no longer something that Ciri can easily close when she wants to. Ciri and Yennefer looked at each other, and the hearts of the two women began to waver. Robin stood up and walked to Ciri and Yennefer, gently holding their hands with both hands, and said softly, "The Targaryen Empire needs your support and wisdom. Only together can we have a brighter future. The northern kingdoms and Nilfgaard are rotten to the core, but we can work together to create a better, more just and prosperous world." Yennefer only felt her cheeks getting a little hot. Robin, the son-in-law, was not honest. He hooked his palm. Ciri didn't notice these details. She said to Robin seriously, "If we want to serve the Targaryen Empire, then in addition to protecting the fair rights of the civilians in our world, the territory of Cintra must not be smaller than the original territory, and the territory of the restoration must be chosen by me personally." "No problem." Robin agreed immediately. "I agree to restore the country in King's Landing if you choose." Ciri, a space-type warlock of at least level 3, is too rare. Her ability is unmatched even by Ash's three sisters together. Using a piece of land in exchange for her unswerving loyalty is definitely a worthwhile deal. Moreover, Cintra will become a vassal state of the Empire after its restoration, and it will also need to listen to Robin's words. As for Yennefer, a genius warlock of level 2, she is a talent that Robin urgently needs now. The way of wizards requires all kinds of geniuses to lay a solid foundation. Her joining will undoubtedly bring a qualitative improvement to the entire Imperial Wizard team. As for the civil rights of the civilians in the Demon Hunter world, which they are most concerned about, the civilians in the Middle Ages had no power. After persuading Ciri, Robin finally put down a heavy stone in her heart. Nilfgaard has already started to contact the northern countries, intending to conclude an alliance to fight against you together. Yennefer spoke at this time, revealing this important news to Robin and Ciri. Robin rubbed his brows and asked Yennefer, "Can you describe it in more detail?" "The news of your conquest of the Skellige Islands was sent back by Nilfgaard's spies, which aroused Nilfgaard's vigilance. In the destruction of the Sorcerer Academy on Thanad Island, almost all the warlocks on the continent were present. Nilfgaard's Grand Warlock Vigfords took the opportunity to propose an alliance among the countries. All the Grand Warlocks realized the power of the Dragon World, so they agreed, and went back to persuade the monarchs and ministers of their own countries. They are going to the old capital of Cintra for an alliance." Yennefer narrated the process. "What? Alliance?" Robin laughed. He was good at alliances, and he already had a vague plan in his mind. Yennefer nodded and said nothing more. "This news is very important. The alliance was contacted through the sorceresses, right? You should continue to lurk in the sorceresses' meeting place, and don't reveal any flaws." Robin said to Yennefer gratefully. "Okay, but the Dragon World owes me a favor." Yennefer agreed. "No problem. In addition to being appointed as the Dean of the Wizard Academy in the future, this favor can also allow you to obtain any resources you want in the Empire. We have a contribution point system, and Ciri can help your mother explain it later," Robin said. Robin invited them to have lunch together. Just as they were about to leave, Ciri raised her eyebrows and said dissatisfiedly, "How long do you plan to hold hands?" Yennefer's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly pulled her hand out of Robin's palm and rubbed it gently with her other hand. Robin smiled gracefully and invited them to go first. Ciri shook her finger and pointed at Robin, warning, "Pay attention to me, this is me." "Ciri, don't be like this, it's okay." Yennefer pulled Ciri's hand down and smiled softly. In her early years, Yennefer was obsessed with magic practice, which led to her infertility. For this reason, she tried her best and tried various methods in the hope of having a child, but all attempts ended in failure. It was not until she and the White Wolf jointly recognized Ciri as her adopted daughter that she let go of this long-standing obsession. When she learned from Ciri that Robin was actually a fertile evil creature, Yennefer's heart, which had long been as calm as water, inevitably rippled. No, this. Ciri opened her mouth slightly, showing a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, her mother stood up to defend Robin. Robin smiled and said to Yennefer, "Ms. Yennefer, please come this way. The Empire has just caught a tuna in Keldreport. It's just right that we can go and taste it together, haha." After hearing this, Yennefer licked her lips slightly, with a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. "Really? I can't wait." The two talked and laughed, and walked away side by side in a harmonious atmosphere. Ciri, who was standing at the back, was frozen in place for a moment. She knew Robin's style, and had a bad feeling in her heart. Nilfgaard Empire, the capital of the Golden Tower City. This magnificent city located on the Alba River is the heart of the Empire. Only the residents of the capital and its surrounding areas are considered true Nilfgaardians, and residents of other low-level areas do not enjoy this honor. The sunlight reflecting off the roofs of the city makes the whole city as dazzling as gold. In the study of the Imperial Palace, Nilfgaard Emperor Emhyr is having a secret conversation with Vigorforts. "So, what is the feedback on the invitation to the Alliance?" Emhyr asked. Vigorforts smiled and replied, "They all agreed. After all, the fighting power displayed by the Dragon World and the incident on Thanet Island was too terrifying, and the true situation in Skellige is not difficult to investigate." After hearing this, Emhyr showed a grim smile on his face and laughed coldly, "Haha, this time I finally lured all these kings out. I will make sure they never come back." He paused for a moment and then announced, "This operation will be named the Bloody Covenant. Vigorforts, you will be the first person in charge of the operation. I expect you to perform this mission perfectly, and don't let me down." Emhyr is an outstanding ruler who is shrewd and capable. His rule over the Nilfgaard Empire is highly centralized and strict. He has an interesting nickname, the White Flame dancing on the enemy's grave. "Of course, I have never let Nilfgaard down." Vigorforts replied with a smile. Chapter 93 Bloody Alliance. Under the careful communication of the Sorceresses Guild, the monarchs of the northern countries finally reached a consensus. An alliance is imperative. However, they were not willing to form an alliance with the Nilfgaard Empire. For these monarchs, the 3 northern invasion wars launched by Nilfgaard severely damaged the vitality of all northern countries, and countless soldiers and nobles died. The hatred and doubts in their hearts made it impossible for them to trust this country again. Therefore, they unanimously decided that this alliance should be an alliance between the northern countries, rather than a union with Nilfgaard. The Sorceresses Guild, which also had a feud with Nilfgaard, decided to stand on the side of the northern countries. After weighing the pros and cons, they tacitly kept this key information secret, and did not reveal any news to Nilfgaard. In the multiple mirrors, opened by many sorceresses, these northern monarchs held a remote meeting. The King of Redania stood in front of the bronze mirror, his face reflected in the mirror with cold lines. He was the first to break the silence and said coldly, "We can use this opportunity of the alliance to get rid of the despicable Nilfgaardian Emperor in one fell swoop. I strongly support this decision. His king assassination plan regards us kings as prey and slaughters us at will. Now it's time for him to pay with blood." The voice of the King of Temeria revealed deep hatred. His predecessor died at the hands of Nilfgaard's assassins. Second, King Kaedwen said in his usual indifferent tone, "I will make he suffer and live a life worse than death." The eyes of the King of Lyria and Rivia flashed with anger. His country was destroyed by Nilfgaard and now he can only live in exile in Aedirn. His voice was full of hatred. "I second it too. I agree with this decision. However, we must act cautiously and make a complete plan." The King of Aedirn raised his hand, reminding everyone to consider it carefully. The King of Redania raised his hand, signaling the northern monarchs to be quiet, drawing their attention. He spoke in an orderly tone. "If we want to successfully implement this plan, we must first consider retreat. Once we get rid of Emhyr, we must ensure that we can evacuate safely. Therefore, we should send a large army to meet us near the meeting place." It was too risky for mortals to use the portal opened by the Grand Wall Lock, and their bodies would be easily torn apart by the energy of the space, so they did not mention this method. That's no problem. King Lyria and King Rivia responded immediately, indicating that they agreed to this strategy. You agreed so quickly, do you still have soldiers? King Covey questioned with a little dissatisfaction. King Lyria and King Rivia opened their mouths, but found that they could not say a word. His current exile situation was extremely embarrassing. Without an army around him, he was completely alone. The King of Redania raised his eyebrows and looked at King Covey with a cold gaze. His tone revealed unquestionable authority. Do you have any objection? The King of Redania is now the only one in the northern kingdoms. Any kingdom that disobeys Redania can be shut up physically. King Covey could only admit his shrug and compromise under the King of Redania's gaze. No. The King of Redania then began to lay out a detailed action plan, clarifying the Nilfgaardian army that each nation needed to deal with, as well as the specific strategy for ambushing Emhy. He also explained the tasks that the sorceresses assembly needed to undertake in this operation. He looked around at the monarchs, present with sharp eyes, and said in a deep voice, bring all your rune weapons that protect your country. I'm afraid that there will be no such opportunity in the future. We must ensure that we hit the target with one strike, and make sure that he cannot escape. Finally, the King of Redania emphasized again, this plan to ambush Nilfgaard, I call it the Blood League. This name implies that we fight for justice, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Do you understand? Understood. King Kedwin responded firmly, with determination flashing in his eyes. What a good name. The kings of Lyria and Rivia agreed loudly with excitement. Skellige Jarlands. At Keldrab Castle, the monarchs and ministers of the Targaryen Empire gathered together. Robin stood in the center as always, presiding over this important royal meeting with a serious look. Robin stood in front of the sand table, surrounded by Targaryen's important ministers. He spoke calmly, I have already introduced to you the information about the upcoming alliance between the northern countries and Nilfgaard. He swept his eyes over the crowd and continued, but when considering strategy, please remember that we are not only facing mortal armies, but also those with extraordinary combat power in the northern countries and Nilfgaard. We can no longer use the thinking of mortal wars in the past to deduce and formulate plans. We need a new thinking, and a more comprehensive strategy. After these words fell, a low discussion sounded among the ministers. Due to the promotion of the Imperial Minister, the number of participants in this Imperial meeting has increased significantly compared with the past. Nearly 10 ministers gathered together, making this meeting the largest Imperial meeting since the Targaryen Restoration. Randall did not speak first in this Imperial meeting as usual. He learned that several newly promoted Great Wizards would participate in this action against the alliance of the continental countries. Although he already had a preliminary idea in his mind, he decided to remain silent and listen to the opinions of others. Your Majesty, the madwoman asked to speak. Robin nodded slightly to her, indicating that she could continue. Our primary goal is to kill the monarchs of the continent in one fell swoop, especially the Emperor Ramhir of Nilfgaard. The madwoman pointed out the core purpose of the action sharply and directly. She then analyzed the location of the alliances and the old capital of Sintra. During the alliance, the city will definitely be shielded by time and space, and it will not be possible to use magic to teleport. Therefore, conventional infiltration methods are simply impossible to enter. She paused, with a gleam of determination in her eyes, and continued, so, I suggest using the evil dragon's breath to destroy the city directly, and then let our great warlock and legendary knight follow up to harvest the remnants. This action plan is more direct and effective. After listening to the madwoman's plan, Lando was stunned for a moment. His original plan was to sneak into Sintra by digging a tunnel, based on Yennefer's intelligence, and then let the knights carry out close-range attacks. The method proposed by the madwoman seemed to be simpler, and it could avoid alerting the enemy and reduce the risk of the action. Everyone was thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Are there any other better plans, or any supplements to the existing plans? Robin looked around at the ministers present and asked. Chief Tars pondered for a moment, then said, the plan proposed by the Prime Minister is indeed simple, direct and effective, but there is a potential problem. He pondered for a moment and continued, if those kings send ministers or substitutes to attend the meeting instead of themselves, then we may miss the target and fail to catch the real fish. This is where the plan cannot be fully considered. If they choose not to attend the meeting, then we have no way to force them. Robin said calmly, and he continued indifferently, however, even if there are fish that slip through the net, we don't have to worry too much. Later, we can go directly to the capital of their country and release the evil dragon breath. The effect is the same. Then the action plan is determined. This operation to kill the monarchs of various countries on the continent is codenamed Blood Alliance. Robin waved his hand to disperse the meeting. Everyone go down and prepare. In the open-air dragon cave on the Great Skellige Island, a group of wizards and knights supervised a group of prisoners working with expressionless faces. The prisoners were squatting on the ground, busy with some kind of work. Under the guidance of the Maester, the prisoner spread a huge piece of canvas flat on the ground, making sure it was fully unfolded without any folds or twists. Robin led Cobbin and the Empire's army generals into the dragon's nest from outside. As he walked, he explained to the generals beside him, this is the latest secret weapon developed by the Institute, called a parachute. In war, it can help us deploy quickly, effectively contain the enemy, and even raid the enemy's important strongholds. He paused for a moment, glanced at each general, looked at the expressions on their faces, and continued, the parachute is also a key tool we are preparing to use in the Blood Alliance plan. I understand, Your Majesty. The Hound responded respectfully. The other generals also nodded in response. The prisoners once again carefully checked every part of the parachute, not daring to miss the slightest thing. They checked the parachute cloth, ropes, and buckles one by one to ensure that these key parts were not worn or damaged. Every detail was related to their future destiny. Then they began to fold the parachute in a specific order and method. When all the parachutes were neatly folded, the prisoners carried them on their backs and walked into the rectangular carriage one after another. They sat neatly on long benches in the carriage, close to the wall of the carriage. Their eyes were full of expectation and tension, waiting for the upcoming fate. If they can successfully survive the parachute jump, they will not only be acquitted by the Empire, but also receive a small amount of resettlement money to start a new life. The dragons flapped their wings and flew high, and the huge force made the troop transport carriage hang steadily under them. As they rushed into the sky, the airflow whistled past, pushing the mood of the prisoner paratroopers in the carriage to a tense climax. When the flight altitude reached more than 2,000 meters, the two knights in charge of guarding the carriage opened the door of the carriage. They were kicked out of the carriage one by the knights, like dandelion seeds scattered in the sky. Robin and the army generals all put their hands on their eyebrows to block the glaring sunlight, and their eyes were locked on the prisoners who were undergoing the parachute experiment. In their panic, they didn't even open their parachutes in time, and their bodies fell to the ground like meteorites. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of flesh bombs kept ringing in the dragon's nest. Although most of them died from falling, 3 prisoners still successfully opened their parachutes. They floated in the air for a while and landed smoothly on the ground. The landing process was not completely safe. Due to the high speed, one of the prisoners broke his leg when landing, and another prisoner broke his bones. Robin pointed at the prisoner who landed successfully and was not injured at all, and his joy was beyond words. He clapped his hands vigorously. Good. He is the first paratrooper of the Empire. The Empire's air force is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. The army generals glanced at the bloody corpses on the ground, forced a smile, and followed Robin to applaud. Your Majesty, your achievements will be recorded in history forever, they said in unison. Your wisdom and courage will lead the Empire to new glory. Witcher World, October 31, 75th year of the 11th century. Under the threat from the Dragon World, the continental countries discussed together and decided to form a coalition in Sintra to fight against the demon army. Outside the city of Sintra, armies from all over the world gathered. In this huge army formation, flags of various colors flew high. Different colors and patterns represented their respective countries and armies. They fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. Silent competition and tense atmosphere filled the air. The royal palace in the city was chosen as the venue for this alliance. In the throne room, the most eye-catching thing was the conference theme logo hanging in the middle of the hall. It was a large ring carefully connected by the logos of various countries. On both sides of the rostrum were flags of various countries. The colorful flags were lined up in order, so many that people could not count them. People inside and outside the city were holding their breath, looking forward to the result of this alliance. At noon, the sun was shining. The monarchs of the northern countries, dressed in gorgeous costumes, entered the venue from the north gate solemnly and solemnly. Behind them followed a huge team, including knights in heavy armor, soldiers holding halberds, and sorcerers in robes. At the same time, Emperor Emhi led the Nilfgaardian ministers to enter from the south gate. They wore exquisite robes, and their expressions were solemn and rigorous. Their steps were uniform, showing the strict discipline and iron-blooded order of Nilfgaard. In the sky 10,000 meters above Sintra, the dragons of the Targaryen Empire were hovering. The dragons and knights of the Empire were ready to fly to Sintra to airdrop knights at any time. They were like an invisible and huge sword, quietly hanging above the heads of the continental countries. The unspeakable terror did not attract the attention of the countries. They waited quietly, like the calm before the storm. Chapter 94, A Stroke of God. 2 red carpets like flowing flames were laid along the 2 main roads in the north and south of the capital of Sintra. These special decorations were to welcome the most distinguished people on this continent, the kings of the northern countries and the Emperor of Nilfgaard. The northern countries' participating team was huge and spectacular. In this team, there were a lot of warlocks, who became the most eye-catching in the whole team. Most of the female warlocks came from the reputable Female Warlocks Gathering House. They were dressed in gorgeous and revealing dresses, like blooming gorgeous flowers, blooming mysterious and attractive brilliance in the team. Among the warlocks, some male warlocks can also be found. Most of them came from the reputable Bannered College. These male warlocks are basically advisors to high-level nobles in the northern countries. In the world of demon hunters, if we want to discuss the difference between male warlocks and female warlocks, in short, the Bannered College, where the male warlocks study, is comparable to the technical college in Robin's previous life in terms of power status and education level. The Aretusa Academy, where the female sorceress is located, is a first-class college! Male sorceresses usually go to the territories of middle and high-level nobles as consultants after graduation. Female sorceresses will be directly assigned to the King's Court as national consultants after graduation. This is the difference. Among the male sorceresses, a strange and mysterious guy appeared today. He was wearing a strange hooded robe, which tightly wrapped his entire head, making his appearance blurry. Hello, which country are you a consultant for? Why don't I see your national emblem? The male sorceress with the national emblem of Kedwin asked him in confusion. The man did not take off his hood. He smiled and pulled open the left side of his robe, revealing a Redanian national emblem hanging on the inside. He smiled and replied, "Hello, I'm the sorceress consultant of Redania." The male sorceress of Kedwin nodded, and said no more. The sorceress industry has many quirks, but it is not surprising that he just likes to wear a hood. The man who covered his face was Robin. Because he didn't know the exact location of these kings, and whether they would come to the meeting in person, he burned his face with fire, and sneaked into the northern countries team. His ghost now stayed in the dragon group with Ciri. When the ghost commanded Ciri to open the portal, the evil thoughts would target Robin's physical position and spit dragon breath. Robin covered the left side of his robe again, and moved a few steps away from the suspicious warlock. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into a Redanian sorceress when moving. The sorceress smiled at Robin in a friendly way. When her eyes fell on the loose robe on Robin, she couldn't help but notice the lines of Robin's figure. Although the robe was loose, it couldn't hide Robin's strong figure. The robe showed a three-dimensional beauty on him. The sorceress couldn't help but want to make an appointment. "Which country are you an advisor to? How about I buy you a drink after the meeting?" the Redanian sorceress asked. Robin cursed inwardly that he was unlucky. He pulled open the right side of his robe to show the Kedwin national emblem hanging on the robe. "Hello, I'm the sorcerer advisor of Kedwin." Robin smiled and replied, "Of course, it is my honor to drink with such a charming lady." "Haha, you are quite tactful." The sorceress suddenly reached out and took Robin's arm. pulling him into her arms, and pressed him against Robin's arm. "My name is Philippa. What's your name, little guy?" Robin stiffened slightly when he heard the name. This Philippa is not an ordinary person. She is the convener and leader of the sorceresses meeting. It is said that her age is conservatively estimated to be more than 300 years old. This woman must have seen me during the incident on Land Island. I had disfigured myself before I came here, so it should not be so easy for her to recognize me. Robin was sweating in his heart. "My name is Abin, Miss Philippa. In the formal negotiation venue, we should keep a straight posture." Robin pulled his hand out of Philippa's arms and whispered in Philippa's ear, "After leaving the venue, I can do whatever you want." Robin had to keep a distance from Philippa because his loose robe was full of bombs, not the low-profile version developed by Old Town Academy, but the enhanced bomb called Honeycomb made by the warlocks in the Witcher world. Of course, Robin was prepared to come to such a dangerous place. He used the rule that the subhumans would be resurrected with the largest piece of flesh and blood, and left a piece of his own flesh and blood in the carriage of the dragon group to prevent himself from self-destructing and escaping after being captured. "Huh, you seem to have a lot of good things on you," Philippa said playfully. Robin had already concentrated his magic hand on the switch of the bomb, ready to self-destruct in advance, and let Siri release her evil thoughts to open the map cannon. "Don't panic. If you expose our plan to assassinate him here in advance, then we've come here for nothing," Philippa scolded, and she cleverly used her mental power to disperse Robin's magic hand. Huh. Robin was a little confused, and his thoughts turned quickly. "I seem to have been misunderstood as an executor of an assassination plan." I have never had much courage since I was a child," Robin whispered weakly. "Alas. Those fools in Kedwin actually sent you to carry out the mission. They are really stupid." Philippa shook her head and sighed. At this moment, the two sides of the conference have met and gathered in the square in the city. King Radovid V of Redania, as the representative of the northern countries, is tall and mighty, with a bald head that reflects the sun and is extraordinary. He stands opposite to the Nilfgaardian Emperor Imhi. After a brief conversation, the two leaders turned around and walked side by side towards the direction of the palace venue. The huge entourage followed closely behind, and they moved forward in unison and entered the palace one after another. "Why don't we do it now?" Robin asked Philippa quietly, leaning close to her. "You are talking with your mental power, you idiot. Are you looking for death?" Philippa's mental power was transmitted to Robin's mental power through a special wave, allowing Robin to hear Philippa's words with his mental power. I can't do it." Robin reluctantly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You are such a waste that you can actually graduate from the academy. Banad is really hopeless." Philippa's mental power was full of speechless emotions. Robin was stunned when he heard Philippa's evaluation. He is now a second level wizard, which is equivalent to a high level source warlock in the demon hunter world, and is also a middle upper level existence among warlocks. "I'm a high level source warlock," Robin whispered to Philippa, and others looked like they were whispering in each other's ears. "High level warlocks are nothing but bigants in my eyes. I'm a legendary warlock. Have I ever shown off?" Philippa sent her disdainful mental power. "Don't open your mouth. If you let it slip, it's all over. The way to transmit information with mental power is like this. Do you understand?" Robin nodded and followed Philippa's method, trying to vibrate mental power to form a frequency, and then attach the vibrating mental power to Philippa's mental power. "Can you hear me now?" "Yes." Philippa sent her mental power back. They have now arrived at the throne room of Sintra. The nobles and the king have taken their seats one after another. Robin had the honor of sitting in the front row very close to the rostrum with the legendary warlock Philippa. After sitting down, Robin asked again, "Why didn't we do it just now?" "That Emhyr is a mimic," Philippa replied lightly. "The dirty magic of the monster on it is too obvious." "You showed off your skills again." Robin felt that this woman was really good. The legendary sorcerer was rated as between the second level life and the third level middle level life by the Institute. At the meeting, Vigfords, Philippa, and the Elf Queen all just stepped into the threshold of the third level life. "What about our assassination plan?" Robin continued to ask. Our representative Radovid V was also pretended by the sorcerer using the transfiguration. If both sides do not show their true bodies, this alliance will not be successful. After these monarchs have tested each other, it will be time to take action. Philippa said. Robin cursed in his heart. These people were indeed fake bodies. Only he came in person. He could not just explode and set off fireworks and go back. Robin thought about it and decided to try to kidnap the two legendary sorcerers. The Targaryen Empire is very preferential to the magic profession. Such conditions are undoubtedly very attractive to the sorceresses in the sorceresses gathering place. The witch hunt is currently underway on the continent, and many sorceresses are forced to hide and dare not show up in public. If Robin had not led the dragon world to start a world war, which led to a shortage of supernatural powers in various countries on the continent, these sorceresses might still have to hide in the shadows. The witch hunting movement was actually created by the sorceress Philippa in front of us. As the first founder of the sorceresses gathering house, Philippa proposed the organization purpose of the gathering house, for the benefit of magic. This purpose is above the mortal kingdom. In many kingdoms, due to the promulgation of unfriendly policies towards sorcerers, the royal courts of these kingdoms were quietly emptied by members of the sorceresses gathering house. The sorceresses were originally court advisors, and it was easy for them to do these things. This audacious behavior could not be concealed for a long time after all, and was eventually exposed to the world. Therefore, the sorceresses gathering house began to be banned and suppressed in various countries on the continent, and its reputation and influence plummeted, becoming a rat crossing the street. What's worse, witch hunting, instigated by some extremists and stacker holders, swept across the continent like wildfire, causing countless innocent sorceresses to be persecuted and hunted down. People's attitude towards sorceresses and magic has become more vigilant and hostile. At this moment, the representatives of the two camps on the rostrum are still speaking official rhetoric to each other, with gorgeous words, but lacking in substance. They are going around in circles about the alliance, but they dare not mention the specific details. These substitutes obviously dare not make decisions on their own. Robin looked at all this and couldn't help but sigh. He decided not to waste time waiting for the decision of these fake bodies, and instead began to attack the legendary sorcerer sitting next to him. Ms. Philippa, what do you think of the Dragon Empire? Robin asked with mental power. What else can you think? Of course, destroy it as soon as possible. Philippa also felt bored sitting there and started chatting with Robin. She asked back, why are you asking this? I have a friend who was recruited by the Dragon World, and he recently sent back news. According to him, the Dragon World Empire attaches great importance to and supports the sorcerer class. The status of the extraordinary there is extremely high, and their rights are above all mortals. Robin replied calmly. After hearing this, Philippa's pupils suddenly shrank, and her eyes revealed shock and vigilance. She began to look at the warlock next to her again, and she had some guesses about Abin's true identity. Her fingertips were already flickering with magic light. Robin gently covered Philippa's fingers that were flickering with magic light with his sleeve, and said in a calm tone, don't panic, Philippa. As a legendary warlock, your psychological quality should not be so bad, right? We are not enemies. Philippa had basically determined that Abin was Robin at this time. This demon king dared to sneak into the venue alone, and he must have something to rely on. What do you want to say? The Dragon World destroyed our female sorcerer academy, and now you want to win us over? Philippa's tone was unfriendly. This is all a misunderstanding. I admit that we once destroyed your magic academy. In order to make up for this mistake, I'm willing to give you a better and bigger magic academy. In this way, aren't we even? Robin paused and continued, and Dean Margarita and Academician Kyle are both alive and well now. Our hatred is not so irreconcilable. You know I'm also a source warlock. Our dragon world is an advanced political system dominated by warlocks. When I first came to your world, I found that female sorcerers were actually hunted by a group of mortals. I was stunned. This is unreasonable. This is a trampling on the dignity of the extraordinary! Exclamation mark. Philippa. Join our great group, and join us in the great cause of building the glory of warlocks. I will allocate a large island to the sorcerer's gathering house to rebuild the academy, and let you have absolute rule in a huge mortal country. Robin offered conditions to tempt Will you transfer the power of your empire to the Gathering House? What a joke. Philippa asked back. To be honest, she was tempted by Robin's conditions. Although she was the initiator of the Sorcerer's Gathering House, the female sorcerers in the Gathering House did have their own little calculations. Elf liberals, MILF good conservatives, and northern radicals. Oh, and a neutral group that doesn't care about anyone. She can't completely control the entire assembly. If the Demon King Robin really allocates a piece of territory for her to establish a country and a school, wouldn't it just fulfill her dream of becoming a leader? Robin grabbed Philippa's hand and preached sincerely with mental power. The Targaryen Empire is something that your sorceress assembly cannot touch. This is my bottom line. But I can allow you to establish a vassal state under the empire and maintain a certain degree of autonomy. In the future, I also plan to form a political system called Wizard Union. It will be based in the Dragon World, and its power will radiate to multiple worlds, governing countless kingdoms and countless races. Our goal is not just this demon hunter world. Our journey is the entire universe. And you, my friend, you will be a founding member of the Wizard Union, a permanent member of the Wizard Council, the governing body of the Union, and will enjoy countless privileges and benefits. Philippa felt the warmth of the man's palm. She was completely convinced by Robin. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Your will is my direction, my Demon King." Robin smiled as usual and immediately ordered Philippa, "Let your sorceresses retreat. The Empire's destructive attack is coming." "Okay," Philippa replied. She thought of the terrifying dragon breath and the incident on Thanad Island. Philippa continued to preach, "I don't know where the Emperor of Nilfgaard is, but the kings of the northern countries are in the military camp outside the city. The specific location is in the royal tent of Redania. Haha, it's not a wasted trip. It's a great harvest." Robin laughed. In the sky near Sintra, above a thick layer of clouds, more than 40 dragons are hidden. They are circling in the air. On the backs of these dragons stood the ghost of Balerion, Daenerys, Randall, Qyburn and other executors of the operation. They looked down and waited for Robin's instructions. Suddenly, Robin's ghost stood up and issued an order to start the plan in a frosted voice. Roar, the dragons began to dive down from the sky, and their roars were deafening, spreading throughout the city of Sintra. More than 100,000 soldiers outside the city looked up in horror, watching these terrifying beasts rushing towards them, their hearts filled with fear and uneasiness. After Balerion arrived at a height of several hundred meters above the Redanian military camp, he flapped his wings and hovered motionless. Ciri and Ash, the three sisters on the dragon's back, mobilized the spatial energy of the ancient blood at the same time, and the surrounding sky began to be filled with ice-green spatial energy. This energy continued to infect the entire sky above the military camp, making the sky distorted and strange. Then, the ice-green energy gradually gathered, and finally formed a huge crack with a diameter of several hundred meters above the military camp. This crack was like a hideous scar on the sky, stretching across the sky, and making people shudder. Inside the crack was a scene of another world, as if in a dream. The soldiers held their breath and stared, deeply shocked by the extraordinary scene before them. The insignificance and powerlessness of mortals were fully exposed in front of this magnificent supernatural power. Aeoli, with a deafening dragon roar, the huge head of the evil mind slowly emerged from the crack, towering like a mountain. Its 6 red dragon eyes, each more than 10 meters in diameter, flashed a dangerous red light, like burning flames. The ghost on the dragon's back shouted in an unpleasant frosted voice, "Dracarys." The evil mind began to open its mouth and inhale horribly, and the surrounding clouds were swallowed by its huge mouth like cotton candy. The blazing white flames in its open throat gradually condensed, burning endless heat and magic energy. When the flames condensed to the extreme, they surged like a tsunami, and instantly collapsed and poured onto the land of mortals. That dragon breath, 100-meter high pillar of fire. It was like a giant paintbrush in the hands of a god. In the mortal world, he lightly drew from the Redania military camp to the Sintra Palace. This stroke was the will of the god. Chapter 95. Let the world feel pain. The giant dragon's breath swept across the land, leaving behind a huge red and black mark in an instant, as if it was a deep scar on the land, changing the original terrain. Robin and Philippa floated over the city and witnessed this spectacular scene. After Xenon blew out a breath of dragon's breath, Its dragon mouth slightly lifted up, and a huge dark red energy ball condensed in front of Z9's dragon mouth. This energy came from the giant soul crystal on Z9's chest. After the magic tide returned, this crystal was transformed into a magic storage device. The steel pipe on his chest had long been assimilated with the dragon's body and integrated into one, allowing Z9 to freely control the energy on his chest. The huge and frightening magic gathered in the air, like a blazing sun in the dark, its brilliance covering all other lights. In the face of such terrifying energy, whether it is a legendary warlock or a legendary monster, their power seems so insignificant. The energy in the natural environment and the subspace, under the mobilization of the magic on Z9's chest, is like iron filings attracted by a strong magnetic field. They cannot resist the absolute domination of this power and gather towards Z9. These energies, like thin streams, continuously flowed into the huge dark red energy ball of 100 meters in front of the evil dragon's kiss. The power of evil thoughts has already surpassed common sense. This is the greatness of the 4th level extraordinary life. Ha ha ha. Robin opened his arms, as if he was holding the terrifying energy ball in his arms, his figure swaying in the air, and his laughter echoed in the air. Philippa's long hair and skirt fluttered violently in the wind, pulled by the energy ball, revealing her white thighs. Facing this great power, she was already stunned, and could not describe the shock in her heart in words. Go. Art's explosion. Robin roared wildly. The evil thought slightly raised its peak-like head, and then it suddenly made a spitting action. The dark red energy ball of 100 meters in front of the dragon's kiss instantly flew towards the Nilfgaard Empire's military camp in the south of Sintra at an astonishing speed. The flight trajectory of the energy ball was like a falling meteorite, dragging a long tail, and drew a dazzling light in the sky above the city of Sintra. Countless people's eyes were attracted by this energy ball. Finally, the energy ball landed accurately in the Nilfgaardian military camp. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the light was overflowing, and a dark red light that was dozens of times brighter than the sun flashed instantly, making people's eyes blood red and unable to see directly with the naked eye. This dark red brightness exceeded the visual limit of humans. A powerful shock wave took the center of the energy ball explosion as the origin and spread rapidly to the surrounding areas. It was like an invisible giant beast, swallowing everything around it in an instant. The shockwave spread to the walls of Sintra, which were like paper in front of the shockwave. They were easily destroyed and turned into ruins. The strong wind carried countless fragments and dust, forming countless deadly missiles, which flew around like flying knives, causing great damage to the surrounding lives and objects. At the original site of the Nilfgaardian military camp, a mushroom cloud began to rise, and its volume expanded rapidly, covering the sky. The color of this dark red mushroom cloud was dark and heavy, carrying the shadow of death, and shrouded the entire sky over the south of the city of Sintra. In this scene of destruction, the lives of tens of thousands of Nilfgaardian soldiers were ruthlessly taken away, and the earth was deeply torn apart. In the raging of the shockwave, Philippa managed to stabilize her body with difficulty. She stared at the terrifying beast in front of her, felt the breath of death in the ruins around her, and couldn't help but sigh. This is the most terrifying creature I have ever seen. Its destructive power is so huge, it's so frightening. The ice green light that maintained the space crack gradually dimmed. Even if Suri and her daughters joined forces, they felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to stabilize this huge portal. On Balerian's back, Siri frowned and shouted to the ghost with all her might, "Let the evil thoughts go back quickly, the crack is about to close." The ghost nodded and understood what Siri meant. Robin then gave the evil thoughts a telepathic order to return to the Game of Thrones world. The evil thoughts roared for the last time, as if bidding farewell to this temporary world. Then, the dragon head slowly retreated and completely disappeared in the crack of the demon hunter world. Seeing this, the three sisters Siri and Ash immediately interrupted the continuous output of energy. As they stopped, the space around the northern country's military camps gradually stabilized, and the area damaged by the ice green space energy began to slowly heal. The originally turbulent space gradually returned to calm, and the blue sky was cloudless, as if nothing had happened. The damage caused by the two attacks of the evil mind is immeasurable. Countless lives disappeared in an instant under this powerful force, and it is impossible to calculate how many innocent lives were taken. At the same time, the top leaders of the northern countries in the Nilfgaard Empire also suffered heavy losses in this attack, and countless elites and leaders died. It made the demon hunter world feel pain with its own power. The evil mind temporarily withdrew from the stage of the Blood Alliance, but at this moment, the wizards and knights of the Targaryen Empire had just entered the stage. At an altitude of several thousand meters, more than 40 dragons were hovering, and their huge figures blocked the sunlight and cast a huge shadow. The carriages under these dragons opened their doors at almost the same time, and more than 1,000 knights jumped out of the carriages with parachutes on their backs. They dived towards the ground like eagles, with great momentum. As they approached low altitude, the parachutes in their backpacks opened one after another, like huge dandelions in full bloom. In an instant, countless parachutes floated over Sintra, like black wings flying all over the sky, dotting the sky, as if it were covered with pockmarks. This spectacular scene was unprecedented and breathtaking. Robin looked at the knight paratroopers, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, revealing a smile. The scene in front of him reminded him of the scene when he played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, when everyone gathered in Peace City and parachuted together. You have to tell your men to tie red scarves on their heads, which is a sign of identification. Also, make sure they remember the secret code we agreed on. If the identity mark and the secret code don't match, they may be mistaken for enemies by the Knights of the Empire, and surrounded and killed. Robin turned his head, and said to Philippa, "What is the secret code?" Philippa asked. Robin smiled and said, "Good luck, we'll have chicken tonight." Philippa didn't understand, thinking it was some kind of slang from the dragon world. She waved her hand gently, and the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into a clear water mirror. Then she activated the mirror connection spell, and the faces of more than a dozen high-level warlocks appeared in the water mirror. Philippa repeated Robin's words word for word, making sure everyone remembered them. She then dispelled the mirror spell, and the water mirror instantly dissipated in the air. As the knights paratroopers landed smoothly, the wizards who came on the dragons also gathered around Robin one after another. Among them were 9 powerful second-level wizards and 23 first-level wizards. The second-level wizards floated next to Robin on standby, and the first-level wizards landed on the ground to cooperate with the Knight's siege. Next, we need to be responsible for hunting down the dignitaries of the northern kingdoms in the Nilfgaard Empire. Which side do you plan to choose as your target? Robin looked at Philippa. Philippa answered without hesitation, "We, the Sorceresses Guild, will naturally choose the Nilfgaard Empire as our target." "Then do it, or the fish will be out of the net." Robin nodded slightly to Philippa, then he turned to the wizards and waved, "Danny, let's go." A notable feature of the second-level wizards is that they have mastered many flying spells, and the consumption when using these spells is also low. In contrast, first-level wizards often rarely have the ability to fly. The first-level wizards were able to land smoothly from the dragon just now, because the second-level wizards cast the flying spell for them. Robin led the wizards to fly to the Redanian military camp. Except for the huge deep trench plowed by the evil thoughts on the ground, there were no living creatures. The soldiers in the camps of the northern countries not far away had mutinied. The dragons following the wizards have already started the mode of raging. They opened their mouths and spewed out blazing dragon breath one after another, like the flames of death, constantly sweeping towards the humanoid ants on the ground. Robin ordered the second-level wizards to spread out on the battlefield and carefully search for any suspicious dignitaries. Like hawks, the wizards scanned every corner with their risen mental power, not missing any clues, to ensure that no king or noble could escape their pursuit. After this battle, the situation in the Demon Hunter world has been initially determined. The Targaryen Empire's powerful rule and influence have gradually stabilized. Undoubtedly, it is only a matter of time before the entire world will fall completely under the control of the Targaryen Empire. Half an hour later, the wizards scattered across the battlefield gathered around Robin again. They reported the search situation to Robin in detail. Daenerys smiled and said, "In the path of the dragon's breath, it's a white land. No living creatures survive. The nobles in the chaotic army are just middle and low-level nobles." The location information Philippa gave is very accurate. Robin slowly descended from the air, frowned and rubbed his chin with his hand, and used his mental power to convey to the wizards, "Why do you say that a pool of blood in the magma has not been evaporated?" The wizards also found the abnormality in the dragon's breath trench. A small pool of bright red flowed in the magma, but it did not mix with the magma or evaporate. Throw a more powerful spell, and try to blow it up, Robin said to Daenerys with mental power. Daenerys raised her eyebrows, glanced at the pool of blood, and nodded slightly to Robin. She held her hands tightly together, and a small flame flashed in the center of her hands. The flame showed a light blue light, swaying slightly, as if it had a breath of life. Then, she began to chant the spell. Her voice was gentle and rhythmic, and every word was clearly audible. As she sang, the small flame began to grow and emit a stronger light. The torch of chaos, that faintly reveals the holy flame, the unruly and crazy instrument, burning but denying. Burn, dance, fill the sky, soar in the sky, the noble beast. Just as Daenerys was about to release her ultimate move, the blood on the ground suddenly surged, sweeping like a flood. Then, countless blood-thorn spears burst out from the blood, like the arms of the god of death, fiercely stabbing at the wizards in the air. But with a burst of rapid magic chanting, nearly 10 second-level wizards jointly cast a huge protective shield. This protective shield was like an indestructible translucent barrier, blocking the growing bloodthorn spear forest. The bloodthorn spear stabbed at the protective shield fiercely, and the tip flashed a dazzling red light. However, the protective shield was not damaged at all, and firmly blocked the attack of the bloodthorn spear. Daenerys raised her hands to the sky, and the flames in her palms expanded violently into a giant egg, which then turned into countless burning blue feathers. The feathers gathered to form a blue flame giant bat more than 10 meters long. The temperature around the blue flame giant bat suddenly rose sharply, and the surrounding air was distorted and fluctuated by the burning of the blue flame, as if even the space was distorted by its burning. In the blood lake on the lava, a human face gradually emerged. He looked up at the burning blue flame phoenix above his head and secretly groaned in his heart. This pool of blood was actually the Shadow Elder of the Blood Clan. He was sleeping peacefully in Talsane's nest, but was awakened by his old friends from the northern countries. He was not willing to get involved in worldly disputes, but considering the favors he owed in the past and the generous rewards promised by the northern countries, he decided to help and participate in the assassination of the Emperor of Nilfgaard. However, things are unpredictable. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the Emperor's shadow before he was hit by a terrifying dragon's breath from the sky. The Shadow Elder had a life-saving magic weapon, and the vampire had a strong vitality, so he was able to survive the dragon's breath. Not only did the Shadow Elder's magic weapon break under the impact of the dragon's breath, but he himself was also seriously injured. At this moment, his strength was greatly reduced, and those junior legendary warlocks who used to be easily controlled now had the ability to threaten his life. The blue flame giant bird cried loudly, vibrating its huge flaming body, drawing a beautiful and scorching arc in the air. It crashed head-on into the blood lake that the Shadow Elder had transformed into. The blood lake rolled like boiling water, and suddenly it began to rotate to form a huge vortex. The blood lake gradually deformed, and finally turned into a huge blood bat. When Robin thought that the blood bat and the blue phoenix were going to compete, the blood bat exploded on the ground with a bang, and blood splattered everywhere like a bloody rain. Every drop of blood instantly turned into small bats, which flew around and fled in panic. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Lady in the Woods. The blue flame phoenix fell into a deep trench, like a blooming quiet blue lotus. The moment it fell, the blue flame spread out instantly, covering a range of more than 10 meters. Instantly, 1/10 or 2/10 of the blood bats were burned, and those blood bats touched by the flames turned into ashes with screams. Notify all dragons to burn the nearby ground for me, Robin sneered disdainfully, and gave an order. Let's open a barrier to block this area first. The wizards nodded to indicate that they had received it. They immediately took action, opened the mirror connection spell, and notified all the true dragon descendants to drive the dragons to this area. Then, with Robin as a core, 10 second level wizards joined forces to cast spells and opened a psychic barrier with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. This barrier is like a huge transparent bubble, covering an area of 1 kilometer. Any creature with magical power, whether entering or flying out of this barrier, will be immediately sensed by them. After a while, dozens of dragons appeared in the sky. They hovered in the sky and began to wash the ground with scorching dragon breath. Suddenly, the whole area was covered by blazing flames, and the fleeing blood bats instantly disappeared in the flames. At this moment, the Shadow Elder could no longer hide his nervousness, and his true body suddenly appeared in a small bat, breaking his previous disguise. His skin was as pale as a zombie, his body was smooth without a trace of hair, and his hands were a pair of sharp claws. He decisively used another blood secret technique of the vampires, and his body instantly disintegrated into a ball of blood mist, like a red cloud spreading in the air. The blood mist suddenly lit up a dazzling red light, and in that red light, the blood mist instantly turned into a blood light with strong magic fluctuations, like a red meteor across the sky. The Shadow Elder tried to use this blood secret technique to escape directly, and escape from this dangerous battlefield. Siri, help us teleport over and stop him. Robin shouted urgently. They have only been promoted to the 2nd level wizard for a few months, and have not yet mastered many advanced and difficult spells, such as transfiguration, transformation and sealing, and teleportation. Siri, who was resting on Balerian's back, sighed. She had just recovered a little mental strength, but she was ordered by Robin again. She closed her palms helplessly, glanced at the trajectory of the blood light, and then a dazzling ice green light suddenly appeared between her palms. At the moment, when the blood light was moving forward, she pulled her palms apart suddenly, and an ice green portal opened instantly, blocking the blood light's way. At the same time, a similar portal appeared in the middle of Robin's wizard team, and the connection between the two coordinates was instantly opened. Robin saw the space gate appear, without any hesitation, and immediately activated the flying spell, to fly into the gate. To his surprise, the blood light of the Shadow Elder actually shot out directly from the space gate, and collided with him. The force of this collision made Robin feel a tightness in his chest. Fortunately, he was a legendary knight with a physique far superior to ordinary people. Although this collision made him feel uncomfortable, he did not suffer any injuries. If it were an ordinary wizard, I'm afraid that this collision would be enough to cause them to be seriously injured, or even endanger their lives. Daenerys and the others reacted very quickly, and spells of binding actions poured out like a waterfall, mercilessly throwing them at Bloody Mang. Shadow Binding, Fly Prison, Lost Soul Curse. At the moment when Bloody Mang collided with Robin, the blood escape secret art of the Shadow Elder was abruptly interrupted. He had already consumed a lot of mental power, and it was damaged again by the backlash of the spell, forcing him to reveal his true form. For a moment, countless low-level and medium-level spells attacked him head-on, locking him in mid-air. The Shadow Elder knew that he could not sit and wait for death, so he took the initiative to seal his rational consciousness and released the ancient ancestral blood in his body. His body began to wriggle and swell, and in a short moment it grew to more than 3 meters tall. The binding spells on his body broke one by one, and he easily broke free from the colorful light ropes. In the end, the Shadow Elder was completely transformed, turning into a 5-meter tall blood-sucking demon with wings on his back and a thick tail. He was filled with a terrifying aura. At this moment, the Shadow Elder was indeed at the end of his rope. His magic power was exhausted when he was resisting the evil dragon's breath. When he was lying in the trench pretending to be dead to recover his magic power, he was discovered by Robin. After that, he performed 2 blood secrets that consumed his mental power. However, both of these secrets were backfired. The magic weapon, magic power and mental power were all consumed. Now he only had the last trump card left, which was to use the ancestral blood in his body to transform into a vampire demon. But in this state, he will be occupied by the ancestral will and the crazy ancestral blood. And the ancestors of those vampires were just some chaotic demons who only knew killing and destruction. In this harsh and desperate situation, the Shadow Elder had lost his mind and became a killing machine that only knew destruction. Robin reacted quickly. He first applied a protective shield to himself, and then urged his own fighting spirit to cover his whole body with an invisible armor. But this was not enough. He quickly cast all the buff spells he had learned. Stone Skin +1, Shining Scales, Shadow Veil, Bull Strength, The vampire demon would not give Robin enough time to finish all the buff spells. Although it was tall, its movements were surprisingly fast. A dark red blood shadow flashed in the air and instantly pounced on Robin, who had previously held the most grudges. When it approached Robin, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening scream. An invisible mental shock wave instantly swept everything around. The wizards who were casting spells to prepare for rescue were interrupted by the sudden scream, and the magic light in their hands dissipated instantly. Those wizards with lower mental power fell into a brief dizziness. The vampire demon's thick claws were shining with blood, and it clawed on Robin's red shield, just like cutting with a sharp blade on rubber. The shield sank inward and broke into pieces after a few seconds. Faced with the impending crisis, Robin did not have time to chant and cast spells, and he knew that small and medium level spells would not have much effect on the blood-sucking demon. He was not without a way to deal with it. He had an instant innate spell, Alzu's reverse cross. When the blood-sucking demon's claws suddenly attacked him, Robin pointed his hand at it in a claw shape, and instantly a transparent several meter long centipede head wrapped around his arm. The blood-sucking demon's claws fell right into the mouth of the illusory saliva demon, and the demon's arm seemed to be inserted into another dimension and disappeared in an instant. There was only a click, and the illusory saliva demon's huge mouth full of multiple sharp teeth suddenly closed. The blood-sucking demon howled again in pain, and it pulled out its right arm with great force, but what it pulled out was a claw that was corroded by the saliva demon's gastric juice and exposed bones. Robin's heart was pounding. The gap between his life energy level and the blood-sucking demon's was too large, resulting in the summoned illusory saliva demon head with devouring ability unable to completely devour it. But the gastric acid corrosion attack of the saliva demon definitely reached the level of the third level. The furious blood-sucking demon swung his left arm at Robin. The blow was so powerful that Robin slammed into the ground from mid-air like a cannonball. With a bang, he smashed a deep pit in the ground, splashing a lot of dust. Robin struggled to climb out of the pit, and dust and gravel fell from his body. He estimated in his mind, this monster is at least the power of middle-level third-level creature. As the ancestor form of vampires, it is extremely sensitive to vitality. Realizing that Robin was not dead, it flapped its huge wings again and pounced on the ground. However, as it was falling in mid-air, a blue flame phoenix suddenly appeared and intercepted it. With a bang, the beautiful and deadly flames completely enveloped the blood-sucking demon, and the dark blue flames repeatedly burned its body. The demon began to roar and howl angrily, but this time the wizard who was prepared had added a mental defense spell to himself, and these sound waves that impacted mental power did not work. The blue flame phoenix was just the beginning. More attack spells were fired at the vampire demon. Giant lava fireballs, rock spikes drilled out of the ground, dark energy beams, thunders falling from the sky, extremely cold frost. Numerous spells left the demon nowhere to hide. The huge and dense explosions of the spells covered the demon's screams and roars. Seeing that the situation was controlled by the wizards, Robin immediately joined the output. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a huge red magic circle emerged on the land below the demon. A 10-meter long flame column rose into the air and rushed straight to the demon's body. The vampire demon kept flashing magic circles up and down, left and right, and in all directions. Countless elemental attacks and energy attacks fell on it. The scene was spectacular and shocking. A dozen wizards took turns to cast spells, and the attack spells never stopped. Under the attack of many powerful spells, the flesh and blood of the vampire demon were destroyed layer by layer, gradually revealing the huge skeleton and the body. It passively floated in the air and could not move under various bombardments. This is the disadvantage of pure melee fighters. Although the life energy level of the vampire demon is one level higher than that of the wizards, it cannot move at all under the firepower suppression of many wizards. Under the repeated attacks of various spells of the wizards, the terrible defense of the third level life was also eaten away bit by bit. This was a horrible crushing. The highlight moment of the vampire demon was only when it suddenly hit Robin with its claws after transformation. At this moment, it has completely become a target for the wizards, allowing them to do whatever they want. Bang dong boom boom boom, various explosions were heard. The wizards with full firepower continued to bombard for half a minute, and the powerful body of the vampire demon was basically destroyed by the magic attack. Even the bones were bombarded into tiny residues by the spells and scattered everywhere. In the end, only a skull with cracks and half a horn fell to the ground and spun around. Daenerys summoned Balerion, and from the dragon saddle storage box on Balerion, Daenerys took out a box made of thallium. She carefully placed the head of the Shadow Elder into the box, and the head rolled in the box for a while, and then lay quietly inside. Daenerys closed the box, and sealed it with magic. It seems that these northern countries have prepared some very powerful trump cards. Robin exhaled, looking deeply at the thallium storage box. If this vampire duke was in his prime, I'm afraid it would really be possible to sweep the venue of their alliance, and even successfully assassinate the Nilfgaardian emperor. Daenerys patted the storage box gently, and then said thoughtfully, if the northern countries can arrange this third level life as a trump card, then the Nilfgaardian Empire, as the most powerful country in the world, has no reason not to have this foundation. This area has been cleaned up almost. Let's go to the Nilfgaardian military camp south of Sintra to take a look. Robin agreed with her opinion. The wizard teams jumped onto Balerion's broad back, and the dragon flapped its huge flesh wings and soared into the sky in the south. Looking down from the sky, fighting was taking place in almost every street in the city at this time. The Targaryen knights were in teams of 5, searching the city in an orderly manner for the dignitaries of the continent's countries. The task of cleaning up the city was in the charge of Cobbin. He commanded 2 Night Warbans and Garland, a level 2 peak life form, and encountered almost no difficult enemies. When the dragon came to the south of Sintra, they saw that the city area several dozen meters near the city wall had turned into ruins. The power of the evil energy ball was too terrifying, and it affected the city, making the south of the city look like a huge cookie that had been bitten off by someone, and a semicircular gap appeared. Ciri felt a little sad when she looked at the old capital of her old country on the dragon's back. Robin took Ciri into her arms and gently stroked her lover's soft hair. His voice was gentle and soothing. Are you okay? This war and killing is just a kind of nirvana for Sintra, a process of rebirth from the ashes. I'm fine, Ciri said softly, with a hint of sadness in her voice. I just remembered the massacre that Nilfgaard carried out after it broke through the city of Sintra. That disaster was so tragic for our people. Now there are no more people from my old country in this city, and those familiar faces are no longer there. Today's killing and cleansing are regarded as blood debts to Nilfgaard. I will rebuild a brand new city of Sintra on the land of Essos. Robin kissed his lover's forehead, and he gently patted her back to convey comfort and encouragement. Did you go into Yennefer's room last night? Ciri suddenly asked. Now that the relationship has become complicated, she no longer dares to call Yennefer her stepmother. We are fighting. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Robin's face froze, and he said awkwardly, you see, Nilfgaard has indeed prepared a powerful backup plan. Robin gently pushed Ciri away and called all the wizards to look in the direction of the Nilfgaard camp. He pointed at the fierce battle there and shouted. Daenerys, Little Rose, Sansa, who were nearby, of course heard the conversation between Robin and Ciri. They knew that the scumbag was trying to change the subject, and they all looked at him with contempt. The original site of the Nilfgaard camp. Thick vines drilled out from the ground and shattered the spells of the sorceress gathering hall. The 3 old witches and more than a dozen sorceresses bombarded each other with spells, which was different from Robin's unilateral killing of the vampire demon. The battle between the sorceresses and the old witch was in full swing, and the 2 sides were evenly matched and fought back and forth. The old witch kept summoning giant tree puppets, which waved their thick branches and rushed towards the sorceresses like beasts. The thorny vines on the ground also grew wildly, lashing at the sorceresses' shields with their claws and teeth, making a piercing scream. The surrounding air was filled with a green pollen dust, which seemed to be released by the old witch. Robin and his team had already put up a shield before approaching the battlefield to block the pollen outside to avoid being affected by it. Philippa used her mental power to convey the words to all wizards. This is the earth spirit of Willen, the lady of the forest. Everyone, use fire spells to attack them. Robin knew the origins of these 3 old witches. The lady of the forest is the actual leader of Willen, and they coexist with the land full of miasma and swamps. On the one hand, they reward the devout who offer sacrifices to Willen, eliminate the disasters and predicaments they face, and help the villagers get through the difficult years. On the other hand, they require believers to absolutely obey their wishes, and from time to time ask villagers to sacrifice their heirs, and even their children. These three evil gods were originally the three daughters of a local natural deity in Velen, the fairy mother. However, these three filial daughters betrayed their mother, killed her and devoured most of her power, becoming extremely terrifying, powerful and evil. After Nilfgaard occupied Velen, they probably came into contact with the mysterious Lady of the Woods. In order to achieve the goal of assassinating the northern countries, Nilfgaard probably used some kind of sacrifice as a reward and successfully invited these ancient gods to come and show off for them. Another third level life experiment, Robin murmured to himself with a smile, putting the gods on the experimental table and exploring their mysteries. This is what wizards should do. Hehe. Chapter 97, Geralt the White Wolf. Among the many magic fields, the wizards of the Targaryen Empire are particularly good at fire magic. Daenerys played a big role in this. The true dragon blood in her body doubled the power of fire magic, and she did use more than a dozen enhanced spells, which brought fire magic to the fullest extent. Because of her guidance, many wizards began to have a special liking for fire magic. Daenerys gently held her hands in front of her chest, and blue flames instantly jumped up in her palms and shone brightly. Before she began to chant the spell, Robin also held up her palms and connected them with hers, perfectly forming the shape of a four-leaf flower. Try a combination spell. Robin smiled at Daenerys. Through the power of the magic eye to seek knowledge, Robin also mastered the powerful spell held by Daenerys' blue flame phoenix. Daenerys smiled and nodded, and a hint of expectation appeared in her bright eyes. Then they began to chant the spell at the same time. The two voices blended harmoniously, as if a beautiful symphony lingered in the air. The man and woman sang in unison. The chaotic torch of the holy flame is faintly revealed, the unruly and crazy instrument, burning but denying, burning iron and glowing, and finally reaching the end. Burn, dance, fill the sky, soar in the sky, the noble beast. Squeak. The magic blue flames in their palms began to grow wildly, as bright as burning stars. The blue flames gathered in their palms and gradually transformed into a blazing blue fireball more than 20 meters wide. The fireball trembled, as if it contained infinite energy, and then suddenly collapsed. The collapsed fireball instantly turned into countless blue flame feathers, which gathered in the air and gradually formed two magnificent blue phoenixes. They were plump in feathers and agile in posture, just like real creatures. The two gorgeous blue phoenixes intertwined and danced in the air. Under the precise control of Robin and Daenerys, the two phoenixes rushed towards the three old witches on the ground with the flames of burning the sky. They touched the ground instantly, but did not produce a deafening roar or a burst of strong light. Instead, a fiercely burning blue flame bloomed like a lotus. This kind of flame seemed peaceful and beautiful, but it contained deadly heat and danger. Everything around was submerged in this rolling blue sea of fire. The tall tree puppets gradually lost their vitality under the burning of this extremely hot flame, and turned into piles of black charcoal. The thorn vines, surrounded by the blue flames, twisted and struggled wildly, as if they had life. Under the fierce flames, the thorn vines moved less and less, until they turned into ashes. Philippa showed a happy expression when she saw this. In the world of demon hunters, fire mages have always been the rarest existence due to inheritance and talent. Because of this, they were stuck in a stalemate, and could not find a breakthrough in the battle with the Lady of the Forest. The wizards joining finally broke the stalemate with the Lady of the Forest. The flame pillars on the ground rose like a volcanic eruption. The flames from the mouth of the summoned fire elemental Hydra continued to spray out, and the dragon's breath in the sky poured down like a rain of death. Immediately suppressed the Lady of the Forest. Everything around them was covered in flames, and the area instantly turned into a purgatory. After a long battle, the Lady of the Forest was almost burned into a roasted pig by the fire spell. When they realized that they could not fight, they tried to escape by burrowing underground. Ciri's magic power had recovered a lot. Ciri decisively used the space energy to imprison them in place, and the magic blocking gold shackles that had been prepared were immediately put on the exhausted Lady of the Forest. In fact, the Lady of the Forest had another choice, which was to self-destruct. As earth spirits, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could be reborn in the land where they were born. However, these old witches obviously don't have that kind of determination. Now that they have been caught by Targaryen wizards, endless experiments will be waiting for them. Targaryen wizards will dig out the secrets of natural gods from them, and eventually these old witches may be made into some kind of war weapons, just like Garland, and thrown into various Targaryen conquest wars. For Targaryen, no resources will be wasted, and the value of the Lady of the Woods will be completely squeezed out. This raid war triggered by the Blood Alliance lasted for nearly 3 days. When the battle reached the evening of the 3rd day, there were few traces of humans near Sintra. When Nilfgaard captured this place a few years ago, a massacre occurred, resulting in a sharp decline in the population. Now the terrifying Dragon's Breath disaster and the Night's massacre of the dignitaries on the continent have caused the originally few human residents to flee here. The Sintra Palace has been occupied by the extraordinary troops of the Targaryen Empire. These knights and wizards rested in the palace, waiting for the arrival of the Targaryen army. Once the army arrives, it will mean the beginning of a full-scale war, and the Targaryen Empire will launch a war of conquest for the continent. In the painting gallery in the Sintra Palace, Ciri is taking the 3 sisters Ash to visit their favorite place when they were young. The gallery that originally hung paintings is now empty. It was looted when Nilfgaard fell, but Ciri still clearly remembers where each painting was originally hung, and what it was painted. Here, there used to be an oil painting of crying princess hanging, Ciri said softly with a nostalgic light in her eyes. It was a masterpiece by the famous painter, Solicitor. His works are widely praised among the countries, and it is rare for anyone to have the honor of asking him to paint one himself. The eldest sister Lysandra jokingly guessed, "I guess the princess in this painting is a mother." "You guessed it right." Ciri nodded her daughter's forehead lovingly, shrugged, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There is a story behind this painting that makes her sad. At that time, the threat from Nilfgaard was increasing. Her grandmother Calland was going to send Ciri to the court of King Evel of Verdun to marry the heir, Prince Christian, with the main purpose of forming a military alliance with Verdun. Ciri, who hated marriage, burst into tears when she heard the news in the royal hall. The great painter Solicitor was a guest in Sintra at the time. He recorded this scene and painted it on the drawing board, and the crying princess was born. Ciri. Yennefer came over gently and shouted. Ciri was awakened from her memories. She whispered to her daughters to go play, and then did not respond to Yennefer, but just stared blankly at the crying princess that had disappeared. Yennefer was wearing a loose knitted dress with a slightly protruding belly. It was obvious that she was more than 3 months pregnant. Calculating the time of pregnancy, it was almost not long after Ciri and Yennefer returned to Skellige Island. Therefore, Yennefer did not participate in the Battle of the Red Alliance, and was not teleported until the battle was over. Yennefer lowered her head and stroked her belly, her heart full of anticipation. However, because of her relationship with Robin, Ciri kept silent and kept the cold shoulder to her, unwilling to communicate with her. "I thought that as a woman, you should understand my feelings." Yennefer looked at Ciri, her tone full of emotion. "I have always longed to have a child. You can't find Robin either." Ciri closed her eyes. The tangle in her heart was hard to express. Her mood was so complicated that it was indescribable, as if her boyfriend was taken away by someone, and her stepmother betrayed her father and found a wild man, and finally she found out that the wild man was her boyfriend. Principal Tishaia of Aretusa Academy once asked all of us female sorcerers to undergo sterilization, which made most of us infertile. Yennefer took Ciri's hand, a little excited. "I've tried many methods, and they didn't work. I even stole the magic power of the elves for fertility, and almost lost my life. Do you know how much I want to have a child? My child. You can't deprive me of my rights as a normal woman." "Okay, I understand you." Ciri was silent for a moment and finally sighed. She turned her head and looked at Yennefer. "But how will you face Geralt? He will forgive me." Yennefer smiled faintly. "They witches are also infertile. We were connected in the same fate for this reason, and developed a sincere relationship. Now I have my own blood relatives. He will support my decision. But you are different." Ciri shook her head gently, with deep worry in her eyes. "I can feel that Geralt really loves you. He will give up all other women for you. But Robin, he will only give up us for all women. It's okay. Our family will not be separated." Yennefer gently hugged Ciri, her voice gentle and firm. "Everything will be fine." In the bedroom of the Sintra Palace, Robin was busy helping the sorceresses solve the problems that have been bothering them. The reason for the problem is, in the past, the Aretusa Sorcerer Academy had a powerful and strict principal to Shaia devours. Because the children born by the sorceresses are prone to magic runaway, she required the sorceresses she led to be sterilized. It may be related to the fact that she herself gave birth to a child with uncontrolled magic. If the baby's magic is out of control, it will directly become an idiot. Shaia also wrote a book specifically for her behavior, called The Source of Poisoning. This book specifically introduces and warns all sorceresses about the necessity of sterilization, the harm of having children, etc. This powerful sorceress, who is over 500 years old, has led the Aretusa Academy for hundreds of years, and cultivated many powerful sorceresses, with many students all over the world. This also led to many sorceresses being sterilized by her. Philippa took the men of the Sorceress Assembly to join the Targaryen Empire. After the Battle of the Blood Alliance, she saw the pregnant Yennefer. After asking, she knew of the powerful fertility of the Demon King Robin. So after the Blood Alliance, His Majesty Robin started a new round of battles. Philippa used Robin's bed as bait to lure sorceresses who were troubled by fertility to join the dragon world across the continent, and the effect was quite good. Many great sorceresses have set out for Sintra. The protracted special battle that Robin participated in lasted for a month until the army led by Orlando and the Madwoman arrived in Sintra City, which brought Robin a glimmer of respite. During this period, dozens of sorceresses, including Philippa, went on maternity leave one after another. It can be seen how deep the poison left by Aunt Shaia is. Robin estimates that there are at least hundreds of sorceresses in extreme distress, waiting for him to rescue them. After the sorceresses began to take maternity leave, the Empire's extraordinary power inevitably became short of some. In order to make up for this gap, Robin decided to let the wizard apprentices of Erenal go to the battlefield in advance. He thought that, since the young ninjas of Konoha village could graduate early and show outstanding performance, the wizard apprentices of Targaryen must not lag behind. The Targaryen Empire's full-scale war against the continent began. The leaders of the northern countries and Nilfgaard were all killed in the Battle of the Blood Alliance. Now that all countries are in civil strife and unable to organize forces to counter the Targaryen Empire army, it is a good time to make great efforts to expand the results of the war. Robin sat in Sintra to remotely command the overall situation. With the magic mirror connection, the problem of remote communication was no longer limited. Robin began to remotely control the army to attack the city and pull the plug like a real-time strategy game. 1 month after the full-scale war on the continent, the city of Sintra welcomed a special guest, White Wolf Geralt. In order to show his respect for the son of the demon hunter world, Robin personally brought Yennefer and Ciri to meet him in the royal hall. When they first met in the royal hall, Geralt had long and messy silver white hair, rough skin on his face, a scar on his left eye, and a deep golden pupil like a wolf's eye. His eyes were deep and sharp, adding a bit of unruly and wild charm to him. He was wearing leather armor and robes, with 2 swords on his back, a steel sword for ordinary enemies, and a silver sword for monsters. The impression Geralt gave people was that he revealed the toughened vicissitudes of a middle-aged uncle. Robin held Yennefer, who was pregnant, with his left hand, and Ciri, who was dressed in a bun with a young woman, with his right hand. He also had 3 daughters behind him, and smiled and greeted Geralt. "Hello, father-in-law." Geralt's eyes repeatedly wandered between Yennefer, Ciri and the 3 sisters. His brain seemed to be in a short-circuit state, and he couldn't react for a while. He opened his mouth and uttered only one word, "Okay." Chapter 98. Determine the superiority and inferiority. Geralt. Yennefer gently pulled her hand out of Robin's and called out softly with a hint of worry. Geralt lowered his eyes to hide the complex emotions in his heart. He responded in a low voice, "Well, congratulations on finally getting pregnant. But I want to know, where is the father of this child?" Yennefer's hands were tightly entangled. She stood in front of Geralt, and the words she had prepared suddenly became difficult to say. She thought she had prepared herself to tell Geralt who the father of the child was, but when she really faced him, she found that she did not have the courage. Her eyes wandered, and her lips were slightly opened, but she could not speak. Siri tilted her head slightly to one side, and a trace of helplessness and loss flashed in her eyes. She sighed, then softly called the three sisters of Ash, and said to them gently, "Let's go out, and let them deal with it themselves. Grandpa, see you later." Ash smiled sweetly at the white wolf. Geralt smiled kindly, and nodded to the little girl in response. Siri then left the royal hall with the three sisters, leaving an independent space for the three of them. She gently closed the door, leaving the heaviness and entanglement in the room. Robin put his arm around Yennefer's waist, and said to the white wolf with a smile, "Brother, Yennefer's child is also mine." Yennefer tried to struggle a few times, trying to break free from Robin's embrace. Because her physique was too different from Robin's, no matter how hard she tried, she could not get rid of his control. In the end, she could only give up helplessly, and let Robin hold her in his arms. Her body trembled slightly in Robin's arms. Geralt watched this kid being intimate with Yennefer in front of him, and he could not suppress his anger. The veins on his forehead bulged, jumping like earthworms, and his teeth were clattering. With a clang, Geralt instantly took off the steel sword on his back. The sword drew a rough trajectory in the air, and the sword smashed on the stone bricks on the ground, and the broken stones flew everywhere. "Boy, be a man, and have a masculine contest with me." White Wolf looked at Robin with cold eyes and said coldly, "I will spare your life for the sake of Ciri and my granddaughter." His daughter had a lover, and as a father, although he was a little reluctant, he could still accept it. After all, love is free, and their circle of witches and warlocks is relatively open in terms of sexual concepts. However, this boy not only took his daughter, but also took his woman. Any normal man could not stand such an insult and blow. "No, Geralt, Yennefer shouted anxiously, but was interrupted by Robin waving his hand. Yennefer knew that her man Geralt would probably suffer in such a duel. Geralt was just a witcher, although his combat power was also quite good, with rich combat experience and strength. But compared with Robin, a legendary knight and a second level wizard, there is still a certain gap. "I agree." Robin looked at Geralt with a serious expression. "This is a duel between male creatures. How about I fight to see who is better, and who is better?" Robin pretended to be irritated and said fiercely, "The loser must cut off his own brother on the spot." "Ah." Yennefer was shocked by Robin's dirty talk. She hurriedly reminded the White Wolf, "No, absolutely not. Geralt, Robin is second rate." "Yennefer." Robin yelled to interrupt her. He pretended to be heartbroken and said, "Do you want my wolf brother to sneak out of this hall like a coward with his tail between his legs? This is an insult to a man, a male." Robin grabbed Yennefer's shoulders with both hands and shook them a few times, interrupting her action to remind her again. "He's right." Geralt looked at Yennefer seriously, and said affectionately, "I can't retreat, and I can't lose you. Only a real man deserves you. I'm willing to give my life for you." Geralt said to Robin solemnly, "I agree to this bet. Robin, there can only be one real man between us." "No." Yennefer had tears in her eyes, and broke down emotionally. "Robin, I'm fucking mad." Bang! Robin hit her neck with a knife, and Yennefer's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Geralt stretched out his hand worriedly, and Robin turned his head, and smiled at him. "Let her rest first. When she wakes up, she will only see the winner." "Okay." Geralt nodded. Robin put Yennefer on the throne in the center of the royal hall and sat upright, like a sleeping queen judging a knight's duel. Geralt calmly took out a bottle of potion that mutated the demon hunter from his arms, held it tightly in his hand, ready to drink it at any time. Although he appeared generous and readily agreed to the bet, his fighting instincts accumulated over the years made him extremely cautious in every battle. Moreover, this duel was related to his life, and he could not take it lightly. White Wolf's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and every cell in his body seemed to be preparing for the upcoming battle. Robin took down the ice giant sword from the sword rack next to the throne. He easily held the two-handed giant sword with one hand, and habitually drew a few arcs to form a silver sword flower. "Asshole, when will it start?" Geralt's eyes flashed with the desire to fight. He tightly grasped the steel sword in his hand, and his tone revealed the expectation of the duel. Robin slammed the steel sword to the ground and responded calmly, "I know that you demon hunters can strengthen your strength by taking potions and mutating multiple times. As a wizard, I can also cast buff spells for myself. Then why don't we adjust our states to the best and use the strongest power to decide the winner in one blow? What do you think? Gerald nodded. Decisive fight. I like this word. He began to drink the potion, and the demon hunter's golden pupils were covered with black magic, and black spider web-like blood vessels were crawling around his nerves. After his body adapted to the first mutation, Gerald did not stop. He took out another white potion, and swallowed it without hesitation. As the power of the potion spread in his body, his muscles began to tremble, as if they were injected with powerful power, and began to swell. His skin gradually lost its blood color, and became abnormally pale, as if all the blood had been drained out. His body shape was also constantly changing, and his originally upright body became even taller and stronger, standing like an iron tower. The leather armor on his body was squeezed tightly under this change, as if it would burst at any time, showing the violent and powerful power in his body. Robin also began to chant auxiliary enhancement spells after the two agreed on the way of fighting. Fox Phantom, Psychic Warfare, Holy Armor, Soul Shield, Bloodthirst Magic Poison Weapon, Stone Skin, Bull Strength Bear's Physique. After casting more than a dozen enhancement spells, Robin's feet were already stepping on colorful halos, and colorful magic light also appeared on his body. The legendary knight is different from the demon hunter. In normal state, he is at the lower level of the second level life force, and has no mutation potion. But Robin still took out a few bottles of potions from his arms and drank them. This is a stimulant developed by Cobban to increase adrenaline, stimulate heart pumping speed, etc. Gilu after throwing away a few empty bottles, Robin's actions have not stopped. He knelt on one knee and tore open the gorgeous robe on his upper body, revealing his sexy chest muscles with full shapes and clear lines. A huge radiating black corona pattern on his chest was very eye-catching. Fire dragon breathing technique. Robin shouted in a low voice. He took deep breaths, and every time he inhaled and exhaled, a huge wind sound was clearly audible. As the breathing technique was fully operated, his skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was burned by flames. Robin raised a finger in front of his chest, and the violent spiritual energy condensed into a sharp cone at his fingertips. Psychic breathing level 1. Open. With a low shout, he stabbed his finger into the center of his chest and sank it in. As the spiritual energy poured into the life seed on the surface of his lungs, the corona pattern on Robin's chest disappeared partially, and many black silk thread patterns appeared on his body. Psychic breathing level 2. Robin pulled out his finger, but no blood was shed, leaving only a finger hole in his flesh. Open. Puff. The finger stabbed into the left chest again. The corona pattern was missing a part again, and the silk thread patterns on his body were increasing. Psychic breathing. Stage 3. Fully open. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Robin suddenly burst out with fierce night fighting spirit. This fighting spirit was like a jet of flame, burning on his body. Under the pressure of this fighting spirit, the stone slab under his feet made a crackling sound, and the cracks spread rapidly. Some gravel and dust were suspended in this fighting spirit, as if time had stopped at this moment. Then these gravel and dust were crushed into tiny particles under the pressure of the fighting spirit. His originally fair skin was now covered with black silk thread patterns, like a mysterious and ancient totem, but the chest area was miraculously kept blank. All the black silk threads bypassed this area, forming a unique blank corona here. Alzu reverse cross. The space around him was distorted, and two translucent centipede heads emerged. Robin's eyes glowed with a half-foot-long red light. He knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword with one hand, and looked at Geralt expressionlessly. Geralt panted and looked at Robin without showing any weakness. Bang! The thick stone slab under Robin's feet was instantly broken by him. He rushed towards Geralt like an out-of-control tank, dragging the Valyrian steel giant sword in his hand behind him, making a harsh friction sound on the ground. Facing Robin's terrifying charge, Geralt did not retreat. The fine steel sword in his hand instantly flashed a cold light. He tried his best and slashed at Robin, who was rushing towards him. The sword light was like a waterfall, as if it was going to split the air. At the moment when they were about to meet, the Valyrian steel giant sword behind Robin was suddenly pulled up, and a heavy dragging sword slash fell on Geralt's fine steel sword like a landslide. At this moment, Time seemed to freeze, and two powerful forces collided in the air, bursting out dazzling sparks. Clang! The violent collision of steel resounded throughout the royal hall. The fine steel sword in Gerald's hand was knocked out of his hand. Ding ding. This top-grade steel sword rolled in the air, twisted and bent by the chop, and a deep gap almost cut the steel sword off. Gerald was knocked out by this powerful blow, and the blood in his mouth flew in the air. At this time, the two transparent centipede heads instantly swam to his body in the air and bit Gerald's left arm and his younger brother fiercely. Snap! The two human organs disappeared without a trace, and were instantly swallowed into the stomach of the saliva demon. In the first blow, in an instant, the victory and defeat were decided, and the male and female were determined. Robin inserted the ice giant sword into the ground, and the fighting spirit on his body gradually dissipated. The fine lines on his body swam and gathered towards the blank corona on his chest like birds returning to their nests. Just a moment later, a black corona reappeared on his chest. After half a minute of refreshing, Robin's strength has touched the edge of the third level life. A second stage mutant demon hunter is already a piece of cake for him. He didn't even use various spells. He turned his head to Arlen outside the royal hall and ordered, "Send Mr. Gerald to the research institute and make sure that Grand Maester Coburn saves his life." "Yes, your majesty." Arlen bowed his head and replied. Robin glanced at Yennefer, who was sitting on the throne with her eyes closed, exhaled deeply, and expelled the depression in his heart. He turned and left the royal hall. The all-out war in the demon hunter world is in full swing. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. In this year, the Imperial army fought on two fronts in the north and south. The Targaryen Empire successively captured Temeria and Edern in the northern kingdom. Sodden, Nassia, Magtuga and other places under the control of Nilfgaard were also taken one by one. The humans in the occupied areas were moved to the world of Game of Thrones. Under Ammon's training, these civilians will be assigned to lords who have made meritorious contributions in the war. Today, the continental countries are like a pile of loose sand. Facing the sharp edge of the Imperial army, they all choose to surrender or be conquered. The torrent composed of mortal legions, night warbands, dragons and wizards is sweeping across the continent, and no one can stop it. There is no place to attack in the war, and Robin and the sorceresses who have just given birth return to the world of Game of Thrones. In order to command the war, he set up a military office consisting of more than 10 members. This military office includes knights, wizards and true dragonaires. Robin carefully designed the checks and balances of various forces to ensure that there will be no one dominant situation. In this world war, the new blood of the Empire is also constantly emerging. The two brothers Darius and Drayden of the Narxus family are ruthless on the battlefield, and their performance is very eye-catching, becoming the nightmare of the enemy. Daenerys among the wizards has shown amazing spell power, and Sansa and Little Rose also have good performances. In the Game of Thrones world, part of the new population is invested in agriculture, while most of them join the factories that have emerged in Old Town, continuously manufacturing various goods and weapons. The Targaryen Empire has shown a steady development momentum in all aspects such as society, economy, and war. Robin instructed Ciri to quietly open a macro portal, preparing to explore the next world and collect intelligence for the Empire's next world hegemony. Before leaving, he secretly sealed his flesh in various parts of the Game of Thrones world to ensure that he could use the resurrection rules of the subhumans to return to his home nest in the Game of Thrones world, even if his whole body was destroyed. Chapter 99 Hero World. In the underground research institute of Harrenhal, there is a hall dominated by white. The light from the Whale oil lamp installed on the top is soft and bright, reflecting a huge black stone tablet standing in the hall. Robin stood with his hands behind his back, more than 10 meters away from the giant stone tablet, staring deeply at the stone tablet, as if thinking about something important. This stone tablet is a precious magical relic brought back from the demon hunter world, and has unique spatial magic properties. It not only has the function of accommodating and amplifying the storage space energy, but also can be used to open a portal across the world. Even without the blood of the ancients, as long as the wizard who has mastered the profound knowledge of spatial magic can use this stone tablet to achieve cross-world travel. Ciri came quietly from behind Robin, and she whispered, "Are you sure you want to open the portal? World travel is full of unknowns and dangers." If you travel to a world where a true god exists, perhaps the moment you cross over, you will be easily crushed to death by him. Open it, I will be resurrected from the pyramid even if I die. And I can use the ghost to explore the way first. Robin replied calmly. His knowledge of space is still too shallow to enable world teleportation. He still needs the help of Siri. Robin's magic eye has now been successfully cultivated by Cobbin into a regenerative piece of meat, which has been made into a potion called Glimmer. Glimmer potion is a must for all wizard apprentices enrolled in Hirennal College, because it can generate acquired magic source, which plays an important role in the magic practice of wizard apprentices. But Glimmer potion is not free. Apprentices need to pay a huge sum of money to pay for the injection. For those apprentices who cannot afford this fee, they will be burdened with heavy debts. This debt is like a snowball. As time goes by, the interest continues to accumulate, and the debt scale will become larger and larger. For wizard apprentices, if they cannot successfully advance to formal wizards, it means that they are likely to be unable to repay this debt. If the apprentices have not paid off their debts after the 6-year semester and are judged by the evaluation agency of the institute as unable to advance, the apprentices can only use their bodies to pay off the debts, either to perform dangerous world war missions or to be sent to the institute as experimental subjects for several times. Now the Hirennal School of Wizardry has successfully sorted out and integrated the rich collection of books obtained by the School of Sorceresses. After careful organization and classification, the school has divided into many spell factions for apprentice wizards to choose professional learning and research. These factions include element, curses, souls, space, blood, summons and necromancy, etc. Each faction covers its own unique magic skills and theories. Every day, Robin uses the power of the magic eye to absorb a vast amount of magical knowledge. However, the time for wizards to transplant the magic eye is too short, so there are no profound magic secrets. As for space magic, due to its great difficulty, the relevant knowledge is even rarer. Siri is now standing in front of the Blackstone tablet, and a portal as high as a person is suddenly opened under her control. The runes on the Blackstone tablet are shining at this moment, like stars dotted on the Blackstone tablet. Black particles began to surge in Robin's body, and the ghost in front of him gradually condensed into shape. Without any hesitation, he controlled the ghost to step into the portal. The sight suddenly changed, and the dazzling sunlight penetrated, causing Ghost to turn his head and look around. The tall buildings stood tall, like a steel giant stepping on the earth. On both sides of the street, people in modern clothes were bustling, busy and orderly. Looking up, the huge electronic screen on the top of the building was playing a side advertisement. In the picture, the city was shrouded in grey and thick smoke, as if it was a desolate land without hope. However, against this desperate background, a solemn and firm voice sounded. "We are your heroes. We are here to serve and protect you." As the camera turned, the picture came to a ruin. A blond man dressed in Superman stood up from the ruins. His eyes were firm, and his posture was upright like a fearless warrior. The picture switched again, this time showing a Wonder Woman dressed in revealing clothes and gorgeous. She stood next to a burning police car, facing chaos and destruction. The camera zoomed in, and she reached out to lift a collapsed concrete wall, and under the wall was a little girl buried. The little girl looked at the female warrior with tears in her eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "I'm Maeve." The sexy female warrior replied in a steady and gentle voice. The ghost standing by the road was concentrating on the advertisement. Bang! Suddenly, a figure rushed past at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. The ghost had no time to react, and his whole body was instantly smashed and shattered into nothingness. In the last moment of this dissipation, Robin caught a glimpse of the figure running, wearing a shameful blue tights, and continued to rush forward without stopping. It hit a black girl standing on the side of the road, holding hands with her boyfriend, and looking at each other. Whoosh! The girl was smashed into pieces, and blood and broken flesh splashed all over her boyfriend. "I can't stop. I can't stop." The black man in blue tights stopped more than 10 meters before the accident, and his body was covered with blood stains from the girl. He kept muttering to himself in panic. "I can't stop. I can't stop." The black man in the blue tights glanced at the girl's boyfriend, kicked his legs, and ran away again, turning into a shadow. The girl's boyfriend held his girlfriend's remaining broken hands and screamed in collapse and horror, "Robin! Robin!" Coincidentally, this girl is also called Robin. In the underground laboratory of the Game of Thrones world, Robin slowly opened his eyes. He tutted and shook his head gently. "What? Ghost died so soon?" Siri, who was standing aside, saw Robin's expression and asked curiously. "There was a traffic accident. It seems to be just an accident." Robin shrugged and sighed, expressing a helpless emotion. "Even in the world of demon hunters, I have never encountered a situation where I was targeted by forces like fate." "Then do we still have to go there?" Siri asked. Robin nodded affirmatively. "That world is simply a huge treasure house for us." But the ice green portal was opened by Siri again. Robin summoned the ghost again and walked in. He found himself back at the scene of the car accident on that street. The ghost looked around carefully to make sure nothing was thrown at him. After careful observation, he was sure that the incident just now was indeed an accident. Robin silently made a flag in his heart. "Locomotive, you are dead." "Ah, what a ghost." Zhuai was emotional because of the cruel death of his girlfriend. He saw the invisible ghost. Robin controlled the ghost to fly in front of Zhuai and looked down at this young man who had lost my love. "We will meet again, and then you will be eager to get my help." The ghost said in a frosted voice, and he flapped his wings and flew away. After leaving this sentence, the pseudo-male protagonist Zhuai will awaken a powerful teleportation ability, but now is not the time to use Zhuai. He still trusts the laws of this country. When Zhuai cannot get legal justice for the death of his girlfriend, he will embark on the road of revenge, and then it will be a good time to recruit him. The ghost floated to the sky, overlooking the prosperous city. Robin looked at the familiar modern scene below, and a feeling of emotion surged in his heart. Finally returned to the modern world. He was immersed in thinking, trying to imagine what kind of drastic changes this world would bring to the Game of Thrones world. Advanced modern technology, compound number 5, which can mutate ordinary people. What kind of miracles and changes will it cause? Robin's heart was full of expectations and curiosity. He knew that he was about to witness an unprecedented collision and fusion across the world. The ghost floated to a bustling shopping mall and casually picked up a few t-shirts and shorts. Then Robin's body signaled Siri to open the portal, and the ghost once again traveled through time and space to return to the Game of Thrones world. After Robin changed his clothes, he left the ghost in the lobby of the Game of Thrones World Research Institute and walked into the portal in person. He instantly appeared in a dead corner of the stairs in the bustling shopping mall. When he walked out of the stairwell, noisy sounds rushed towards him. The mall was full of bustling people. He found a store selling tablets in the mall, and then he asked the salesperson to download a comprehensive and detailed encyclopedia of scientific knowledge, ready to take the information back to the institute. After casting a charm spell on the clerk and finding it didn't work, Robin recalled that the ghost saw that there seemed to be no soul when Xiuyi's girlfriend died. Could it be that the humans in this world were like ordinary people in his previous life without souls? Robin looked around the store and suddenly noticed that there were no surveillance cameras installed. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. The clerk keenly noticed the abnormality of Robin's behavior. This person bought a large number of tablets, which was somewhat inconsistent with the behavior of ordinary customers. The clerk couldn't help but feel suspicious. His hand was already on the alarm bell, ready to call security personnel at any time. In this country, $0 purchases are common, so we have to be vigilant. As a wizard, Robin's perception is naturally very strong, and he easily noticed the clerk's caution and vigilance. He mobilized his own magic power to turn into a magic hand and threw everyone in the store one by one into the more than 10-story shopping mall building. Carrying dozens of tablets in the shopping bag, Robin left the scene calmly. Coming to the corner of the stairs, Siri opened the portal at the ghost's reminder, and Robin returned to the world of Game of Thrones. Robin handed the tablet to the scholars and patiently demonstrated how to use it. After confirming that the scholars had mastered the basic operations, he turned around and stepped into the portal again. This time, Robin brought Ghost with him and embarked on a journey to search for compound number 5. What superpower will I awaken? Robin was a little excited. Chapter 100 Brain Demon. Robin, who returned to the world of black robes, came to a bar and quietly waited at nightfall. He was waiting for an opportunity to find a kind-hearted person, to get the money and documents he needed. Hard work pays off. A generous young man contributed his passport and driver's license, provided Robin with the money and sports car he needed, and was stuffed into the sewer by Robin to rest. After staying in a 5-star hotel, Robin immediately began to use the computer, provided by the hotel, to search for the information he needed on the internet. He quickly and skillfully tapped the keyboard, making a crisp snap. After a search, Robin successfully obtained the information he needed. He closed the computer with satisfaction and prepared to take the next step. In the world of the black robe picket, heroes are no longer a special thing, but a profession. Becoming a hero has become a job that everyone is eager to do. Fighting crime is only a small part of the job. In order to get enough attention and exposure, these admired stars also need to make movies, endorse, accept advertisements, do charity, and even appear on variety shows. There is a common organization behind them, VOT Company, a huge group whose main business is to manage and operate hundreds of superheroes. Everything has become a closely connected complete industrial chain. Vought Corporation has a biochemical agent, compound number 5, which can give humans superpowers. In order to market superheroes, supervillains are naturally needed. The captain of the Superhero 7, Homelander, arranged for Locomotive to secretly sell compound number 5 to some criminals. The superhero Locomotive has always been known as the fastest human on Earth, but Vought Corporation has recently seen the emergence of a super speed hero, Shockwave. Shockwave arrogantly wants to challenge Locomotive's title of the fastest human, and has made an appointment with Locomotive to compete in a gymnasium, to see who is the real fastest. Because Locomotive is one of the Superhero 7, he has the authority to query the data of lower level heroes. He found that the speed of Shockwave's test data is indeed faster than his own, and now Locomotive can't stand it. Vought Corporation has a set of internal elimination mechanisms to manage superheroes. Whoever is more popular and has more votes will have a higher salary and status. If Locomotive loses the speed race with Shockwave, he may be kicked out of the Superhero 7, so he starts to secretly take compound number 5. This potion can not only turn ordinary people into superpowers, but also temporarily increase the strength of superpowers after taking it, which is equivalent to a powerful stimulant, and it is addictive after taking it. The tragedy of ZY's girlfriend was due to the fact that the Locomotive took this compound number 5. At that moment, his superpowers suddenly increased, and his power was far beyond his control, which eventually led to the car accident. Robin wanted to obtain superpowers through compound number 5, and his method was to find the secret girlfriend of the Locomotive, the Claw Girl. The spare compound number 5 of the Locomotive has always been in the rental house of the Claw Girl. Robin took out the young man's phone and dialed the number of the business management department of the water company found on the internet. Robin waited for the other side to connect. Hello, this is the business reception hotline of the Superhero Trainee Department of the Water Group. How can I help you? A woman's calm and professional voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm a Beanstalk, the director of Cool Girl Film Production Company. Robin said with a smile. His accent was thick and magnetic. I'm preparing a low-budget movie and need a heroine. In your company, I saw a superheroine named Claw Woman. Her image and temperament are very consistent with the role I envisioned. I would like to ask if you can arrange an interview with her to see if she is suitable for this role. Okay, please wait a moment. I will check the recent commercial performances and film contracts of Claw Woman to see if there is any vacancy. The female voice replied immediately, her tone full of professionalism and efficiency. In the receptionist hall of Vought Company, the female receptionist who answered Robin's call began to look up the relevant information of Claw Woman. After some searching, she found that Claw Woman was actually an unpopular hero abandoned by the company. She once played the leading role in a commercial movie called Claw Woman, but the box office was dismal after the movie was released. The cost was more than 10 million, but the final box office was less than 5 million. Such a loss caused the investors to suffer a great loss, and they lost everything. Therefore, the superpowered Claw Girl was hidden by the water company and never appeared in the public eye again. The receptionist looked up the Cool Girl Film Production Company reported by Robin. The information on the internet showed that this was a production company specializing in adult films and was famous for its films starring actresses with big breasts, fat buttocks and long legs. At this time, the female receptionist had understood what director Robin meant by low-cost movies. She couldn't help but curl her lips slightly, and a feeling of disdain surged in her heart. However, as a business receptionist, she knew that every successful business contract was closely related to her income. Therefore, she quickly adjusted her emotions and maintained a warm and friendly tone. "Mr. Robin, thank you very much for providing this performance opportunity. After checking, I confirmed that the Demon Claw Girl does have a vacancy at the moment. Please leave your company's detailed address, and I will notify the Demon Claw Girl to go for an interview as soon as possible." Robin responded with a smile on the other end of the phone. "I just happened to have time recently, and I hope to find the Demon Claw Girl for an audition in person. Can you give me her contact number and address? As you know, for a movie like ours, personal auditions and in-depth understanding of the actors are very important links." "Of course, no problem," the female receptionist answered readily and immediately provided the Demon Claw Girl's contact information and address. Her phone number is 934-121-2112 and the address is 10,019 Main Street, New York City. "Thank you. If you have time in the future, we can go for a cup of coffee together. I believe you will gain some unexpected benefits in the process," Robin said with a satisfied smile. The female receptionist was not interested in his invitation. She frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Sir, I must remind you that harassing the receptionist of water company will reduce your credit rating. I wish you good luck in your work. Goodbye." The female receptionist hung up the phone and spat in a low voice. "Am I the kind of person who would act in that kind of movie?" Robin shook his head and laughed. "Pretend to be a fart. I will pull you out of water later and let you act to your heart's content." Picking up the phone on the table, Robin gently slid the screen to open the map software. He skillfully entered the address in the search box and clicked to start the navigation. Robin stood up, opened the window, and jumped down without hesitation. Then two green wind element wings quickly spread out behind him. This is an advanced spell of flying, wind wings. This spell has a faster speed than flying. He drew a green shadow in the air and flew according to the instructions of the map software. The claw woman felt that her life was cursed recently. She was first fired by her boss, and then she was asked by the landlord to pay last month's rent when she returned to her rental house. When she went to the bathroom, she found that the water pipe had a problem again and needed to spend a lot of money to clear it. These trivial things piled up together, making her mood very irritable. Recalling her former identity as a superhero, the claw woman felt sad. At the peak of her popularity, she had filmed a big budget movie. Although it was not as popular as the Superhero 7, she was also a well-known third-tier star. However, the reality is cruel. In the Vought group, superheroes are like products on an assembly line. Once they can't make money for the company, they will be eliminated. She went from a star hero with unlimited glory to a third-rate role that no one cares about. In order to make a living, she even had to work as a stripper in a bar. Fortunately, she still has the support of her boyfriend, the Locomotive. The Locomotive has always loved her deeply and promised to announce their relationship after winning the game against Shockwave. This is a shitty life. The claw woman angrily smashed the TV remote control on the sofa. A beep sounded, and the ringing of the mobile phone echoed in the house. The claw girl immediately picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Is that the claw girl? I'm Nona from the Vought business department." A clear voice came from the other end of the phone. The claw girl was delighted. "It's me. Is there any new commercial performance?" She answered eagerly. After all, she hadn't received a call from Vought for several years. She was no stranger to the business department, which was an important department for connecting superheroes with external resources. "You guessed it right." Nona's tone was still calm. "Just now a film company expressed its intention to us. They hope to invite you to be the heroine of a movie. They should take the initiative to contact you to arrange an audition in the near future. Please pay attention to answer the phone recently." The claw girl's mood instantly boiled. "Thank you for your call. I will definitely seize this opportunity." "That's good. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye." Nona ended the call briefly. Oh, the claw girl jumped onto the sofa excitedly and couldn't help cheering. At this moment, she felt that the heavy life that had been pressing on her seemed to be lifted up in an instant. The shitty days are finally over. I will definitely shine in the new movie. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The claw woman was a little stunned. It can't be the landlord asking for rent. She walked to the door timidly and looked through the peephole. It was a young handsome man in a suit. At this time, the man outside the door seemed to find that he was being spied on. He suddenly stared at the peephole, which startled her. Claw woman. The man outside the door smiled. The claw woman felt a little scared inside the door. He knew her. Who are you? I'm Abin, the director of Cool Girl Film Production Company. I came to you for an audition today. Didn't Walter's business notify you? Robin smiled. Just received a call. The claw woman was shocked. This speed and efficiency were too fast. Can you invite me in for a cup of coffee? Robin asked with a smile. No problem. The claw woman hesitated for a while, but still opened the door. Robin walked sideways into the rental house. He spread his hands and smiled. My claws can tear up all the sins. This line is so cool. I have always been optimistic about you. But it is a pity that I haven't seen your works in the past 2 years. The claw woman was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that this director was still her fan. You know, after he was out of fashion, she and the traffic police issued a ticket but no one paid attention to it. You can imagine how miserable it was. The claw woman helped Robin make a cup of coffee and handed it to him. Sorry, I'm a little too excited. Do you like that movie very much? Of course. Otherwise, when I had the opportunity to direct a movie, I wouldn't have asked you to star in it as soon as I got the chance. Robin took a sip of coffee and smiled. The claw woman wiped her wet eyes, a little bit unable to help herself. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Robin took out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket and put them on the table. These were all contributed by the young man. He pushed the tens of thousands of dollars to the claw woman. I haven't auditioned yet. Is this the deposit for the film? The claw woman held the stack of bills in her hand, and her joy was beyond words. Robin shook his head and looked at the claw woman with a serious look. You know, I always wanted to be a superhero with superpowers like you. What do you mean? The claw woman's expression froze instantly, and she looked at Robin puzzled. I want to buy some compound number 5. Robin's tone became serious. If this deal is reached, you will get this $100,000 and we will also sign a commercial performance contract of $20 million. The claw woman's face showed a tangled look, and she asked Robin in a trembling voice, you are not from the FBI, investigating me. Is the FBI so sincere? Robin chuckled and patted the bills on the table. The claw woman was still worried. How did you know about compound number 5? How did you know I have this thing? I have a brother who is in the gang, and they know some secrets of supercriminals. Robin replied. The claw woman's eyes changed and changed. After hesitating for a moment, she finally made up her mind, nodded slightly to Robin, stood up and fumbled out a small blue bottle from the interlayer of the wall cabinet drawer. The side effects of temporary compound number 5 are generally fatal after 3 to 5 uses. The claw woman handed compound number 5 to Robin, her tone full of warning. Robin took compound number 5 and played with it in his hand and continued to ask, can you get permanent compound number 5? The claw woman shook her head. The locomotive and she were just middlemen selling temporary compound number 5, and she had only heard about permanent compound number 5 from the locomotive. Robin sighed in disappointment. He had been arguing with the claw woman for so long, just to get permanent compound number 5 through the claw woman's channel. When he learned that the claw woman could not obtain permanent compound number 5, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The claw woman had lost her value. What's wrong? The claw woman sensitively noticed the change in the atmosphere. Robin smiled. Nothing. Can you give me a syringe? Are you going to inject now? The claw woman was shocked. It was easy for ordinary people to die after injecting compound number 5. She was a little worried about something going wrong. But under Robin's affirmative eyes, she still found the syringe for Robin. With a flick of his finger, He opened the cap of the small blue bottle, sucked the medicine into the syringe, tied his upper arm with a rope, and injected compound number 5 into his body expressionlessly. He closed his eyes and lay on the sofa waiting for the changes in his body. Seeing that Robin had no reaction, the claw woman thought something had happened and called softly, "Abin, are you okay?" "Very good, very good." Robin slowly opened his eyes and smiled at the claw woman. "What superpower did you awaken?" the claw woman asked curiously. Robin had no changes on his body. It seemed that he was different from her, and it was not a physical superpower. "Well, then let you see it." Robin tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing the black corona, and he raised a finger and inserted it fiercely into his chest. Boom. The red fighting spirit on her body rose up like a flame and wrapped around Robin. Wow. The demon claw woman looked at the changes in Robin in shock. What kind of superpower is this? Robin did not answer her question, but walked towards her with a smile. The demon claw woman instinctively took a step back out of vigilance. But a black ghost suddenly appeared behind her and strangled her neck fiercely. She wanted to resist, but found that she was bound by the power of the ghost. Puff. A bone spurred claw popped out from the demon claw woman's wrist. "Let me go." The demon claw woman shouted hoarsely. She stabbed the ghost behind her with her claws continuously. The ghost was stabbed by the claws and black smoke scattered. Robin jumped up and quickly stepped forward to control the demon claw woman's hands. He and the ghost worked together to pin the demon claw woman firmly to the ground, making her unable to move. Then Robin stomped on her mercilessly for a few times, and the sound of shattering was heard. The demon claw woman's limbs were instantly crushed, but her shrill screams were covered by the cloth that Robin covered her mouth with. The power of the claw woman is only at the level of the middle level of the first level creatures. I'm too cautious, Robin thought to himself. He originally thought that the power of the claw woman would be stronger, but he didn't expect to subdue her so easily. He ordered the ghost to carry the claw woman to the bed and let her head out of the bed. The claw woman lay there unable to move. She could only express her fear with her eyes. She looked at Robin with horror with her eyes wide open. Robin closed his psychic breathing, squatted in front of the claw woman's head, and stared at her, as if admiring his prey. In the black robe world, most superpowers are similar to those in other superhero works, but they are weakened. For example, the superpowers of Homelander are similar to those of Superman. Queen Maeve is a second-level version of Wonder Woman, and the locomotive is similar to the weakened form of the Flash. The superpowers Robin obtained are very special. His abilities are not the corresponding abilities of superheroes in DC and Marvel. His superpowers come from the villain in another work called Heroes. Stretch out your right hand and open the magic eye in the palm of your hand. Robin began to control the magic eye to extend 3 tentacles, and the tips of the tentacles began to spiral and entangle, like 3 clever snakes intertwined. A point of blue light as sharp as a laser suddenly emerged from the tips of the 3 tentacles. He placed the tip of the tentacle on the forehead of the demon claw woman. A hissing sound was heard, and the sound of the blazing blue beam cutting through flesh and blood was heard. Robin accurately and neatly cut a perfect circle with the blazing blue beam along the top of the head of the demon claw woman. The demon claw woman was tied to the bed and could not move. She looked at Robin's actions with fear and despair in her eyes, and her body struggled desperately. But she had lost her ability to move, and struggling was futile. Carefully lifted the top of the demon claw woman's head, revealing a white brain covered with bloodshot like a walnut kernel. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.